Sherelle Park, known affectionately as Renentet Sayed. Sister Teresa is known as Temrit Danica. Sister Adila, known as Minavizir Eri Ma'at Adila Powell, right? And Sister Angel Muhammad Kennedy, known as Kika Samila. Kahun Muntutar will be taking them through session 1 of this today's session, Tamare, Ancient Africa, the true source of wisdom tradition. This is going to be a very interesting learn. I would ask everybody at home, grab your pencils, your papers, get your tablets, and get yourself ready to learn about this great subject. Kahun Muntutar, please take us into this subject, my brother. You're muted, my brother.
No, can I be heard now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Namaste, my brother. Namaste all that's just tuned in. This is day 2. This is day 2. Day 1 was very powerful. Yesterday, last night, should I say, was very powerful for us. We learned a lot, saw a lot. Now today, part 2, I thought I had 4. I see 5 here. But we work with what we got. We got 5. We got 5. If we got 10, we got 10. But we're looking at the womb of the liberation, the rebranding of the Proverbs 31. We're going into the African proverb, Kitabun Magana. And so we're going to be looking and talking about the wisdom, the power of wisdom. I want to read something before we get into it. May I?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Okay. Because Proverbs 1:20 says, wisdom crieth without, she uttereth her voice in the street. 21. She crieth in the chief place of concourse, in the opening of the gates, in the city. She utters these words. Proverbs 8. Does not wisdom cry and understand, but forth her voice? So, as we can see, Proverbs is saying that wisdom is she, her, the mother, the sister, the auntie, the grandmother, the daughter. That's the wisdom. So today we're going to hear the wisdom of these ladies, hear the truth coming from these ladies, and we're going to study these words based on some questions that I'm going to be asking them. And I like everybody to feel comfortable. And when we're speaking, if somebody's answering, you feel like, I'd like to get involved with that question. No, don't feel no way. You can get involved with the question. Not, okay, there's just one question for everybody. It's not just like that. We're working as a team. Agreed?
Yes, sir.
Agreed.
Yes.
Okay. So let me kick off with Sister Teresa. Namaste.
Namaste.
And the first question I'm throwing at you is just simple. Why is scriptural wisdom important?
Wisdom, scripture is important. Translated from theology knowledge into anti-ray living, allowing us to make religious decisions and avoid chaos. Wisdom is part of us. I mean, the more we age, the more wisdom we take in to learn about our scriptures, to learn about our life, to learn more, to develop that wisdom.
Okay, thank you. And I know we're just warming up. Sister Renente, namaste.
Namaste, Kahun. How you doing?
What does it? I'm good. Yourself?
I'm okay, thank you.
That's nice. I thought you was going to be here, actually. We set a chair out for you.
I thought about it.
It's okay.
The children
It's
said
all right.
otherwise.
It's all right. Don't worry. But we had a chair so that everything was all. We had to now adjust when we realized that you weren't here. But it's okay. No problem. What does change when we overstand the scriptures of Proverbs as an African origin? What does this do? What does this do for us?
What changes? For us Black people, everything changes. For us Africans, if we're going to start looking at the scriptures through African eyes, oh, then everything changes. Everything changes.
Also.
You know, we've been mistaught. We've been mistaught. One of our Baba Neely Fuller says, if we don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is and how it operates, we're gonna misunderstand everything else we think we know. So we think, well, those of us that were Christians in the church, we thought we knew the Bible. We thought we were doing the right thing. We thought, okay, Proverbs, this is the common sense of the ancients. Let's go with it. Proverbs 31, that woman, that's some guidelines for me. But we were misunderstanding the scriptures because we were understanding them through Hellenistic eyes. We were understanding the scriptures through a bunch of people who really just got here. These are not ancient peoples. These are not peoples who have civilized the planet. These are Johnny come lately who came out of the caves and decided, I'm going to take. In fact, let me take some scriptures and remix it, whitewash it, put my face on it and sell it back to you. That's what I'm in the business of. I'm in the business of plagiarism. In fact, when I was, doing some research for this conference, I looked at the word plagiarism. If social media can please help me pull up the etymology of the word plagiarism. It's important that we look at that. You're asking about how the scriptures becomes different when we look at it through African eyes. We need to understand first what happened to the scriptures. We need to understand first that ancient African theology, Memphite theology, the scriptural teachings of the Niger Delta and the Nile River Valley, those are our original scriptures. But if you're holding a European Hellenized Bible, that's not what you're receiving. That's not the wisdom that is being imparted to you. What you have is a plagiarized version. What most people are running around with is, a Kool-Aid version of the scriptures. That cheap, watered down version might taste a little sweet, but ultimately not good for you. When our original scriptures were, I don't know, let's say the moringa tea of scriptures, healing scriptures that do good for the mind, scriptures that do good for the body, scriptures that do good for your community. So why are we running around with the Kool-Aid version? When we look at the word plagiarism, it tells us the wrongful appropriation of another's ideas, writings, artistic designs, etc. This is what has happened to us. This is another definition of that identity theft that the sisters were talking about yesterday. They did a great job yesterday and really, kind of went into this. But this is just another way of looking at that identity theft, this plagiarism and a wrongful appropriation of another's ideas. It goes on to say, literary thief, kidnapper. And we know, that slavery was a process of kidnapping educated Africans, kidnapping the doctors and nurses and lawyers out of Africa, kidnapping that wealth, that intellectual wealth out of Africa. We know that kidnapping happened so that this plagiarism could also happen, this theft of our scriptures. So if we're reading this Kool-Aid version of the scriptures, we're going to get Kool-Aid results. We're going to get surface level results. We're going to think that, okay, Jesus was a good guy, do good, a peacekeeper. Let me just keep the peace, try and do good, keep my head down, and that's it. That's not it. That is not enough for us. So when we start looking at the scriptures through African eyes, it's now we start to see, oh, this is the source of my power. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm not inferior. I'm not from an inferior race. I'm from a superior race. This is what African people were doing in these ancient times while Canaanites was still in the cave somewhere. This is how we were understanding the universe, the cosmos. This is how we were understanding the world. This is how we were raising children, raising crops, raising livestock. We were living, not just living nice, we were living superior. So when we start going back to that superior mindset, when we start looking at the scriptures through those African eyes and start realizing that that's where our power lies, we're taking on a whole new thing here. This is a whole new mindset. This is a whole new way of not only looking at the scriptures, but also living the scriptures. Can we look at something? Let's look at in Proverbs. And I Googled in examples of biblical proverbs that sound like old African sayings. I don't know. The people in the UK will remember. There used to be a show on called Desmond's, a black barbershop in South London. And there was an African guy. It's a Caribbean barbershop. There was always an African guy that used to say, there's an old African saying. When they're having their arguments, he used to end the argument by telling there's an old African saying. He was imparting some wisdom. He was imparting some ancient wisdom. And here we see the plagiarism, because we'll see sometimes verbatim, the Proverbs in your Hellenized Bible are actually ancient African sayings. I've got it open on my screen. I still got it open on my screen. Let me just read you a few, because it's amazing how much we're losing by just accepting this Kool-Aid version of the scriptures. So hold on. It talks about unity and community. In Ecclesiastes 4:9, it says, two are better than one. A threefold cord is not quickly broken. The African parallel is, when spider webs unite, they can tie up a lion. That's an Ethiopian proverb. These proverbs, these African wisdoms that are passed down, these African wisdom traditions that were passed down through generation, mouth to ear, are giving us the same intelligence. Oh, sorry, we're giving us a superior version of this intelligence that we see in Proverbs. So when we start looking your question, when we start looking at, for example, Proverbs through African eyes, we start seeing African wisdom. We start seeing how this intellectual, this spiritual intellectual wealth starts to apply to us, and not just starts to apply to us, but to start feeling some sense of ownership over the scriptures. We get given this book, this Hellenized book, the Bible, and we put it on a pedestal. I'm speaking, remembering as I was as a Christian in the world. This book is on this pedestal. You don't question who wrote it. You don't question where it came from. You don't question its validity. It's kind of held up there as sanctified and holy. But now that I've come to the Holy Cryptic Church of the Black Messiah, now that I've been taught by Al Barsesh, now that I've come to understand that those scriptures in that book are the plagiarized version, the Kool-Aid version, now I'm starting to read between the lines. Now I've got tools like the Blue Letter Bible, so I can go and see how is this Hebrew translation different from this English translation? Are they trying to hide something here? Let's now untangle some of the lies that have been woven into this Bible. Let's now look at the parallel doctrine between their military codex and what they were trying to say through the Bible to protect their people and to further their lineage, to write themselves into history. And let's compare that to what the ancient African version looks like and how that actually seeks to empower me, African melanated people across the world. How does that African version of the scripture actually strengthen us?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Sister Angel, Namaste.
Namaste. How are
we
you,
doing?
Calhoun? I am great.
I'm fine. Okay.
All praises.
For you.
Yes, sir.
How does reclaiming history affect our identity and self-worth?
Wow. I can go on all day with this.
I know, but let's not go on all day.
This was a deep one.
But let's deliver.
Yes, sir. Reclaiming. When we reclaim what is rightfully ours, it does something to us as a people, because we have been miseducated, misled, discriminated against, programmed to believe that we're less than, programmed to believe that we don't deserve anything nice, anything positive, that everything that we do is negative. When we reclaim that, when we come and we study about our history, who we are, that does something to us. It moves something in our DNA and in our RNA. And it helps us to see how we have been miseducated and mistreated. If you look at, I know everyone studied United States educational system. They have banned books that we were studying when I was in high school. Maya Angelou, how do you ban her book? They have banned the teaching of Black history in the United States. That's by design. African American studies in college. They don't want African American professors teaching African history. They want our history to start in the United States with slavery.
Right.
And that's it. You don't get to learn nothing else. But now they're stripping it because we have social media. We have these type of platforms that teach our people the truth. So now they're pulling back and they're telling schools and libraries, you cannot have these books. Why? Because once we know and return to our history, we will mobilize.
That's
And we
right.
will begin to be the great people that we are supposed to be. So now they're programming our children and saying, y'all are equal, y'all are just like us, and taking away their history. And they can only learn European history. That's it. And that's very sad because they even pull children's books. My Hair, a beautiful book talking about your melanated, beautiful curls. You can't find that book in the school system. You can't find that book in the library. You have to order it for your children. That's sad. But this platform, what we're doing here at the Holy Cooked Church of the Black Messiah, we're teaching our children. And then our children will go and teach. So the history won't get lost because we have written documentation of it. So that's why it's important for us to learn our history, teach our youth so they can go over and teach other youth because our youth are standing up. I love seeing the young people embracing their natural, true Blackness.
Absolutely.
And saying, I am proud to be Black. And you will not take information and history from me. So they're going on and they're doing studies on their own. And that's a beautiful thing.
Amen.
It sure is. Amen. But as we're warming up, remember, we're talking on the source of wisdom traditions. So we're looking at the wisdom and the tradition and how everything's connected to this. We're also talking at the proverbial sisters, proverbial women, and we're looking at the 31st or Proverbs 31. I'm just reminding people that's sitting down there, if they've just come in, where we're at, what we're talking on. Sister Alimat or Adila, Namaste.
Namaste, Kahon. How are you doing?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Good.
So for you now, we're saying, well, when we look at African cosmology and the concept of order, and we're going to Ma'at, it is considered the blueprint of life. Why is that? If you don't mind.
You touched on earlier on, I think one of your first questions was you went into Proverbs, and you mentioned that wisdom was a female. And when you go into Proverbs 31 and they talk about that word, it's mentioned a few times, wisdom. And wisdom, if you look at the root word of it, is a feminine noun. And when you look at a feminine noun, it refers to a female person or classified as feminine. Now, my sister Renentet spoke about seeing our scriptures through African eyes. When we look at the Bible, there is, we can consider like a parallel doctrine, or you could say that the root of these scriptures is from us. The theology, the cosmology is rooted back to ancient Africa. So now when we look at Ma'at, the cosmology, the theology, Ma'at embodies truth, justice, balanced order, right living. It encompasses wisdom. So I just want to say thank you to our Basesh for translating the African Book of Proverbs, because the wisdom of Ma'at underpins that wisdom. John Henry Clarke always says that a powerful people cannot afford to educate the mass that they oppress. Because if you truly are educated, you will take over. So when we talk about Ma'at and its embodiment through the African proverbs, it outlines the way we are to conduct ourselves. It outlines how we behave around people. When we're speaking about the woman and the womb and the children and an education, it sets that foundation for liberation. We cannot think about looking at the scriptures through African eyes unless we have foundation and have an understanding of Ma'at and what that embodies. Our African books, in terms of the original books of the Bible, book 10 encompasses that. And it tells us how we are supposed to behave. It tells us how we are supposed to live. It tells us how we are supposed to be in the family. Without that, this moral compass, yes, it will be literally in the hands of the hedonists. Yes, the white supremacists, what many of us right now, our minds now, it's conditioned for a society that is here to hold us back because we are not connected to that original scripture, to that cosmology that is embodied by Ma'at. We don't know how to live. So when we speak then about looking at the world through African eyes, we have to be taught. So when we look at Kitabun Magana and its wisdom, it is rooted in ancient African wisdom, the foundation of Ma'at.
Okay. Now, as we're talking, yes,
may
yes.
I just interject just one
Of
second?
course. I was waiting. I'm saying that these are cold, man. Them dry. I was just wondering.
You're going to jump
Yes.
in.
Go on, Sid.
If social media could, if they can pull up Proverbs 31:26. So we're talking about wisdom. So I know we always talk about let's take people to the scriptures, correct?
Yes, we
So
do.
we can go to Proverbs 31:26. And it reads, she opened her mouth with wisdom, and in her tongue is the law of kindness. So we can look up the etymology of wisdom, please. Just so everybody will know where we are. Okay, wisdom, property of being wise, knowledge, learning, experience, good judgment, and temple affairs. We can go back to the Blue Letter Bible and look at the root of wisdom. So it's Hikmah, H2449. And it's a feminine noun, like Sister said. And it's why it says to become wise, act wisely, to make wise, teach wisdom, instruct, to be made wise, to make wise. So when we think about wisdom, we're looking at that feminine noun, like Vizier says, it's a feminine, skilled in war, wisdom administration, shrewdness, wisdom, prudence in religious affairs, wisdom, ethical and religious. So when we talk about Ma'at, like Vizier says, this wisdom is Ma'at. We have to have law. We have to have skill. So I just wanted to bring that point up, just to back up Vizier, because I was like, she's on it.
Yes.
That is the foundation.
I'm on. That's true. Sis, can I add on to you, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Go on. Do you not want me to go one side?
You're good. Thank you. We need you. We always say, here at the Holy Cryptic Church of the Black Messiah International, we always say that we need to retrace the past, to blueprint the present, and foretell the future, right? So your question asked about Ma'at as a blueprint. The retracing the past bit, we struggled with, and I don't know why, because now we have so much access to information with the internet. In fact, that time might be limited, as Sister Angel said. You know, they're trying to burn books, they're trying to erase some of our history, but the time is now. While we can, let's access some of our ancient scriptures. Let's access some of these ancient writings. Let's go on Google. What did the Dead Sea Scrolls say? Let's go to the British Museum and have a look at those transcripts that they're hiding down in the basement. You can request and have a look at some of these transcripts that they're hiding. We can retrace the past. We can go and find out some of our great histories. This is stuff we know is not getting taught in schools. As you said also, Sister Angel, we've got to make sure we're teaching that history in our homes so that it doesn't die. We need to make sure that we're teaching about some of those greats that came before us. We have a whole silsila, an unbroken chain of Babas and Bibis that were carrying this liberation message in whatever way it benefited them to carry it. The psychologists carried it in the kind of Black psychology field. The historians carried it in the historical field. We've got these Babas and Bibas who are trying to make sure that we hold on to this wealth in our history. So the retracing the history part is what is there right in front of us that we should be taking advantage of. It's the blueprinting the present bit I think we struggle with, just us as melanated people. Blueprinting the present, what are we supposed to be doing now? So, you know, sometimes a lot in the conscious community, you'd ask people, you know, they know a lot of information junkies. They love knowing stuff. But what are we doing? What are your works saying? What are you part of? What organization are you part of where you have a plan that is going to uplift your people? What is your plan for liberation? You know all of this stuff. You read all these books. You got all this knowledge, can talk for days, chat. But where are your works? What are you doing? And that is where Ma'at becomes the blueprint. Here's some principles to follow. Here's some things you can do to recalibrate yourself. Here's some things you can do to detox from racism, white supremacy. Start doing some kind of sila. Start doing some kind of supplication. What's your prayer life saying? Are you burning incense and cleansing your environment? Are you playing the right sort of music to get your vibration right? Ma'at is telling us these things about how to blueprint right now. What are you doing right now? For yourself personally as an individual to raise up, but for your community, for the next generation, for your children, what's happening right now? Where's your actions and your works right now? So I think Ma'at speaks to that. Like, what should we be doing? I think that's a question that we should be asking the melanated community en masse. So what are we doing? We know we're not unified yet. We know we want to go back home. We want to be back in Africa, but how? What's the plan? So you need to be part of something. You need to join something. You can't just be, you know, logging on to go to 1 or 2 conferences, log on and go to 1 or 2 events and not join something and be part of something so that motivation can turn into some kind of works towards some kind of collective aim.
I'm going to stop you here because I want to jump in here and say something to you. As you're talking this and you're rolling, and you know you're rolling good, I'm going to just throw this question in there for you. So how does Ma'at apply today with modern womanhood? Oh, I stopped you?
It's such a big question because it touches on every aspect of life, doesn't it? You know, we have our mantra Rel Sel Web. So Ma'at is obviously part of the religion, it's part of our scriptures. But Ma'at is also part of our economics. Are we balanced in our economics? Are we spending our funds in the right way? Are we spending a bit too much money on the takeaway and the Uber Eats? That's me. and shoes and handbags. You know, are we investing? Are we investing in the right things? No point investing in the Western man's bank because they're investing in, you know, cigars and alcohol. You might make a little bit of money, but to what end? So how does Ma'at affect our economics? How does Ma'at affect our labor? Are we working smarter or just working hard? Are we still working like slaves? I know sometimes with my 9 to 5 when I'm back at work, it's like, is this life? Every day, work for somebody else for one paycheck a month. I got 52 bills and only get paid once. It's not life. So this sense of Ma'at, this sense of order and balancement should filter through every aspect of Rel Sel Web. It should filter through every aspect, every lens of life that you're looking at, whether you're looking at career, whether you're looking at relationships, whether you're looking at child rearing, whether you're looking at self-development. That lens of Ma'at is how we as modern day women are supposed to use those principles of order and balancement. I hope that makes sense.
It does.
Anybody
want to jump in with?
Yeah, I'd like to jump in because, you know, when we think about Ma'at, that lived expression of what it actually looks like in real time. I think it's important for us to make a distinction when we're talking about the laws, because when we're talking about ma'at, it's a universal law and it's not man-made.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the problem we're having. And I think this is the premises of this conference is to now present a case to expose what real ma'at is, what the proverbial woman should be aligning herself with. Because if you don't have that foundation, then you are going to be caught up in this system as racism, white supremacy. That's the problem. Is we've been educated, and I kind of go back to what Dr. Henry Clark says: powerful people cannot afford to educate people about their oppression. And when we're talking about the Bible, it's been whitewashed. If you do not have the understanding to read it with African eyes and analyze it with African mind. So we may be thinking that we are aligning ourselves with that proverbial woman because she's patient, she's diligent, she's courage, she has wisdom. But what does that actually mean to melanated women? Because we as melanated women, we are at the bottom of the totem pole still. It's not in their interest to raise us. But many of us are caught with the narrative that this proverbial woman, when you go in on the internet, this is how we are supposed to be with our husbands. This is how we're supposed to interact with the society that we live in. But no, the case here is we need to align ourselves to our original way of life according to our narrative, ma'at. So this is why we have this African book of Proverbs, because it takes us back to our original way of life. And it is a rebranding. 2 Peter 3:10 speaks to this. What does rebranding mean? It's not new, it's taken us back to our original way of life, but because we have been tainted for so long, we have to now be forged in fire.
Come on.
We have to now all the impurities now have to be extracted. Zechariah 13:9, Numbers 13:31-33 speaks to this. For too long, in this latter day, our women have been given the wrong narrative.
That's right.
This conference is about a case for us to be rebranded. It's not new. It is about us reconnected to that divine self. That's why we are here, the Holy Coptic Church International. Because we have to clean our minds of the education that has been installed on us and our mothers, our grandmas, and going way, 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 way back. It's hard. For some of us, it can be traumatic because there's layers and layers we have to strip away. We have been forged in fire. Letting go of those narratives, those identities. When we look in the mirror, we don't see beauty according to our narrative. We're seeing ourselves through a lens of the racism, white supremacy. The rebranding exposes us to the wrong foundation. That's why this conference is here. So we as women of purpose, ladies of purpose, can present to you a case. For some of you, it's the first time you're listening in this way.
That's right.
Have patience with yourself. It's going to rock your foundations.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
This is what we have to do.
Master Cajon, can
I was coming to you. I was just about to call you because I'm seeing that you're sitting down here, and I said, "Oh, Sister Teresa's been quiet. We're gonna have to pull her up. Bring her in."
Let's go to page 20 in the rebranded Proverbs and ask social media to pull it up, please. And I will start at the second.
And as you're doing this, Sister Teresa, for me, please, can you think as well on how should it feel? How should the family and the community look when you're applying Ma'at? Just think that as you're going through this for me, please. I'm not trying to throw you off. I'm just trying to move us through. Yes.
Page 20. Thus, the melanated mother sets the vision of people not as an individual, but as a guardian of ancestral continuity. In African womanism, this is not feminist individualism, but female-centered liberation. The child does not merely receive food and shelter. The child receives cosmology.
Mm-hmm.
A melanated lady of purpose is rare in the latter day and times because she must embody seven roles simultaneously: womb of the nation, teacher of law,
Mm-hmm.
guardian of culture, economic organizer, spiritual intermediary, community stabilizer, agriculture of future generations. Her worth is beyond rubies because civilization collapsed without disciplined mothers. Before school existed, African mothers transmitted language, history, cosmology, discipline. This aligns with African educational traditions, which discipline precedes instructions, encouraging that knowledge produces order rather than chaos. The melanated mother therefore forms the intellectual character of the nation. In accordance with African theology and cosmology, the household is not a private nuclear unit. It is a foundation of social order, where the mother ensures moral discipline. Now, to the family, let's go to page 20, let the scripture speak. And what was your question?
I was saying that because we decided, we said, well, okay, how does it seem within womanhood? So we're trying to say now, when Ma'at is applied, right? How do we see it? How do we notice it within our community? How can we see that the community is utilizing Ma'at? How can we see that the family is utilizing Ma'at? What do we see? What's the reflection of a family that's utilizing Ma'at?
Okay. Family, when everybody comes together and works as a unit, as with the community, when everybody comes together and work with the unity and use the rites, rituals, and precepts that the Ma'at holds, then we come together and work as a unit to produce our goal, to achieve our goal.
Okay. And Sister Angel, I'm reversing it for you now. When we're looking at Ma'at and we're seeing that the Hellenistic theology is controlling the minds of our people, what do we expect to see here? When Hellenism has got the minds of our people under control, and we know that, and they're now looking through the scriptures with a Hellenistic eye. They're looking at society with a Hellenistic eye. They're looking at everything through that Hellenistic eye, the European mind. What are we expecting to see that family look like? What are we expecting to see that person look like? What do we expect to see? You get what I'm saying?
Oh, yes, sir. We see it every day.
I know.
We see it on social media. We see it in our communities. Look at our females. Look at our females. They've lost their mind because they've been indoctrinated. They've been programmed. Things that used to be 50, 60 years ago used to be bad is now good. You would never see our grandmothers and our aunties from way back then come out with a bunnet on their head.
Well,
let's just start with that. Grandmother never came outside. I was raised by an old school grandmother. She never went outside downtown to get groceries or run errands.
Not in a million years. Nope.
Never.
Mm-mm.
My grandmother got dressed. She put on her
Right.
best dress, her stockings, her undergarments,
Yes.
her hat, her gloves, and pull out her best handkerchief, pulled out her best coat. And she
With the
caught the
lipstick.
bus with her nickel and went downtown with me in tow, dressed to the nine in my nice
That's
little
right.
Mary Jane shoes, hair
Mm-hmm.
tidy,
Hat love.
just to get groceries.
Mm.
But
True.
now,
Come on,
these
sis.
crop tops, holes and shorts,
Right.
yoga pants. They call yoga pants. You're supposed to do yoga with them. Not
Mhm.
run yoga, not run errands.
I'll work in them.
Yep.
I'll work in them.
Lingerie is the new norm in the grocery store.
Mm.
In the grocery store. I seen it the other day.
At the
So
school
this
gate.
is what
Mhm.
you see. You see females very aggressive. They say they are feminine, but they have a masculine energy about
That's
them.
right.
They're very entitled. They think because I dress a certain way, a man's supposed to do X, Y, and Z for me, and I do nothing.
Mm.
They are selfish. And then you see that in a man. You know, a nation can rise no higher than its woman. If a woman is not in her consciousness, you will see her family in chaos, her
That's
house in chaos, her children in chaos. When you have 9-year-olds dressing like their mama,
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
there's a problem
Teach.
because in her mind, she thinks it's okay to put a lace front wig on her 9-year-old. She thinks
Wow.
it's okay to put
Sis.
eyelashes on her 12-year-old. She thinks it's okay for her 13-year-old to wear a mini skirt and a crop top.
Mm.
There's nothing wrong with it. And then the men,
Mm-hmm.
because their woman is unconscious,
Just
they are unconscious.
Mm-hmm.
See, we
Right.
as women, we can make and break our families
yes.
on our own without even saying a word. And that's what you see today. You see broken families. Everybody's hurt. Everybody's having trauma because the woman hasn't stood up. She hasn't found, you know, when I see these sisters, I'm not talking about them. My heart feels heavy for them because they've been programmed to think this is okay.
Hey.
Right.
That's right.
But until they see women like ourselves and women who are striving to be better, striving to rise up, they're going to stay in that state. Right. So we have a long battle ahead of ourselves, sisters, brothers. But we have to keep pushing because it's experience, it's evidence, and it's reasoning. They don't have that. Their experience is all Hellenistic. So they're going to have Hellenistic children. And men, you are producing with Hellenistic women, but you want a righteous woman. Come on, brothers.
Come on, sister. Come on.
Be careful who you choose. It's choosing a mate. You can't choose a sister with a miniskirt on and think she's going to come home and do a traditional thing.
Right.
She can't do that.
Clean.
Okay. Time's running on us, so I'd love to just let you look roll, but there's more to go. There's more to go. Mr. Renented, as we've got a couple more questions before we wrap this up. When we're reading through the wisdom and tradition, why is it preserved by the mothers and the elders?
I like the other question. Can I just answer that? Let me just jump on the other question quick. Just quick.
No time,
I'll come back to it. We'll circle back.
Okay, you're
Dr.
gonna
Naeem
circle back.
Akbar. Dr. Naeem Akbar, African-centered clinical
Okay, let's
psychologist.
go.
You're asking what does it look like when we take on this Hellenistic mindset? And he coined the phrase psychological misorientation. So like the sister said, to be misorientated, to be lost. So to be psychologically lost, to be so disassociated from your heritage, your culture, you've literally taken on this other mindset that doesn't belong to you and doesn't serve you. And what Sister Angel is describing is this very disconnect, like just not being able to see your potential, not really seeing the divinity within, not really living to the excellence within you. You see that. You see people just happy with mediocrity. People very happy with mediocrity. One of the Baba Amos Wilson, educator, Black educator, looked at the developmental psychology of Black children. He says we should be aiming for superiority. The Chinese are not raising their children to meet the European standard. The Germans, whoever, they're not raising their children to meet European standards. They're like, no, they're aiming for superiority. So melanated
Right.
people, Africans, should also be aiming for superiority, not just in the education of the children, but in lifestyle overall. You know, why are we happy with mediocrity? That's that Hellenized mindset that says, oh, it's okay. Once you get here and you've got the nice house and the nice car, got a degree under your belt, you're good to go. You're okay. You fit into the system just nice. You're living comfortable. That's not enough. That shouldn't be enough for us. That was never enough for us before. We didn't rise to greatness at that level before. Their standard is our substandard. So that's what it looks like when we were taking on these Hellenistic ways. We're not rising to our true potential. We're not actually honoring that divinity within, because we're not aiming for excellence. We're not aiming to be superior. Just want to add on that.
Good. Well, I'm going to pass this question over to Sister Arimat now, right? Because it's important for us to understand that the wisdom tradition that we had and that we grew with was held in place, and it was needed to pass down and needed to store, and it was held by the mothers and the elders. And the question is just, why is this important that the mothers and the elders held on to this?
I mean, I think we kind of touched on it earlier on, and I think we touched on it yesterday, that when we're talking about the mothers, and we're talking about the womb, we're talking about us as mothers, as females, in the household, as the first educators. We lay that foundation within the home. We make sure, I think Sister Renentet spoke to this already. We make sure that the candles are lit, the rites and rituals within the home are adhered to. We make sure that, you know, because when we're talking about the liberated mind, it doesn't just start from when you become an adult. It starts within the home, and that nurturing, that transfer of knowledge, of wisdom, wisdom keeps coming up. We have to educate the child. We have to educate or support the education of our way of life with our husband. So we preserve that. We make sure that it's in the home. We make sure that it takes place. Now, as elders now, this is now where wisdom of this wretched world comes into play now. Because of the path we have walked, we've seen a lot of the pitfalls. We understand the practical application of our way of life, of Ma'at in real time, what it can look like. But it's also to let let the younger ones know this is what you need to look out for. Because what we're seeing also in our community is a disconnection between the elders and the youth. Some are so caught up in this warped narrative of the world, and they actually think it's real, and they want to argue with you. They truly want to argue with you. So when we're talking about the elders and preserving our way of life, that is so important, because without that, there will be no continuation. Mm-hmm. Without continuation, a people are dead. So it's so important for that to start within the home. Dr. Henry Clark talked about, he spoke about history in terms of the tool of liberation. And that liberation is taught first and foremost in the home. We teach about our bibis and our babas and what they stood for and how they lived their lives. It's hard, yes. But without that continuation, that passing of the wisdom to the next generation, we are or will be or continue to be a lost people.
That's right.
Now, like I said, we're wrapping up. So I'm going back to Proverbs because we're talking about Proverbs and we're talking about Kitabun Magana, right? And when we're looking at that, what is the benefit of Proverbs on our civilization? What is the benefit of understanding Proverbs? How will it benefit our civilization? That's that. I want you to take that in mind as we answer that, Sister Angel.
You had to call me, didn't you?
Yeah, everybody wants the easy ones, right? But it's okay. I know you got this.
Let's first look at, when you talk about the importance of, Proverbs 31 and this rebranding of Proverbs 31. And I'm so thankful to our Basesh for translating it in a manner to take us back. And we've waited on it so long. So I'm so blessed to see it. When we look at Proverbs 31 overall, and like the sisters on the panel have said, we've been mistaught. So here's an opportunity for us to take Proverbs 31, dissect it, and look at it in its proper form. Because we are all seeing it at the same time. And when we look at it in its proper form, then it will help strengthen us as sisters, knowing that the foundation of the Proverbs 31 woman is ma'at. I know Basesh broke it down in a way where you look at ma'at, M-A-T-A-T, ma'at, matron, martyr, mother.
Mm-hmm.
So it takes it back to the female.
Right.
And when you look at this wisdom that is being ignited in us, that fire in your belly, just reading Proverbs 31, that DNA and that RNA starts just rumbling a little bit because you're knowing something deep inside of you is being awakened because we've gotten it in a wrong way. So it's very important that this rebranding of the Proverbs 31 woman, because it's more than just, like Abase said at the beginning in the introduction, it's more than just food and shelter. It's more than this, she works with her hands. It's more than that.
That's right.
Like Menavazir said, it starts way before the womb. It starts before you become a mother. The generations before taught their children, their females, to be mothers before they became mothers. So they already knew the knowledge, the wisdom of being a mother and a wife. In the Bible it says a man who findeth a wife findeth a good thing. It didn't say a man that findeth a female findeth a good thing. So I'm just using evidence and reasoning. You have to be operating in your wife's status before you become someone's wife. You're looking for a wife. So that wisdom is taught to us young. You teach your daughters to be a mother. You teach your daughters to be a wife way before she becomes that. Same as versa, you teach your sons to be a husband and to be a father way before he becomes that. So that's why it's very important that we rebrand, relearn, so that we can use the scriptures, the writings, the ancient writings, because Ma'at is that ancient writing from Dr. Nelger.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to close. I want everyone to take a piece of this, please. And we want to kick off Sister Teresa with, what role does women play in African liberation? I know everybody's got a piece here. I know everybody's got a piece here. So we're going to finish with, I know everyone's got a piece. Let's go.
Women play a large role in that. Look at all the BBs that help their husbands carry on this. You had Coretta Scott King. You have Malcolm X's wife. They, after their husbands were gone, carried on the ball, so to speak. They took it and ran with it to help liberate our people, to follow up the work that their husbands had tried to accomplish. And we have to try to do that to help our people.
Okay. Renantet?
I'd say part of our role is to remember. In order to reclaim something, you have to remember where you left it. You lost some luggage, you got to remember that you lost it. So first of all, we have to remember that we've lost a lot. Who is it that says, nothing's wrong with us, something happened to us. Something happened to us as melanated people. So we've got to remember that something's happened to us. Let's go and retrace our steps, retrace the past, and actually, remember our greatness. I think part of our role and part of how we utilize Ma'at going forward is to remember how great we are. And sometimes we know how great we are because we can see what people are trying to steal from us. Even just recently, the sisters Basesh were sharing this news article about the United Nations, and the United Nations recognizing slavery as the greatest crime against humanity. And even in that writing, they recognized the womb and the fact that the womb had a separate status from the woman so that they could control it. The fact that the Black woman's womb was such a source of power to them that they made sure that they could control and enforce when you had babies, how you had babies, who you had babies with, so that they could then own those babies as property and sell them on for financial gain. So the colonizer understands the wealth of the womb. The colonizer understands how powerful we are. It's for us to remember, wait, hold on. I'm not just a mum. I'm a mother of nations, a mother of communities. Let me use this to be more than. Let's not settle. Let's strive to be more than. Let's remember that we've come from greatness. That remembering is a key part of our role in liberation.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Arimat?
I think I will close out with Hosea 4:6. My people are destroyed for the lack of knowledge. When we speak to this, and we're speaking about this segment of the conference, I think one of the first things that we have to identify, and we are starting to identify, is that separation from the Hellenistic mindset and that way of thinking. If we look in our scriptures, it speaks about the woman. She's beyond rubies, in the right mind. The wisdom, the African Proverbs teaches us about having that right mindset, that moral, African-centered compass of how we are supposed to be within our community. She's beyond rubies. Without her in her right mind, the civilization as we know it today would collapse. I'll leave it there.
And finally, Sister Angel, social media put something up, and I thought they were going to leave it there for you, but they took it down. So.
Oh, yes. Social media, if you could bring that back up. I saw social media had something up very important, and let's not skip that, because we're still talking about rebranding Proverbs 31. And social media brought up this important, and then I'll just leave it at this. The role of the righteous person who has unshakable faith is to act as a counterforce needed to expose what is hidden, to say what others fear, to say, and to restore visibility to those whom the systems of power attempt to erase. Thus, this sign and verse teaches that when destructive systems move against the innocent, your inner voice becomes a shield for the vulnerable, a weakness against injustice, a witness against injustice, and a tool to interrupt harm, because to open your mouth is to refuse the conditions that allow harm to continue unseen. So this
Amen.
verse right here is just says we need to open our mouths, sisters. That's why it's important for us to come. Open your mouth against the destructive systems. Open your mouth and teach against injustice. And that's what we're doing on this platform. We're opening our mouth. And that's the role. That's our role. That's important. That's why we should continue to study, continue to lift, because they are afraid when the woman rises up, especially the
Amen.
Black
Speak
woman.
it. Speak it.
Teach.
They are afraid
They,
because they know our power. That's why they keep putting us down. That's why they keep doing what they're doing. That's why they keep brainwashing our youth, because they understand our power. They know our power before we know our power.
yes.
This is by design. This didn't just happen.
Mhm.
They know our power. That's why they want to control everything we do, from our hair to our dress, to our body type, to our womb, to our mind, to our spirit, to our very being. So let's just rise up, sisters, and open our mouth. That's all I got.
Come on.
Thank
Amen.
you,
Come on.
Come on.
Master. Let me thank all of you. It was it was my pleasure to talk to you. I'm honored, seriously honored. This
Thank you.
section was called the true source of wisdom tradition. We're going to take a break. In fact, I'm going to hand you over to our Dr. Amadou Vama, who will close it up for us, and we'll go into that break. No? Then I'll keep talking. We're going to take a break, and then we're going to come back. And when we come back, we'll be coming back with another moderator and 4 more sisters. Right?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Colin.
Thank
You're
you,
welcome.
Carolyn.
Thank you, Cajon.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
sisters.
Out of my belly shall flow rivers, rivers of living water. Out of my belly shall flow a river, rivers of living water. La 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 la. Out of my belly shall flow rivers, rivers of living water. Out of my belly shall flow.
If you know your worth, then stand up, cause it's ladies first.
She's the greatest gift bestowed on me. Made in the image of royalty.
Against humanity. I want to provide some context because the word enslaved does not provide the proper context for why it is the worst crime against humanity. Not only do you have the legal right, according to the affixed government of the time, to own another human being, you also have the legal right to sexually violate them and murder them, which also means that the word enslaved should also remind you of sex trafficking, human trafficking, and murder, because all of that was allowed. Now there's 3 votes against it, and 52 nations abstained. Basically, the colonizers. All right, so they all just say, you know, we're going to sit this one out, just the world stage. Why provide leadership here? Here's an explanation of why the U.S. said they voted no. Here it is.
We regret that the United States must once again remind this body that the United Nations exists to maintain international peace and security. It was not founded to advance narrow, specific interests and agendas, to establish niche international days, or to create new costly meeting and reporting mandates. We do not accept this resolution's assertion that historical facts from the 15th through 19th century constitute violations of jus cogens, as the term is understood in contemporary international law. The United States also does not recognize a legal right to reparations for historical wrongs that were not illegal under international law at the time they occurred. Also, there are some fake news articles suggesting that the sponsors of this resolution called into question President Trump's support of the Black community. We reject any such suggestions. Indeed, President Trump has done more for Black Americans than any other president and enjoyed historic support from the Black community in the 2024 election. He is working tirelessly to deliver for them and make our country greater than ever.
These cases embody the 5 forms of reparations under international law, that being restitution, compensation, rehabilitation, satisfaction, and guarantees of non-repetition. With our model of reparations through litigation, we endeavor to evolve from justice from courtrooms to global frameworks for the entire diaspora.
The UN General Assembly on Wednesday did, in fact, adopt the resolution declaring the trafficking of enslaved Africans, quote, the gravest crime against humanity, end quote, and calling for reparations as, quote, a concrete step towards remedying historical wrongs. Unlike UN Security Council resolutions, General Assembly resolutions are not legally binding, but are important reflections of world opinion. The president of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, a key architect of the resolution, said before the vote, quote, today we come together in solemn solidarity to affirm the truth and pursue a route to healing and reparative justice. The vote in the 193-member world body, 123-3, with 52 deciding not to even participate. Argentina, Israel, and the United States were the 3 members voting against it, which is insane, okay? The United Kingdom and all 27 members of the European Union were among those that abstained from the vote. Some of the 52 countries that abstained from the voting include the United Kingdom, Spain, Canada, France, Belgium, Portugal, Finland, Norway, Switzerland, Sweden, Germany, and even Japan. It goes without saying that most of whom Historically, I participated or benefited from the transatlantic slave.
We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. Are we still here?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
This is a moment of learning, and I pray everybody around the world is witnessing that how we talk about in our teachings, the teaching of the Holy Cryptic Church of the Black Messiah, we talk about this thing called divine timing, universal law, an African system, African spiritual law, universal spiritual law of divine timing. And this event, this Ladies of Purpose, Christ Consciousness for 2026 happens to align not by design, not by having any direct knowledge of what the UN resolution would have been passing, but yet that resolution is right on time, as Kahunan Kusara said yesterday during his introduction of the first session. So again, we are in a moment of learning. We're in a moment of sharing with you and supping with you and communicating. I don't want anyone to just treat this as if it's just an event. This is a coming home, a remembrance, a reaffirmation, telling us that what we're doing, that our cause is a righteous cause. When the thing that you are doing as ladies of purpose, when the thing that we are doing as noble men, the thing that we as melanated people, specifically in this group, the Holy Cryptic Church of the Black Messiah, her member, children, and guests, when it begins to align with what is happening both from the grassroots to the highest halls of international governance, it lets you know that what you're doing is supposed to be done. So this year's 2026 Ladies of Purpose Christ Consciousness Conference is rebranding Proverbs 31 with the theme of the womb of liberation. At this time, I'm going to be bringing two of our noble brothers, Brother John O'Neill and Brother Demarius Freeman, and they're going to be sitting with and talking with five ladies of purpose. Sister Natasha, known affectionately as Amaka Natara Hadi, Sister Kahun Tefnut, the Associate Pastor Karen Hilton, Sister Shandell Williams, known as Sister Hita Pernepti, Sister Zandia Shanti Malinki from the Righteous Jewels podcast and the writer of the Jewels for Life, and the rebranding of such, and Sister Kim Brown, Cardney for the Tomb. At this time, my brothers, please take us into this discussion. Again, session 2, the womb as the first institution of civilization.
Namastu, welcome all. Again, we're in session 2, the womb as the first institution of civilization. In the African book of Proverbs, the Kitabun Magana, it states that on page 23, it's the last paragraph. It states that the melanated lady of purpose is not defined by submission to male authority, but by her alignment with ancestral wisdom, communal responsibility, and spiritual discipline. She stands as the intersection of the physical and spiritual worlds, transmitting cultural memory and guiding the next generation toward liberation. In African societies, the future of a people has always been understood to pass through the womb. Whoever shapes the womb shapes the nation. So my questions to the sisters today, starting off, is what does it mean the womb shapes the nation? Sister Natasha, you can start us off. Can't hear you, Namastu family.
Namastu.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Right. When we speak about the womb shapes the nation, we look from the Proverbs 31, and which we call the Kitabu Magan. And
Can't hear. Mic is low.
can you hear me now? Is that better?
Still low.
This is on, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, 1 second.
We can hear you, sis.
Okay. Nice. Right, if he's taking over. Okay.
You can go, Sister Azani, can you take it over and we'll go to the next question?
Yes, can I be heard? Namaste.
Namaste.
Namaste. Okay. First off, we want to establish something that's very important today, is that this conference is based off of the rebranding of the book of Proverbs. The rebranding, to when we say Katabun Magana, that is already indicating that this is our translation for African centeredness, the African book of Proverbs. So let's look at what the African translation tells us, right? Because this book, if we go to the book of Proverbs, and let's go to page 36, just so we can understand where this is coming from. This is the wisdom instruction, it says, of the sesh of Amenhotep. This is important for Christians joining us today that's trying to understand what exactly, where are we coming from? And it tells us and confirms this for people who say, well, where does it say that? And I want to see it in the Bible. In the Zondervan Bible, the scholars of the Bible say that it's the wisdom text of Amenemhotep. And it was given to us, and we are blessed to have the translation today. So we don't have to try to figure out what wisdom is, what instruction is, what the womb is, but we are given this text as it outlines here. Do we see it on the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes. So if we are speaking about the womb of the nation, it's important that we read and it's important that we question. Because then we're getting the exact verbiage and we're getting the exact instruction from our scriptures. So let's go to, I want to say page, give me just one moment to bring it up. And you asked about the womb of the nation, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. What does it mean that the womb shapes the nation?
I want to bring up a page here. I'm just going to look for it. But as I look for it, I'm just going to start to speak about what I read in Proverbs and the conversations and what our teacher taught us. The home, we speak about how the mother shapes the child in the womb. But as the child is not only being shaped in the womb, when the child comes out the womb, the home that the child is being raised in acts as the womb. If you can help me out, media, and pulling up the page for me. And it shows how where the child is being raised serves as a womb for that child. And then the child goes out into society and it reflects the teachings that the child received in that home. Let's look at the screen and see what it says. I'm trying to bring it closer. Can you make it a little bigger, please? Thank you. Thus, the melanated household in which the mother, as a replica of the divine womb of heaven, resides, becomes the first school of leadership, so that the tribal ruler and tribal leaders' authority grows out of maternal guidance. This reflects and replicates many melanated societies upon our earth, where women are and shall always remain central educators of the children. Why are we central educators of the children? Why must we preserve the children, the teachings of the children? Why is it the mothers? Because of our proximity to the children. And custodians of cultural heritage and continuity. Leadership, therefore, begins in the home, the womb, rather than in misaligned political institutions where they're being miseducated. It's at the top, it says, thus the melanated household in which the mother as a replica, the household. So this already tells us how the children are being shaped. And in that, it's not an individual child. It also speaks in Proverbs is that as a mother is not a private teacher of one child. She's a teacher of the nation, because it's her responsibility to not just raise that child, but to teach and raise those children in that community, those children in that tribe, and those children in that nation. So our responsibility is not to one child. This is what Proverbs tells us, but we have a responsibility to the upbringing of the nation of children. So therefore, the womb becomes a teaching, or the womb becomes a rearing of the nation. Does that make sense? But Proverbs, as we will read it, as the Hellenists gave to us, the reason why this is being rebranded is because this is our first time actually reading the Bible. This is our first time actually reading Proverbs in its true sense. So what we would read, and let's go back to that verse if we can, media. What verse was that? Proverbs 31. Because we're going to pull it up to see, this is our translation, but we would never get this if we were reading the Bible through Hellenistic eyes. This is why we said African eyes and African centeredness. If we look at that same verse in the Bible, if we're still there, if I can help bring it up. If we look in the Bible at that same verse, let's look at what that verse tells us. I'm pretty sure it's coming on the screen. I don't want to keep us too long. Okay. But when it comes up, we're able to see the difference between the translation that we've been reading our entire lives and the rebranding of the scriptures, and what that gives to us and outlines for us, because it gives clear instructions on what the woman is, what that lady is in her role. And this is Proverbs 31:1, where it says, the words of King Lemuel, the prophecy that his mother taught him. Bam. That's it. The prophecy that she taught him. Well, what was the prophecy that she taught him? But here it says, oh, child of my womb. Yesterday we talked about the expansion of the word. We talked about divine utterance, because we're not just saying the word that she taught him, this that she gave him. We're saying it is expounded upon. Any symbolism that we have, any words that we give comes with context. It comes with a whole philosophy. It comes with a system. So this system says, O children of my womb, fruit of my strength, child whom I carried through long nights, while the ancestors watched over us, child whose breath was prayed over by grandmothers and elders and elder women of the village. Listen carefully. The wisdom of the king begins in a palace. Begins not in the palace. I was just saying, wait, hold on. What? Begins not in the palace, but in the mouth of the mother. The mother is the first priestess of knowledge. So they're not looking to the person on TV. They're not looking to the mother is the first priestess of knowledge, but that means she must first carry that knowledge. The one who speaks life into the mind of the child before the world begins its instruction. So she understands, as the woman, as the authority of helping to raise this nation, that she has to be able to impart instruction upon them, upon the mind, before it becomes indoctrinated, before it gets miseducated, before it gets wrong instruction from the world. The throne of leadership is prepared not by armies, but by the womb that forms the consciousness of the future ruler. That's what she's given. But this is important for us to understand. This Proverbs is specifically outlining for us. It's not giving us, she speaks the word and she told Lemuel. No, it's giving us a context onto how in depth she must go into the mind of the child, so that the child has a foundation to not be corrupted, and that the nation may stand strong.
Right. So in this generation of where we have a lot of single mothers who are raising their children without the fathers in their lives, without the village, without proper instruction, how do you, as melanated ladies, Black women, Black womanhood, in this latter day, get back that village and that community so we can start raising our children in proper environments? Sister Shan?
Namaste, thank you. The first thing is with our church, the Holy Catholic Church, that would be how we get back to that. A group of sisters get together along with like-minded other community leaders, sisters, form, shall we say, a strategy of how we will reach out to these mothers. Because there's a saying, you educate a man, you educate an individual, but if you educate a woman, you educate a nation. So we go out, we find those sisters who are alone, we take them in, we teach them who they are. Like Pastor always says, there's a saying, everything we have been taught by this corrupt system has been a lie. So first we have to draw her in, let her know or who she is, where she comes from, what her role should have been. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Oh.
Oh, yes, okay. What her role should have been, who she is.
All right, Brother John O'Neill, you got a question for the sisters?
Yes, thank you, Brother Demarius. My question is, first of all, I would like to thank all the sisters for being here, showing very regalness. That's very important in this day and time. Also, one thing I want to reemphasize is that the womb as the first institution of civilization, focusing on institution, meaning instruction and the disposition, and civilization, a state of being, a state of being reclaimed. So my question is going to go to Sister Ka. What are we teaching children intentionally or unintentionally by navigating the ability to challenge unjust systems, and a system helps you repair that which is lost?
Master, my brother, Master, everyone. I would like to start that question off with what was brought up in our last session on page 20 of the rebranded Proverbs 31, excuse me, where it says, a melanated lady of purpose is rare in the latter day and times because she must embody 7 roles simultaneously. 1, the womb of the nation. 2, the teacher of the law. 3, the guardian of culture. 4, the economic organizer. 5, spiritual intermediary. 6, community stabilizer. And 7, architect of future generations. She does this within her womb by her mindset. I would like to go to Luke 17, 20 to 21, where it states, the kingdom of God is within. We've been taught, and I'll just go and say the quote, neither shall they say, lo here or lo there, for behold, the kingdom of God is within you. If the kingdom of God is within you, that means you are a child of the Most High Heavenly One already. You have to nurture that mindset as you go forward in life. And just like a woman begins a nesting period before she has her child, She's changing her mindset so that she can teach that child before he or she is born, the right way. We've been manipulated and mistaught to think of everything outside of ourselves first instead of what is within, which is the kingdom of heaven is within us. We go around and we state, what would Jesus do? But if we have the kingdom of heaven within us, we have to start the concept or the precept within our own minds. We have to dig and find who we are as a people, find the divine within us, and have that grow into the child that we're carrying. We have to say, what would the Most High expect me to do? The rebranding of Proverbs 31 gives us that information of how we should begin by starting with ourselves to guide the children that we have and the children that have been born through our family line. So aunts and nieces and everything can also be a part of that education.
Okay. I sincerely appreciate your assistance with that topic, but can you go to what we unintentionally do? Because we heard what we should do, but what do we unintentionally do as a woman that makes our society more detriment?
We unintentionally do the things that make us blame someone else for our missteps. We have to take accountability for our lives and clean up the mess that we've made in our lives by following the system of Hellenism instead of going back and finding our true history that has been taken away from us, has been manipulated, has been destroyed by certain laws that are going back to burning books, that are taking the truth out of the libraries. I grew up in a small town in Florida. They called my neighborhood Teacher Street because most of the women on the street were in the educational system. But the one thing I do remember with that system, they knew to deprogram us when we came home from school, because we realized that the educational system was built on Hellenism and of a different system that had no meaning or good intentions for us. So we got to go do your homework, but when we sit down for dinner, we're going to ask you what you learned today, what was truthful about it, and what you need to keep before you go back out. We taught our sons how to act in public. In fact, how many of us here cannot say that their mother or even their father said, "Don't shame the family with the way you act when you go out of this house"?
So, there's something on the screen. I don't know if you can see it, Sister Ka, but if not, I can read it for you. It says, "Walk therefore in balancement and wisdom, leads the path of indulgence, lead even mighty into the ruin that has brought down unconscious rulers and vanity influenced leaders, wherein destroy powerful melanated families, tribes, organizations, and nations." I appreciate your question and I appreciate your answer, Sister Ka. Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Sister Natasha if she is available at this moment.
Yes, I'm available. Can
How you
I be heard
doing?
now?
How you doing, Regal Lady?
I'm doing good. Thank
Very
you.
well.
Yes.
Okay. My question is, how can women balance all these responsibilities realistically? Because we say the right things, and we say things that we read, and but how do we put it in motion? How do we see it from a perspective that if I'm outside, I can see it in practice.
So how do we balance this? Like you said, first we need to put in place our village. You know, they say the village raised the child. So what is our village, and who are we getting based on our knowledge? You know, based on what we believe our culture is, based on our identity. You know, as they say, everything we've been taught is a lie. And we, as melanated mothers, as melanated women, look through the lens of the melanin recessive system, yeah, that is filtered on through racism, white supremacy. So we have to now take that back to the origin of what did our mothers used to do? You know, what you know, to have that support network around us, you know. So now they have the nuclear family or the single parent family, but before we had all the family living together, and each one was supporting, you know, we had the support of grandmother passing that knowledge on, you know, and so they've split the family apart, and that's what they want. They want us to be divided. And so bringing that back together is what we must work towards doing. And as we see highlighted on the screen here, it says, open your mouth, judge righteously, and defend the cause of the poor and the needy. For justice must not sleep when suffering is awake amongst the people. Yeah.
Oh, thank you for that answer. That very detained answer. I appreciate that. I want to go to Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 7. Because that emphasized what you just said. And it says, and thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou rises up. So with that answer you just gave, I appreciate your answers, Sister Natasha. My next question will be to Sister Kahun Tefnut. How you doing, Regal Lady Sister?
Namaste, my brother. I'm doing well, thank you.
I'm doing well. How does motherhood extend beyond biology? We had a Hellenist named Gloria Steinem, and she said desire is to control women's bodies in a patriarchal system. And we know that in African theology, we don't practice that system of Hellenism. So can you expound upon why or how motherhood expands beyond biology to us, please?
Okay. So if we look at the oppressive system that we're currently in around the world, especially in countries where we have an abundance of melanated people and mothers, you find that it's so oppressive that they determine, you know, it's when you can have children, how much children you can have. Okay, that's enough children. Now we'll sterilize without permission. And so what that looks like beyond, they look at it, and earlier on, I think a question was posed about what does it mean? Something to the effect, sorry, not word for word. Basically, the hand that rocks the cradle rules the world. So their system or their sayings are the hand that rocks the cradle rules the world. Our way of talking about the womb is each one teach one. Motherhood is we share. You are, I am because you are. So when we have a child, as explained, it is children. Your child is my child. My child is yours. This is our village, as spoken by Amaka Natara Hadi. And so motherhood goes beyond that because we don't just look at it as an organ which pushes out bodies. It's not just something where, okay, I've pushed out 5 and I'm going to go for 6. It's It's beyond that, because here is we're talking about the institution, as well as it being lawful. It's the first place of teaching. It's where power is instilled. This is an institution. This here is institution, which goes way beyond a biological or any kind of just a biological organ. This is where motherhood stems from. And as we use, we use for, so that everyone can understand, I should say, motherhood is not just mother, it's motherhood, meaning more than one. That in itself tells you that we actually look beyond the fact that you can have children. It's beautiful that you can have children, but once you have that child, let's make sure that we are in a circle, as Sister Shan spoke of, make sure that we are in a clan, make sure we're in a tribe, that mother, young mother or older mother, is learning, is being taught, is absorbing for that child, for that next generation coming through. So each time we listen, even the soil that we're taking our food from, all of this cultivates this womb as this young embryo, this young fetus, this young baby, this young child is growing within that mother, or within each of us who have had children. So where we're looking at that, it's more because the institution where we're going to teach, where we're going to sing, where we're going to listen to songs. So when that child, that generation comes out, it's instilled. They hear a music and it sounds familiar. They hear a language and what's that? They become curious about their own. So at the moment, what's going on is, in this world today, that has been removed to look at it as a biological organ, because, Hellenism, or the Hellenistic system, says, okay, just produce. In fact, we can't produce no more. So guess what? Come with us so that we can produce now, because we're fading out. We can't have you. We cannot have your race or any of you outnumbering us. So therefore, what we're going to do is determine that it's okay to mix. So what? 200,000 years ago, whatever it was that the Bible was written, that's old information. Nobody follows that anymore. Where it says, do not mix your seed, where it says you must, look, it even told, was it, Abraham? Go get Abraham, go get his son, go get a wife from that tribe. Don't go across the waters. You with me? And so we've been instructed that to make sure that who you're copulating with, who you're having the next generation with, remembers, it's instilled. So all it is about, a sound, a language, music, a person, a teaching, ancestors, a scripture.
Memory.
Because all it takes for you to read a scripture and it sounds familiar. What is this? Let me explore. Each and every one of us heard something that said it's pulling me, because it's a time of awakening. So that, what they call just a biological organ, is more because of all of those things encapsulated into one thing. This is our teaching ground. This is where we build foot soldiers. This is where we build guardians. This is where each and every one, and I think even in your background, you have the mothers who are, each and every one of them gave birth to somebody. They came through this. So that's how you know this is past and more than a biological organ. We have many women that have stood, and I might be going into questions that you might ask us, but we have many women that stood that and said, you know what, we will remember. We have a lady in Jamaica, which we hold up, Nanny of the Maroons, which we always, she is one of the stories that we always speak about. Do not forget Nanny of the Maroons, who was originally from Ghana, that held onto her culture, held onto her lineage, held onto the skills that she was taught and taught others. This is how it must be. When you are with those of you who are fortunate enough to grow with your grandmothers, your grandmother would sit up properly, stand still, someone speaking to you, speak back, open up your mouth. Etiquette. And it was laws. It was like we speak about this Proverbs, we speak about Ma'at. These are all the laws that was passed down. And it was not only just taught from womb, it was taught as soon as you came out. No child was young enough not to be taught how to behave. We're going to church. We're going to school. We're going to be educated. Read your book. I was, from as young as I can remember, TV, we had a TV. Every time I wanted to watch the TV, I was told, go read a book. You wanted to play? You want to play with? Go read a book.
Yes.
And that was the fundamental. So they taught from the womb all the way out to the child, from here all the way out, more than just a biological organ, because we knew it was how continuity will be passed on from generations, from the ancestors, all the way through to what we are today. So we have to use that and remember that and pass that on so that it can continue and then have a good understanding, clear mental impression that the womb is more than a biological organ.
Amen. And I'm grateful for your guidance on this matter. And I'm going to pass my questions on to Brother Demarius.
Absolutely. Amen. I actually want to go back to what Elder Ka was speaking about in the African Book of Proverbs on page 20, where it's talking about a melanated lady of purpose is rare in this latter day and times because she must embody 7 roles simultaneously. These roles are the womb of the nation, teacher of law, the guardian of culture, economic organizer, spiritual intermediary, community stabilizer, and architect of future generations. Now get ready, sisters. This is a long one. Sister Shan, I would like for you to go through what does it mean to embody the role of the teacher of law? Elder Ka, I would like for you to go through what does it mean to embody being a guardian of culture? Elder Sister Natasha, could you go through what does it mean to embody an economic organizer? Kahun Tefnut, could you go through what does it mean to embody a spiritual intermediary? And Sister Azandi, can you please go through what does it mean to embody a community stabilizer and an architect of future generations?
Are we going in order?
In order, Sister Shan, can you please go through what does it mean to embody? The reason why I didn't do the womb of the nations because Sister Azandi explained it and honed into us on how the womb shapes the nation. So now we're going to go through what does it mean to embody the teacher of law.
Okay, teacher of law. First thing is discipline. You cannot teach a child unless he has discipline. Okay, and that teaching should be intentional. Okay, from there with law is morals. The mother is the first, she's going to teach him from the morals. That would be Ma'at, the older sister. She will teach him balance from that, truth, order, harmony. With regard to the law, it would come with responsibility. What the laws are, how they affect not only the child, but also the community. She would also teach him the laws of racism, white supremacy, those that are on the books, what to look for, how to maneuver around them. She would give him strategies, prepare him to carry out or somehow, or rather defend those unjust laws. She would also teach him that struggle is a never-ending process. Most people think that when they get to a certain point in life, that's it. But from the law, she would also teach him that he has a responsibility to his people and where he can change, amend, protect, defend them from the unjust laws, he or she has to do so.
Okay. I will start with the guardian of culture. Let's first go to the etymological online and bring up guardian, please. guardian, one who guards, a keeper, a custodian from, I'm not even gonna worry about German things, but the mother being a keeper or a custodian of the culture. You're reared to know your family, know who did what, when, and their awards as well as their failures. And that teaches you what laws are ethical for you and which laws are not. I say that in that way because your parents, well, I'll say my parents used to teach me, be careful of how you act because it's going to show people how our family is. When you used to have friends, you had to bring them before your parents, especially your mother, and your mother would go, well, who are your people? She would know by a certain name what that influence would do to her child. And so knowing her own culture shows her where to direct that child as far as their future. My father graduated from college while he was working full time, and I was 8 years old, and he graduated summa cum laude in chemistry. So that means that influence of science was within me. Knowing your history, knowing who your great grandmothers, your great grandfathers, going back into your ancestry, knowing the culture of where you were reared geologically, what kind of education that you were received, your challenges with the educational system that wants to hide the truth from you about your own people. Like in the background of your video window, we have so many divine sisters that taught us so many great things, but they embodied those teachings and how they acted when things were adverse and when things were good. They took advantage of the good things and expounded on it and then passed that history to their children or passed that history to other sisters. They used the power that they had of opening their mouths and making their history come alive with you. So you will be proud of your family. You will be proud of your city. You will be proud of your nation. You weren't taught that the mothers were weak. Mothers ruled the home. And most mothers in this session could look at the list of those seven characteristics and say, wait a minute, that's like running the house. You take care of your child. You provide the food on the table. You guided that child ethically. You discipline that child, which makes them the better leader. I could go on and on, but
that is lovely, sis. Social media had pulled up, a verse from us. Can we pull that up? And Sister Natasha, can you read that verse and lead us right on to what it means to embody an economic organizer?
Yes. I'm waiting for it to come up.
Yes, the verse of she embodies the Wawa Abba.
We sharing social media?
Which is very important.
Yes. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. She embodies Wawa Abba. the unbreakable force within divine feminine strength. Here is not aggression, it is sustained power. She builds systems that do not collapse when tested. She is worth more than rubies, yet these ways are but a gateway. Behavior of male, of whom it is said, they are not really gay, yet we, the guardian angelic host, do declare they are not masculine either. We go now. Wawa, yeah.
No, sis, you go into what does it mean to embody an economic organizer?
So when you think of mothers today, or mothers, past, mothers are the best of economic, holders, where you see that they budget, for the family. Some of the things that they would do is they would plant food and they would sell the excess on. They set up these market stalls just to generate income. It's not just working for money from, the system. They are able to cultivate the lands around them in order to sustain and support their families, and with this food that they've grown, they are able to sell on. Women come together and they form something called a susulhan, so that they can have money for investment in things, things like that. Yeah. And also it says Proverbs 31:13, it says, before down calls the sun to appear, to rise, she is already awake, organized. She's organized. When a mother have a child, she's going to make sure that this child is being provided for.
That's right.
Even if father is there, she's the one who is going to take these two items and put it together to make sure that food is in the house. She have to know her culture in order to do this. She have to know her traditions. Yeah, and this is not taken from the system of racism, white supremacy. They send you to the fast food shop. That's their economics. You buying the latest trainers and the latest this, but you're not investing in further sustainability for your family. What is wealth to the African woman? What is wealth to the melanated woman, I should say? The wealth is not measured on what racism, white supremacy filtered down teach us that wealth is. Wealth is land. Wealth is that culture, that knowledge of how to cultivate and make sure that our children have not just for today, but for tomorrow as well.
Perfectly said. Calhoun Tuffner, what does it mean to embody a spiritual intermediary?
Okay, so to embody, I believe a question came up. What does it mean to, social media, can we go to the etymology and look up embody? So that we get a proper, clear vision of what it's actually, what it means. So to embody, it says in reference to soul or spirit, invest with an animate form, the principles, ideas, etc., express, arrange, or exemplify intelligently or perceptibly from embody. All right, so we're looking, and can we just go down a little bit more? Okay, and so it's talking about to embody in flesh, to have within you. We're talking about that spirit, that soul, that personality, as we also speak about as well. So when we're saying the embodiment of, what was it? Embodiment of
A spiritual intermediary.
Spiritual intermediary. So we're looking at the intermediary, that woman, that womb, that lady, that person, that noble lady. She is the intermediary between the two. She is the intermediary between ancestral, spiritual, and what we are today. That she is that vessel, because all pass through her. All will pass through her. You know, she will open her pelvic and out past us,
our ancestors.
Physical.
She's that connection between ancestral realm and physical realm.
Thank you. So when we're talking about spirit body, we're saying, listen, this is the body, we're having that spiritual within us. We've had that spiritual experience. So therefore, she is the connection between the two, which keeps the both worlds together, which remembers, which when I say embodies, let me use it another way, to input, so that we can uncorrupt the files that's been corrupted in this world that we're in today. So the intermediary is, I will take that in my right mind, if we are in our right state of mind, and I will translate that, and I will give that to the next generation of those who are to come. So we are the connection between the two in order to teach, because without that intermediary, someone's got to be there in between to hold the two together. So so the mother, the womb, that is a whole place where that connection continues to happen from each time. And that's why we try to make sure that everybody is learning, everybody is teaching, everybody is looking at right words, everybody is, coming back to the embodiment of home, what home is, rather than what we've been told it is. So now that intermediary we're in our right place, now that intermediary can really take place between mother and child.
All right,
I'm sure there's more to it, and my sister's going to elaborate on that. But yeah.
All right, Sister Zandi, what does it mean? A melanated lady of purpose is rare in this latter day, and she must embody being a community stabilizer and the architect of future generations.
I don't know how I ended up with two, but no problem.
That's all right.
Here at the Holy Coptic Church of the Black Messiah, we emphasize a lot of times duality, understanding the duality. And within that, we say that the male is symbolic of the electrode and the female is symbolic of the capacitor. Now, I want us to look at, pulling this up, capacitors act as a voltage. What is the responsibility as it pertains to stability? Capacitors act as voltage stabilizers by storing electric energy and discharging it instantly to smooth out voltage, fluctuations, spikes, or dips. So she, as a capacitor, produces stabilization of the home. She helps to store the energy, to keep the energy within the home. But it also says they act as local reservoirs or shock absorbers. So when you send your children out into the world, and they have this shock of the reality of the world. A lot of times when we struggle, many of us may have been through it or not, when we struggle, we return back home. And she provides that stabilization, the stability of the home to recharge, to store the energy in the child and send them back out into the world and get it right. So she acts as a local reservoir or shock absorber for power supplies, maintaining a steady voltage. And that's the goal, to maintain a steady voltage level by filtering out noise, filtering out the noise of the world, filtering out the miseducation, filtering out the noise, and compensating rapid load changes. That's an analogy. And when we talk about the children returning to the home and the home creating the stability in Exodus, I believe, Exodus 20:12, it talks about honor thy father and thy mother, thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. A lot of times we say honor thy mother and thy father, but we don't even take into perspective the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. and the importance of understanding the matriarchal land, and for us to claim that matriarchal land that's passed down, because that land creates stability for future generations. If we go to the book of Proverbs, the African book Magana, it tells us on page, I want to say 105, where it talks about stability. And it says, 105 verse 230. Let me see. If I'm not mistaken, let me find it. You just bear with me. Okay, verse 226. This is page 104, verse 226. And it says, who can find a melanated woman of valor? A woman grounded in Ma'at, because that Ma'at is also providing that balance and stability, whose life reflects balance, wisdom, and strength. For her value is beyond all material wealth, greater than gold, jewels, or any measure of trade, for she carries within her the continuity of the people. When we find ourselves unstable, it's because we all over the place worrying about material gain. And can I get this? And I want that. I want the Birkin bag. I want the red bottoms. But because her worth is more than that, she's already stable in her identity and already stable in her value. All right. And it says that she is the builder of the household. You asked about architect. She's the builder of the household, the teacher of the children, and stabilizer of the community. In her is the memory of Tamre, the wisdom of the ancestors, and the vision of future generations. So it ties everything together. The land creates the stability for the community, for the children. If we can look at briefly, I was looking at it today. If we can just look at how important the womb or matriarchal line to international law reclamation is. Can we look at that for just a second? Because everybody else knows the importance of that land and the stability that it creates for future generations. Everybody else except us. Can we look at that for just a second, how important the womb or matriarchal line is for international law, land reclamation? Based on provided results, I'm doing my best to see it. The concepts of the womb and the context of land reclamation primarily refers to matriarchal, cultural, and symbolic representations of land as a source of life, motherhood, rather than literal biological womb. Let's go down. Source of life and equity. Brother Demarius, can you help me in reading this, please, for a moment? If you don't
The
mind.
land is considered a womb or mother, specifically in Vakarnaga culture, making it a sort.
Okay.
The deep ocean, referred to by the international.
Okay, go ahead, brother. Sorry.
Empowering women in land management is critical for the UN. Land restoration, as women often manage land, water, and food sources but lack ownership. Note, UNEP and UNDP securing land rights for women enables sustainable long-term ecosystem restoration. Key role of women in restoration. Women often hold primary responsibility for natural resources, particularly in conflict-affected regions, and are crucial to repairing land. Barriers to land rights. Despite their role, women are often excluded from land ownership, reducing their impact on sustainability. Empowerment leads to success. Empowering women to own and manage land is a key driver for success in land restoration and food production. Indigenous perspectives. Land reclamation can involve the recognition of matrilineal, matrifocal, and matriarchal stewardship, linking the health of the earth to the care of women.
Now, Baba Abraham understood this because in the Torah in Genesis, it speaks about how he had to claim the land. We're talking about from the possession of those trying to come in and take your land rights and take your ownership. And he understood that, which when Sarah died, he said, hold on, wait. I know I'm grieving. I know I'm going through something, but first let me make sure that I secure the land first. Because we understand that the land is stability. So I hope that helps with the matter of stability. Now, if we go back to the book of Proverbs, it also says in this verse here, and then we'll move to another page because you asked about architecture as well. Well, it says that, thus her worth cannot be calculated, for she is not a possession, she is a foundation. And people who recognize her value preserve their future, but people who ignore her invite their own decline. Hold on, but it spoke about her being a builder of future generations. It says, and the vision of future generations. So that building first started with a vision. What she envisioned for that child. We say the mother is the first prophet because she envisioned for that child a future. Can we go to page 32, please? And then we'll wrap up the question. But she already envisioned what the life would look like for that child. Okay, this child's going to be an engineer. Okay, that means that I have to raise him like this. It means that I have to make sure that he's introduced to these sciences. That means that I have to make sure he gets this education. So she already envisioned that future for her to begin to build it. And architecture lays out the blueprint, lays out the framework, and then we are able to build and construct. But here we go, let's go up. I think it was page 35, and it talks about, not 35, I'm sorry, I'll give you the page. Because it literally lays out how she's building. And that's page 21. Apologize. Page 21. All right. If we could go to page 21, please. But I'll start reading and it'll come up in a moment. It says, the mother as an architect of liberation, a melanated lady of purpose, does not merely raise children. She raises a liberated generation. Her responsibility includes, this is how she's shaping, this is her vision, this is how she's beginning the architecture and the building, the cultural instruction. She teaches African history and identity. Because first she had to build the temple inside. We said the kingdom of heaven is within. So she had to build within that child stability. She had to give that child ma'at. She had to build the security of the child. She had to give the child identity. And then psychological protection, guarding the child's mind from colonial inferiority. So that what that child has instilled in them, they won't go out to someone telling them that they're less than them because they're Black, because they're brown, because they're Caribbean, because they're Black in America, because they're from Africa, because whatever that child comes in contact with, they have already been guarded, they have already been shaped, they have already been protected psychologically from that inferiority complex. And then the spiritual grounding, connecting the child to ancestral wisdom, so that that child is always connected to the ancestors that lives inside of each individual. Because they say, oh, we knew the child before they were born in the womb, because the ancestors are in us. The ancestors are in the eggs of the female. And not only that, but the ancestors are in the records. We have written records. They make us seem like Africans that we only have oral history, but we have written records that she's going to connect that child to give them spiritual grounding and ancestral wisdom. And then the discipline, forming character capable of resisting oppression, because they've already been given that wisdom. Raise up a child in the way that they should go, and they shall not depart from it. And the vision setting, and I believe that's Proverbs 20, vision setting, teaching the child who they are before the world tells them otherwise. So that vision that she already had and set for the child, these are all steps in her construction. These are all pieces that she had to construct to be able to to bring forth a stable child. So that's how stability and the architecture work together, because before you build anything, it has to have a stable foundation. It said build on sand or build on what the Bible, we went through that the other day. It's talking about building on sand and how if you build on sand, it will fall. But if you build on a stable foundation, it will last. And this is how we connect the African teachings of Proverbs. And we get to see it through African eyes. Does that answer your question, Brother DeMar?
Yes, ma'am. That is amazing. I don't know if we have to wrap up really soon, but I got one last question for the sisters. Now, any of you can answer this one. Y'all are doing an amazing job. Which of the 7 roles is most neglected today?
Can we see the 7 roles again? So just to remind me. Gray matter. Don't remember too much.
The 7 roles. Again.
Let's pull it up.
They are the womb of the nation, teacher of law, the guardian of culture, economic organizer, spiritual intermediary, community stabilizer, and the architect of future generations. Which one of these 7 roles is most neglected today?
All of them.
It said, which one?
Well, because we've been educated, miseducated, and now we are putting this rebranding of Proverbs. We are now seeing where we need to get back to. So I would say all of them, you know, as we learn to find our footing on this foundation, you know, because we've been sending our children out there in the world.
Yeah.
You know, we have a system called Love Lies Liberation that teaches us now how to, you know, build relationship with the right person to bring in the right kind of mindset children into this world, you know? And so as mothers, we are the gateway between the ancestral realm and the physical realm. And for so long, we have been miseducated using the system of the melanin recessive race.
Racism, white supremacy.
That, you know, now we are going back to our original way of thinking. And so when we go back to our original way of thinking, we are going to implement these steps as we learn. I'll hand it over to another sister.
The African Book of Proverbs, and I'll be brief, I just wanted to reference our reading again, because the scripture speaks to us, and that's why we've been blessed to have it today, this rebranding. And what it tells us is what it corrects. What is the intention of this reading? It says, this parchment therein serves as both a correction of thinking. Sister Natasha said we've been mistaught. A correction of thinking. We weren't mistaught about one of the 7 things. We were mistaught about all of the 7 things, because each one of those 7 things finds itself somewhere in the 9 areas of people activity. Yeah. So we've been mistaught about everything. And it says it gives a correction of thinking, a proper teaching and explanation of the spiritual revelation. Proverbs 31, in correction of all misteachings, all of them. Herein we shall present a clear case, which does expose the curse supposedly placed on the melanated woman, not as something mystical, but as the condition of disconnection from true religious, spiritual, mental, emotional, and physical identity. Those 7 things. And because of such, it is this writing whose goal is to aid in restoration of the crown. So although one of the areas, all 7 of the areas, we're trying to restore the crown, not as an ornament, but once we relearn and once we become to be just like the ancient melanated women that we're speaking about, we can now put the crown back on. It says not an ornament of adornment, but as a responsibility, authority, and divine alignment. So we have to understand, if we're going to correct these 7 things, it comes with responsibility. Yes. You asked earlier, how do we, make in real time? I think it was Brother John O'Neill. How do we do this in real time? Is by holding every sister who speaks today and who spoke yesterday by holding us all accountable, not by saying we're the womb of the nation, we're all of these things, but how do we become these things? And to become these things, we have to hold each other accountable in real time. Sisters, let's have a meeting. Who's growing food? Who's doing this? Sis, did you do that? Sis, I know you ain't talking crazy. Sis, so in real time, we are correcting our thinking, not by speaking what is on the screen or the book that has been given to us and reading it, but internalizing it to become that. And then we realize we all have been messed up. And all of these 7 things are out of order. All the foundations of earth are out of order, the scripture says. So it's not one thing, but it's all these things. But it takes all of us to correct them in each other, because only we can be held accountable and call out the flaws. Because we know more than anybody how we BS. We know how women BS each other and how we BS men. So women can say, girl, I know, come on now. You know that I know that you know that I know that it ain't true. So we can hold each other accountable. And it's only us that can do it, because for too long we've stood in front of TVs and in front of Instagram, and we got on camera and made ourselves to be something that we are still trying to become, but we have not reached. We're the only women that don't have to hold accountable to our divinity. We can have a hat that says boss, something that say a shirt that says queen, juicy on the butt. We can claim titles before we become the title. Wow. So I think we need to now hold ourselves. We think we need to hold ourselves accountable to our divinity by saying, let's become. And we only can become by recognizing that everything is out of order. Everything is wrong. And to be the mothers, let's correct it.
Amen.
I'd like to interject here.
Go ahead.
For a moment. We need to, as the sister was saying, we need to take accountability for our actions. We need to realize that we have been taught, just like the title of this event is Ladies of Purpose. We need to find our purpose back into our culture. We need to find that purpose back into a future that's going to unite us all. See, we're talking about community stabilizer, but let's go to the word community. It means coming together. It means healing each other. It means supporting each other when we're down. It means we need to talk like we are divine.
Amen.
We mistaught everything up until this point, and until we eradicate ourselves of those misteachings, of those I'll say, when someone kicks you and you go down, you have to keep getting back up. You have to see yourself as a divine woman. You have to see yourself as a unique connection between you and your family.
That's right.
Okay.
I'm going to let it go because I'm about to go on
All
the
right.
All right, Brother
All
John
right.
O'Neill.
Thank you, Brother Demarius. I'm going to end this off with the last question. And I haven't got to a very legal lady. Sister Shan, how are you doing?
Fine, my brother. How are you?
I'm great. We're going to talk about something that's really important. It's called ancestral memory. And the mother maintains cultural continuity through oral traditions, spiritual practices, and rite of passage. And sometimes, even when we go to the Bible in Genesis 9, verse 8 through 17, it talks about a perpetual covenant, something that's continued generationally. Can you expound on ancestral memory, taking us out right now and into the world on how we should focus on ancestral memory, please?
Okay. And it's so funny that you said that, because I was thinking of my mom with all of this. Ancestral memory and how we can carry that on. That would be in every absolute aspect of our life. The food that we eat, the way my mother would cook the food. I was telling someone a little joke. I don't like mayonnaise, but my mother, She did a potato salad out of this world, and my sister, she's the only one who knows how to do it. I will go to her house. She cooks it. And I can tell whether she's off. Now I'm only gonna eat a spoonful, but it's off. And I made her do it again because it was like that. Yes. Two, with regard to ancestral memory and laws, certain things that my mother taught us, her sayings, she got from her mother. One of the ones that sticks to me. Never be jealous or envious of what someone else has, because you don't know what they had to do to get it, and you may not want to do so. I still find myself telling that to my nieces and nephews. And for us, going back, we would call it homecoming.
Mm-hmm.
You go back to the island or the settlement where your mother or father came from. And that's a part of going back, like Sister Zandi was talking about the land. We always talk about you have to get your piece of the rock. You walk on your piece of the rock. And when you go home to homecoming, you meet the aunts, the cousins, the nieces, the nephews. And then there is a recalling. All the stories are talked about. You meet family members that you did not even know about. And you add that to it.
Right.
Like my little grandnephew. He would say things that reminds me of my parents. That would be the great grand and 4 generations coming back. Every time you get together with your family and do a family tree. We are doing a family tree so that we keep our ancestors at the forefront. I've even gone to the extent of birth certificates, death certificates, marriage certificates, everything, and everybody has a copy. So every one of my brothers and sisters and their children have a copy of that lineage.
Okay.
They
Okay.
know.
Okay. Thank you for that detailed answer, Sister Shan. As always, this has been a lovely session. Remember, Ubuntu, I am because we are. A person is identified through relationship of others. And Marimba Annie says culture as a foundational worldview, a sealy that shapes people's values and behaviors. You're listening to session 2 of The Womb as the First Institution of Civilization. I would like to thank my co-host, Brother Demarius, and the legal ladies, Sister Natasha, Calhoun Tefnut, Sister Shan, Student Priestess Azandi, and Sister Ka. Thank you.
Thank you, Namaste.
Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you. Namaste.
If you know your worth, then stand up, cause it's ladies first.
She's the greatest gift in store for me. Made in the image of royalty.
Usually end up with better governments than revolutions that are led only by men.
That's because the movement receives more legitimacy the more diverse it is. It becomes more legitimate and much more of a quote-unquote threat to the regime, such that they are more likely to make concessions.
Higher levels of women's political participation are associated with a lower risk of conflict relapse.
We know over the long term, over the 15-year long term of that peace process, the countries are 35% more likely to stay peaceful because a woman was part of it.
Liberia in West Africa knows this better than most.
We are at the original ground where the mass action for peace started in 2003.
Asatu Bakene is, in her own way, a revolutionary. She was one of hundreds of women who were instrumental in bringing Liberia's second civil war to an end over 20 years ago.
We organized and mobilized. We sat there under the rain, under the sun, trying to get the attention of the government.
She and her fellow activists demonstrated until they got a promise from the then president, Charles Taylor, to open peace talks with the rebels. A delegation of women then went to Ghana, where the talks were taking place, to continue to apply pressure on the warring factions during the peace process.
The group in Ghana, they held the warring faction hostage, where they could not even leave the room. The warring faction were forced, they were pressurized by the women. And then that's when they became sober and they decided to sign the peace accord.
The peace held, and Asatu, like many other women in Liberia, is still focused on making sure it stays that way.
We keep engaging people who we believe are threats to the peace. So we continue with our awareness, we continue with radio programs, community programs. For the women, when they stand for something, they stand for it for good.
A new arms race is underway, not for military might, but for the very process of creation. Here's more.
Something depicted in sci-fi cult movie The Matrix, it's the audacious new reality being pursued by Chinese scientists. They are developing what they claim is the world's first pregnancy robot, a humanoid surrogate capable of carrying a baby to term and giving birth. This machine, they say, will be equipped with a cutting-edge artificial womb that receives nutrients through a complex network of hoses and tubes. The humanoid, priced at around $1,400, being reportedly developed by Kaiwa Technology, a Guangzhou-based tech company. But with every breakthrough comes a burning question. Just because we can, should we? For centuries, pregnancy has been the most human of experiences. Replacing it with machines sparks fierce ethical debate. What does it mean for the sanctity of motherhood and the human bond between parent and child? There is also the question about who will control these artificial wombs. Will babies become products designed, engineered, manufactured? Critics warn of a slippery slope where life itself is commodified. Will the rich buy robo-surrogates while others grapple with infertility or medical risks? The implications are enormous, and the world is watching closely.
There's a new epidemic in the US that no one is talking about. That is the epidemic of modesty.
Women who make modesty content are some of the biggest pick-me's. You're actively saying, look at how covered I am. Don't I deserve the respect and she doesn't?
I'm so serious when I say I do not care about modesty.
Gen Z modesty, no. No, I'm not falling for it. I'm getting drunk, I'm wearing mini skirts, going to the club, staying out till 4 a.m. Maybe I'll have a cigarette.
Can we leave the modest fashion after this year? You're 21. It is your responsibility to be hot.
We have entered the day and age where the internet is dragging women for simply putting on clothes. From modesty being labeled as oppressive and covering up being called spiritual gaslighting, it's no longer just clothing, it's becoming a problem many people feel they need to call out. And the way people are talking about it now, it's becoming less criticism and something way more deeper. It gets a little concerning and alarming because some people aren't just uncomfortable about modesty, they see it as oppressive.
Why is modesty even encouraged? Like, why do we have certain dress codes in schools? Why is not being modest considered immoral? It's oppression. It's oppression towards women. That's what it is.
And it's wild how we fought for freedom of expression just to shame the women who express it differently.
Crazy to see women attacking women for being too modest. No, this is strictly perversion.
I'm thinking about quitting my modesty series because people are way too judgmental. Let's talk about it. So I started a modesty series where I show you guys how I make outfits more modest. The point of the series was to show you guys that modesty isn't this religious, judgmental, opinionated standard that people have created. The level of backlash and judgment I received was way more than I expected.
It turned into less of a conversation about choice and more of a competition between who's doing it right. If you're a modest woman and you feel like people are coming at you for the ways that you dress, the judgment can definitely be there. The assumptions can most likely be loud and proud, but your choice is still your choice and you don't owe anyone an explanation for doing it. Modesty doesn't mean you're better than everyone else, but it also doesn't mean you're broken, insecure, or in need of saving.
We're back, and I pray everybody is enjoying this and learning from these sessions. We'll be moving into the third session for today. And again, this is 2026. 2026, another year is in the books, or the books are creating us another year. And it's a time all around the world for melanated women and men for us to gather, to listen, as we do throughout the year, but to listen specifically to the subject matter of the Ladies of Purpose Christ Consciousness Conference. This year is the rebranding of Proverbs 31, looking at it from African eyes. What does it really mean? What does it represent? And the theme this year is the womb of liberation, the womb of liberation. So here in this third session, we'll have the Kahun Ankusara, Dr. Cleveland Inius III, and he'll be speaking to Sister Nala Saud, Sister Shabria Freeman, Sister Dr. Nicole Ford, and Sister Hita Praneti, Sister Shan. And he'll be discussing with them Proverbs 31 woman, reclaimed, not submission, but strategy, especially with that last commercial, that last thing that just talked about modesty. Is it just about modesty? And what? Let's see. Kahun Uncle Sarah, are you there, my brother? Not sure. We can't hear you if you're there, Kahun Uncle. Oh, they got knocked out. They're coming back in. That's why we can't hear them. Okay, gotcha. Sister Shan, is Kahun Uncle there with you?
No, sir. No, sir. He's not here with me.
All right, so I'll jump in. I'll do it. Oh, I get to be a part of this. Okay, all right. Okay, let me bring all of you in. Let me get everybody in. Let me get. Don't run. People signing off. Don't you sign off? Y'all stay right there. Let's have a conversation. Let's have a conversation. Who am I missing on the screen? All right, you four ladies. All right, this is Sister Nala Saud, Sister Shabria Freeman, Dr. Nicole Ford, and Sister Shandell Williams. All right, sister. So y'all okay with me asking these questions? I don't want to ask nothing, and y'all don't want me here because please don't kick me out. All right. So we're talking about. Let's have this conversation. We're talking about the Proverbs 31 woman reclaim, non-submission, not submission, but strategy. So what should be the strategy of the Proverbs woman? What should be the strategy of the Proverbs woman as it pertains to African-centered thinking? Thinking as melanated women from the Caribbean, from America, from the continent, melanated women. What should be the strategy? And I'm going to start this question on with all four of you. Each of you just give me in a minute or maybe two, what should be the strategy of this rebranded Proverbs 31 woman? Sister Shaniqua Bethel. Oh,
Okay,
Sister Shan. I'm sorry. Wait, she said, can I go first? You said let her go? Okay, Sister Shaniqua Bethel. Go ahead, please.
Okay. So let's look at the etymology of the word strategy. And social media could bring that up. It says that strategy, the art of science and war.
Yes, go ahead, please.
The art of a general, the science of war. And directly from Latinized form of Greek, office or command of a general, commander of an army. Also the title of various civil officials and magistrates. So we could stop there, right? And when we think about strategy in when reading the Proverbs 31 parchment, it spoke to her posture being in strategic alignment and not being blind or blind submission. So in her being strategic, she also had to be aware. She had to be intentful. Whatever she did should have been with an intention, with an intent, and she had to be purposeful. Shahrazad Ali, she said that a woman must be mentally disciplined and aware of her influence, especially when it comes down to the next generation, right? And so, as far as the strategic is, she should be leadership. So yeah, she should be, as it states in there, she should operate. She be an economic producer, a community of organizer, a moral teacher, and a strategic planner. So when I hear the word strategic or strategy, they are all the traits that I think should be encompassed in that.
Okay, Sister Shan, come on, let's continue this
Let's do
conversation.
it. Okay, the number one focus of strategy for the woman, sorry, would be the survival, like you say, survive and thrive of her people, complete control of their governance, of their destiny in areas of what we call people activities. Rel Selber.
Okay, Sister Shabria.
Namaste, namaste.
Yes, please.
And thank you for having me. Okay, so one of the strategies also in conjunction with what the sisters have said, also, she has to be getting back into agriculture. We have to get back to growing our own food. We can't survive if we're not able to, and that itself is a strategy. And it's not just about survival. It's about teaching the next generation the proper way to be brought up. The mothers, since we're talking about the Proverbs 31 woman, the rebranding of her, she was engaged in the community. She wasn't just someone who just sat at home and brought up the children, but she taught those children how to have moral character, how to, like we talked about earlier today, express themselves properly. She also was engaged in commerce. She knew about finances. And I believe my sister just said governance. And the document that you brought up as well, it talked about her charitable activities. So the strategy just wasn't confined in a home. It started in the home, but it also had that outward facing, I don't know the right word to use, but the outward facing strategy that she used and that influence that she had. I think that's something that's important as well.
Okay, Dr. Ford, jump right in. I love the way this is
less
going.
than 2 minutes or less. Okay, can social media, Blue Letter Bible, please. Can we go to Proverbs 31:8? Blue Letter Bible, Proverbs 31:8. Right? And it says, open thy mouth for the dumb and the cause of all such as an appointed to destruction. Now, I want you to look at the importance of a counterforce. A counterforce works with strategy. So if possible, social media, can we go to Google, please? And I would just like everybody to take a look at how, when it comes to strategy, right, that counterforce is connected to strategy, right? So I would like you to type in strategy and counterforce in indigenous narratives. Strategy and counterforce in indigenous narratives. Indigenous narratives operate as both a strategic, proactive creation of culture and a resistive counterforce against colonial, settler, and mainstream societal narratives. This dual approach aims to disrupt the dominance of Eurocentric perspectives, such as myths or vanishing or deficiency, by asserting cultural sovereignty, resilience, and connection to the land. This is why this rebranding is so important. Now, last thing, social media, let's jump to page 86. Page 86, verse 171. This is why this book, this scripture is so important for this day and time. And it says, open your mouth as the living voice of the people, as it is written in the scrolls of the Niger Delta culture, Nile River Valley civilization, and preserved in their respective libraries, where they learned were commanded to speak for those whose voices were taken. Stand in the gate of judgment and uphold my odds, defending those cast aside by disorder and oppression. Let not silence dwell in you when the afflicted cry out, for the wise in Tamaray, that's ancient Africa, teaches that leadership is proven by protection of the vulnerable. Speak with clarity, truth, and righteous authority, that justice may flow like the river and restore balance amongst the people. Nevertheless, you, our children, must open your mouth. For when innocent people are targeted, neutrality is not an option, as silence becomes participation in injustice. The role of the righteous person who has unshakable faith is to act as a counterforce needed to expose what is hidden, to say what others fear to say, and to restore visibility to those whom the systems of power attempt to erase. Thus, the sign and verse teaches that when destructive systems move against the innocent, your voice, our voice, becomes a shield for the vulnerable, a witness against injustice, and a tool to interrupt harm, because to open your mouth is to refuse the condition that allow harm to continue unseen.
Okay, I see. I see how this session's going to go. I see how this session's going to go. They're going to overwhelm me. Okay, for those people listening at home, I'm taking my notes. I pray you are. Again, this is session 3, the Proverbs 31 woman reclaimed, not submission, but strategy. So now we were looking at, and I thank the 4 of you lovely regal ladies, for the answers you've given. Now I'd like to ask a question. What does leadership look like in this reinterpretation, this rebranding? What would leadership, feminine leadership, what does it look like? Because we in one voice saying we are not trying to be suppressed and oppressed. That's 100% clear. In another voice, we're saying, but we don't want to be so outspoken against our own self-interest that we destroy that bond. So where do the two meet? What does this rebranding, what does this reformulation, what does feminine leadership look like under this condition? Sister Shabria, you have the floor.
Master. All right, so leadership in itself. All right, so it begins in the home. It starts when the child is in the womb. The things that you're listening to, it's the things that you're reading. All of that influence the child. The foods that you eat, the environments that you're placing yourself in for that child, for the mother. Leadership, it begins with discipline. You cannot have leadership if you're not disciplined. And discipline is one of the most influential things that you can do for not just yourself, but the people that are also around you.
Wait, you got me. You got me. Sister Nala. So she described what this leadership looks like internally. How does this leadership carry herself? How does Sister Nala, this leadership that Sister Shabria just began describing to us, can you put some clothing on her? Because, the commercial, I just saw it like everybody else. The commercial said, this idea, what was the word that was used? Oh, not covering up yourself, but being anybody. What's the word?
It was modesty.
Modesty. So,
Okay.
Sister Nala, describe this person that Shabria just described. What does she dress like? Is she modest? Is she free? Is modesty not free? Talk to us. What does she dress like? This Sister Shan, I'm going to ask you something else about it, because we're building it. I want to construct it so we can find her. Right? Because we could be looking at her and we may be missing her. We could be her and we may not see her reflection because we don't know what we're looking for. So can you help me, Sister Nala?
Okay, so when I think about modest and a woman of Proverbs 31 being modest, I think about the way she dressed, even down to the way she grooms her hair. Can I be heard?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Even down to the way she fixes her hair, the way she makes her face up, the type of makeup that she uses, the type of clothes that she wears, nothing too revealing, nothing too tight tied up on her. So that's what I would think about that.
Okay, Sister Shan. Okay, so we have it internal. Now we've put some clothing on her, nothing too revealing or too tight. And I think from what Sister Nala, if I'm hearing her correctly, it's because you want to be appreciated for her mind. Am I correct in saying that? You want
That's
to be
correct.
seen. All right, so Sister Shan, describe her mind for us, because we're constructing this woman that we're becoming, the becoming of the virtuous woman. Can you tell me her mind? What's her state of mind, if you don't mind?
Two things I wrote down. Quote, walk softly and carry a big stick.
She's carrying sticks. Okay, she's carrying sticks. Go ahead. Your sound went out. Go ahead. You're back. Go ahead.
Okay. Power is never loud.
Mm.
Those two things. Her mind, her statement, her state of mind. Okay. She's assertive. She's strategic.
Mm.
But she also will look at the persons under her, look at their strengths, their weaknesses. Not everything she has to deal with, but she picks the persons with those strengths who can do the job, assign it, not just assign it, but allow them to carry it out.
Okay, so now we have an internal, we have her dress, we have her mind. Dr. Ford, help me out. Who does she stand with? Who stands with her? Describe the type of men and women that are going to stand with her, because because you're judged by the company you keep. So now we know what she was. Sister Bria said internally. Sister Nala said this is what she's going to dress like. Sister Shan said her mind's going to be like this. Who does she stand with? Who stands with her? She's going to be judged by her company. Describe that company for us, please.
The company that she keeps is going to be those people who also are on the side of liberation. They're going to be the families, the mothers, the fathers, the sisters, the brothers, right? That want to stand and reorganize, reshape, rebrand our original narrative. If possible, if social media is around, if possible, can we please go back to the book of Proverbs? And I know my sisters, we've all had it, but the great thing about scriptures is we let scriptures talk, because it's not about me or my opinion, right? It's about letting scriptures speak, right? And letting everybody see the importance of such a document, because we've went to church for so long, right? We've went to
Oh, is she standing with this document? I'm going to do like my brother Kahun Muntu. I'm sticking pins here and there. So we're going to stick some pins. But is she standing with this document? Is this what you're telling us? Because we're asking you, the company that we're going to judge her by, and you're taking us to a document, the book of wisdom, of the Proverbs, of African book of Proverbs from African eyes. Please direct me, because I want to make sure we're understanding together.
Yes, I'm asking you to go to this document, and I would like us to go to the very beginning, because this is the African wisdom. This is the community. This document helps to establish the community again. She is standing with the community, right? So if we can go to page 12. And here on page 12, right, it is important because we are recognizing the actual lineage of African Black intellectual traditions and getting back to who we are. If you're looking, I'm going to pull it up on my page because it talks about respect for our community. You see where it says the role of wisdom in African-centered culture. And it says across African societies, wisdom literature served a central role in education. In many communities, elders taught moral principles through proverbs, parables, and oral traditions. And these teachings emphasize respect for community, respect for family, discipline of speech, and balance between material success and spiritual integrity. The tradition continues today throughout Africa and the African diaspora. Proverbs remain one of the most powerful methods for transmitting cultural knowledge, and the biblical books of Proverbs belong to this broader African heritage of wisdom and teaching. Rather than viewing Proverbs solely as Hebrew literature, it is more accurate to see it as part of a wider Afro Asiatic intellectual tradition shaped by the civilizations of now and surrounding regions. So, this is about the community. She is standing with the community and she is encouraging the community to once again to use intellect, use wisdom, and live by a standard.
Okay. Well, it looks like Calhoun Uncle Sarah is here trying to steal my glory, but that's
Trying to steal the
okay.
glory.
That's okay. I don't mind. My brother, I am so grateful you. I know I figured something came up. I'm so grateful you're joining us at this time. For everyone late in the listening audience, this is Calhoun Uncle Sarah, known as Dr. Cleveland Ennius III, and he is going to continue with this conversation. We got about another 40 minutes or so. So Calhoun Uncle Sarah, if you don't mind, actually about 35. Let me be right. 35 minutes. If you don't mind, Calhoun Uncle Sarah, if you can just pick up and take this. I'll step back. I'm gonna step back now. I'm gonna step back and enjoy. I'm gonna enjoy this. I'm listening.
Let's get it, sisters. Come
Yeah.
on, we hit us with those questions. We're ready. We're ready.
I mean her. I do
Yes, sir.
apologize. Jungle out there today in Nassau. But I'm happy for those of you who made it. I'm happy that I finally made it. But sisters, I wasn't privy to the first few questions, but I still want to ask or begin the way I initially intended. Really just confirming or understanding what this rebranded Proverbs 31 woman, what we're trying to remember in this session. I want to just be clear about she became based on Hellenistic or Greco-Roman perception. When we talked about this Proverbs 31 woman, what did she become? And let's move from there to figure out what we remember. Dr. Ford?
Oh, okay. Because I'm sorry. Because I was just like, is that for me? Okay. What did we become? Okay. Yesterday, you had brought up something about the UN, right? And you had talked about this, what had happened with the UN. It was very significant. And I did a little research on it. If you don't mind, as I answer this question, do you mind if I bring up one thing, Kahun, to show the importance of what you're saying and why it's important, right? Because what we what we become, it is very very key to this conversation. Okay, I'm pulling it up now and it is sharing. It says nearly 13 million African people were kidnapped and trafficked across the Atlantic to the Americas, including the British, French, and Spanish colonies that would later compromise the United States. 2 million people died during the barbaric Middle Passage. African countries were destabilized and left vulnerable to conquest, colonization, and violence for centuries. So in the Americas, a caste system based on race and color emerged in tandem with legal and political systems to codify white supremacy and enshrine enslavement as a permanent hereditary status. Right? So, what did she become? She became traumatized. She became a person of Stockholm syndrome, right? Where she is basically being victimized because she has no say in what is happening. She is removed, her status is removed because they are basically reinterpreting. They are basically removing this image of African, a divine child of the most high heavenly one, and moving her into a totally different system. And in this system, when we're talking about the women in the womb, it's important because Hellenism practiced infanticide and it also in practice sex trafficking and enslavement of women. right? This isn't anything that we're making up. Social media, can you please type in how Hellenism used infanticide and enslaved the woman of indigenous cultures? How Hellenism used infanticide and enslaved the women of indigenous cultures.
Wow. Very
And I'm
important.
bringing this up because Proverbs 1, she's talking to the child, the son of my womb.
Mm.
She is talking to future generations, right? So let's see. Hellenism. Can everybody see the screen? Hellenism, during classical and Hellenistic periods, utilized both infanticide and systemic enslavement of women, including those from indigenous or barbarian populations, as part of its patriarchal, social, economic, and military structures. While these practices were not unique to Greeks in antiquity, Hellenistic cultures often formalized the enslavement of conquered women and the exposure of unwanted infants as a method of population control, demographic engineering, and economic production. So it affected method of family planning. Infanticide was widely practiced and socially condoned, often viewed as a form of late abortion or family planning. Newborns were rarely seen as part of the family unit, accepted by the father, meaning exposure, leaving infants to die in public places was not technically seen as murder.
Wow.
Does that okay? So when we're looking at this document, and she is talking about child of my womb, the womb of liberation, that our children were systematically being wiped out by a caste system, a system that allowed racism, white supremacy to dominate and reshape the womb. Social media, can we please go to the document, page 23? Just this is the last thing, and I promise I won't be quiet.
This is good. This is important for us to
And
stop
it
it.
says, the womb that shapes civilization. Across African culture and civilization, motherhood has never been seen as a private domestic role. It has always been a cosmological responsibility. The lady is not merely the bearer of children, she is the architect of the social future. The womb is the first institution of civilization, the place where culture, identity, discipline, and purpose begins. It begins in the womb. So, in the cosmological tradition of the Nile River Valley and Niger Delta, the mother is the first teacher of Ma'at, the principles of balance, truth, order, and harmony. So, before priests instructed initiates in temples, before elders guided councils, before kings administered law, the mother formed the consciousness of the child. So when you're thinking about Yeshua the Christ, you are saying that he was first, that divinity was first initiated and stirred up throughout his genetics and through his mother. The biblical text, traditionally known as the book of Proverbs, chapter 31, has frequently been interpreted through Western patriarchal frameworks that reduces the virtuous woman to a domestic servant or a submissive spouse. However, when read through African cosmology, Africana womanism, and the liberation theology, the passage reveals something far more profound. A blueprint for national building motherhood. So, what did they give us, Calhoun? They gave us instead a blueprint for destroying the Black family.
And I thank you so much for helping to that foundation so that we could understand my sister Minavazea, Sister Shan. The Proverbs, the rebranded Proverbs 31 woman has a plan. She's strategic. What's the plan?
I am thriving of her people.
Okay.
No, I'm gonna finish it. Surviving, the survival of her people. Thriving of her people. All aspects of Rel Selva. They have complete control of their destiny. their politics, every aspect. They are free to celebrate their culture, worship their God the way they want to, raise their children the way they want to, grow their own food, manage their own businesses, all aspects of their lives.
So let me just
without any interference or they interfering with anybody else.
quiet dignity and grace.
And grace, that's it.
Okay, okay. I think we got Sister Shabria online.
Yes, sir.
How are you doing, my sister?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm well, man. I got this energy streak still on me. Because let me just say, the sisters that are helping to rebrand the Proverbs 31, that are rebranding the Proverbs 31 woman. Thing that my sister Sean just said here with regard to what the plan is. How important is it for the women in this generation to truly make a mark in doing all of, because it's a tall order, right? How are you pacing yourself as a young mother, as a wife, as somebody who has this great mantle being placed upon her? How are you pacing yourself to become this Proverbs 31 woman?
Oh, that's a load. So it starts with doing something like this, right? It starts with becoming a part of something that's bigger than yourself. Because when you're a part of something bigger than yourself, it teaches you that yes, you matter, but you matter in the sense of accomplishing something that's great for the whole. It's no longer just about me and Shabria and my needs and my wants and all that stuff that we hear with most sisters today, young and old, that me mindset. It becomes, I can't do anything. I can only do what I can because of you. We talked about that earlier today. So I pace myself, and it's important for others to pace themselves by surrounding themselves with the sisters that you see on the stream today, whether it was yesterday and later today and earlier today. We have this rebranding document that has been pulled up time and time again. Go through it, read it. You have to ask your question. And even if you don't think you have any, find the questions and ask it. It's about knowing that you have to go back to school. You have to read every single day. Once you read something every day, your vocabulary and your perspectives change. It shifts that type of woman that you were before, so you can no longer be a woman. You can become a lady. I pace myself by making sure that I'm not in a rush. I don't compare myself, for instance, to Dr. Ford or Sister Shaniqua Bethel or Sister Shan. I don't look at them as superior than me. I'm like, no, they're my sisters. They're going to help me and they're going to raise me up. I'm going to raise and I'm going to raise them up. They're going to hold me accountable and I'm going to hold them accountable. We have to pace ourselves, and we actually have to learn exactly what is a lady? What does that really embody? What does that really looks like? And I believe Sister Azandi said it either earlier today or yesterday. I'm getting my days mixed up, but she was talking about the importance of a man. Having a man in your life, because the man actually teaches you how to be a lady. I thought I knew what a lady was, okay? But then they was like, nope, this is not what a lady is. You have to mind your tone. This is how you need to think. This is how you got to dress. Or you think you look good, you really don't. That's for the streets. You have to actually embody all of those things. And then we also have our great BBs that have taught us so much. You have BB Shahrazad Ali. We have Clenora Hudson Weems. And I'm going to read what it says on the screen as well. It says, a plan must be planted into the minds of the children and the family to grow the planet. That right there says, write the vision and make it plain. You have to adhere to that every single day. I plant something in my children every single day. Dr. Ford, she plants something into me every single time she talks to me. I think her favorite thing when I used to speak with her, she's like, the environment. The environment. So I had to learn, okay, what is she really saying about the environment? I was like, oh, wait, my environment. Let me shift my environment. Shifting my environment has shifted everything. And that, I see she laughed. But it's so true, because some of the sisters that I talked to, Kahon Tafna, I've spoke with Sister Shaniqua Bethel before, Sister Shan before, Sister Angel before, Sister Azadi, and they have all taught me something different each and every single day. Don't compare yourself. Don't compete. And I told my sisters this on Feast Shema, I compete with them in a sense to qualify. Me being here is qualifying me to do something greater. So yes, I'm speaking in this form now, but eventually I will become like they are, and that's teaching. Still a little nervous, but I know I'm gonna do great because they doing great. You get what I'm saying? So
That's right.
we are going to continue raising each other up. So pacing don't necessarily mean you got to be the first one across the finish line, because when you get across the finish line, I get across the finish line. We're sisterhood, and we embody that in every single way. I'm gonna stop now because I know I can keep going, but for the sake of time.
My sister Nala, how are you?
Namaste, Kahon.
You good?
I'm good. How are you?
Well, man, I got the energy. One family having to jump in the rush outside. Feeling it right now. You know what I mean?
All
I
right.
want
Yeah,
to
I know exactly what you mean.
under Hellenism, under racism, white supremacy. Correct me if I'm wrong. Sisters treat each other like crap. Explain what I mean. All my life growing up, and maybe y'all sisters can attest to this, I've met with, I don't really have female friends. I don't really trust females. Or I got my one or two female friends, and I ain't messing with the rest. Yeah? How is this rebranded Proverbs 31 woman? How is she dealing with her sisters? What's the strategic plan to remove this mentality of I don't want to deal with women talk too much, all of this catty stuff? What's the plan to deal with that? What's the strategy?
Okay, so the first thing that I think that she has to do is she has to first realize the importance of being disciplined and self-respect. And when it comes down to women, to us becoming that Proverbs 31 woman, we have to take into consideration not only the way that our sisters act, but the way we act also. So and from there, the way we act will then impact our sisters that are nearby, right? So also a Proverbs 31 woman is a nurturer, right? She's a stabilizer. And if she is in her right mind, how she acts when she's around her other sisters would start to change the way they act also and become a little bit more stabilized.
Okay, that's I mean I agree with you. So it's a work in progress, obviously, because it's something that we intergenerationally have happened to us over and over and over again. And so you know, we as the Holy Catholic Church have a great responsibility to be the example of what our great scriptures are actually guiding us to do. So, Dr. Ford, the Proverbs 31, he's not submitting to being this subservient, voiceless, quiet mother, quiet woman. And however, what is she strategically doing to make herself heard without seeming as if she's trying to dominate? Is there a way to do that? Is there a strategic way to do that?
Yes. Right. First I would like, if possible, we got to go to the scriptures. We have to go to the scriptures, right? Because you mentioned a word submit, right? Submissive. And if we can go to 1 Timothy 2:12, right? And it talks about, women in teaching. And when you look here at 1 Timothy, right? 2:12, it talks about, right here. But I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to usurp authority over men, but to be in silence. Right? You know, and so when we're talking about the faith and how it was presented to us and how things were misinterpreted and how things were misrepresented, we have to understand that we're talking about two different systems here that are working at the same time, right? And their definition of submission, especially because this book, that segment was written by Paul, right? In which he's saying, okay, to be a domestic and a good wife is to obedient to your husband. And melanated societies, melanated women, we were in the marketplaces and we were part of the community. I would like us to take a look at a chart in the Proverbs Rebranded, right? Can we look at the chart on page 43? So we can understand how the Bible is supporting through that verse this Hellenistic model versus what the African civilization of model of womanhood and what it looked like. It's a chart. Yes. African matriarchy versus Hellenistic patriarchy. And if you look on the African civilization, when it talks about the model, it shows you that women control markets, but on the other side, under this Greek Hellenistic Roman system, women were excluded from economics. It shows you how queen mothers guided kings, they were advisors. But on the other side, you never really saw pictures. Whenever you see the Roman senators, you never see women in the press in the pictures. You saw women inheriting property. You see that on the other side, it was controlled by male guardians, right? You see right here, women were priestesses. So we were teaching, we were part of the spiritual system because it was about duality. We realized that both men and women and children had a role to play in this submissiveness, in this submission to the Most High, to the way of life, to the community. On the other side, priesthood was only about male domination. And then right here, marriage is a cooperative, right? Marriage is about us coming together and working together as one, versus on the other side, there's a hierarchy where male is at the top, white men, then white women, then white children. So this rebranding definitely shows that we are supposed to be part of this African model. This African model is the one that is us. One last part. Can we please go to page 41? I would like to show everyone something, because I keep coming to the scriptures because a lot of times I remember growing up. And when we talk about Hellenism is something you got to work out every day. you Hellenism has been here for so long. It's about changing not only how you see things, so you might see things well in one area and still working on other parts, right? And so when you look here, it says the hijacking of Proverbs 31 by the Hellenistic and latter Greco-Roman theology is one of the most important examples of how African social philosophy embedded in scripture was reinterpreted to support patriarchal control. When read through African cultural systems, Nile Valley, Nubian Kushite, and broader African community traditions, this degree of African proverbs, the 31st scroll, reflects matriarchal authority, economic leadership, and civilization responsibility of women. But when filtered through Hellenistic philosophy and later European Christianity, it became a domestication manual, used to restrict women to submissive roles. So we have to get back, Kahun, to getting back to that economic leadership, that civilization responsibility of women, and that matriarchal authority that aligns back with that African centeredness.
Amen. Amen.
Amen.
And that, I mean, it's exciting to hear that something like that is even possible.
Mm.
Sean.
Yeah.
as you've been on this journey, we've all watched you. We've all watched really all the sisters in West Africa. Our Basesh talks about the market mamas, you know, and this it makes trillions of dollars, right? Is there a plan or strategy within the Holy Coptic Church to have the women organize to become a part of
Like
those
the
types
market women?
Yeah.
Yes, in fact, we had started it at a low, syllabus small, just before COVID had started, 2020. We had the market on Saturdays.
Right.
In front of the Kanisa, the previous.
Right.
We had the farm to the side, we were growing. During COVID and after COVID, the farm, Sister Karen and I, most of the time, we were the ones who were taking stuff out. Now, we did not sell it to anybody, but we were giving the parishioners, because at that time,
Right.
there was nothing.
Right. Right.
But we have now gotten a piece of property, one of the parishioners has allowed us to use, that we can now put that almost to a bigger scale,
Right.
where we can not only help the parishioners, but also sell some of the produce.
So we could start getting
So
our
it's,
trillions.
yes, just a matter of starting to clean down and whatnot, yes.
Yes, yes, that's powerful. And
Yeah.
I'm saying it because I know there are people who are watching who may not be fully aware of what the Holy Coptic Church is all about. But coming out of Greco-Roman monotheistic teachings where they're telling women to be quiet, to just go home and listen to your husband or listen to a man teach you, it is almost like a culture shock when you're able to see women at the helm of these type of sessions and being able to teach, etc. On the topic of women teaching, Sister Nala, when you're being asked, and I kind of asked this to Sister Shabria just now about pacing herself, when you're being to come before an audience, to come before a congregation, to come before the world on Zoom, to be able to share the message of the Holy Coptic Church of the Black Messiah and the great scriptures that we have. What's your thought process? What's your strategic thought process coming out of because you are part of monotheism?
Yes.
And were you allowed to teach in your previous churches?
No.
Okay. How is the transition of now being able to teach and having the responsibility to teach? How is that changing you? How are you strategically dealing with moving from not being heard to now we expect to hear?
Frankly, it's very liberating that we were given the opportunity. We are being given the opportunity, especially in a forum like this, to have our voices heard, to share with others what we've learned during our training within our Tunis religion. So for me, it's liberating, and it gives us a voice. Women are not just we have stuff to say, and so once we were given the opportunity, for me it was very liberating. Not only liberating that when during the process of preparing for teaching on Sundays, you learn a lot also. You learn more about your religion. You learn more. You gather more confidence in speaking. So it was a good change for me.
Yeah. And I just wanted to add on to that. What's one of the parts of making that transition?
Say that again.
What's one of the hard of making that transition of be quiet, and now you over here, hey sis, you gotta teach. What's one of the hard things you got to overcome?
The hardest thing? Cowan, you went down a bit. I'm sorry, I didn't have.
The hardest thing.
Okay, so for me, when I prep for my teaching, I get very anal, right? And you ask my twin sister, she'd be like, Shani, calm down, right? But and then I reading everything and trying to remember everything. So for me, the hardest thing is even though I learn from it and I like it. I like that I get the opportunity to present. The hardest thing for me is preparing for it. I got to be talking myself down, talking to myself. My children think I'm going crazy too. They'd be stepping on the side. Mom, you got to teach on Sunday? Hey, I said, yeah. That's how anal I get in preparation for it. So for me, the hardest part is the preparation. And then after it finished, I'd be like, ugh.
Amen. Amen. I'm asking these questions because I know that there are sisters that are watching, and I need them to understand if you're going to take this walk, it's not a cakewalk.
No,
it's something.
Mm-hmm.
Sister Shabria, you are someone who has embraced a way of life that says to you that you're going to put a crown back on, and that crown has responsibility. I want you to talk a little bit about the responsibilities of wearing that crown as a Proverbs 31 African-centered Proverbs 31 woman. And then I want you to talk about how your family that doesn't know anything about this, how they deal with it and how you deal with that. Two-part question.
Two-part question. All right. So the responsibility, the first one is knowing that once I put on my kufa, put on my garb, once I even speak words from our scriptures, our doctrine, that I'm not just representing myself, I'm representing the Holy Cup, the church. And when you're representing something other than yourself, you have to make sure you're correct. You know, I can't come out here and behave any type of way because that reflects on everyone that is on this stream. It reflects on our teacher, who I am not going to fail. It reflects on my husband. It reflects on my kid. It reflects on your children. So the responsibility of putting this back on, it makes me learn myself again. We talked about it before, know thyself. When you put this kufa that I have on and that everybody here has on, you recognize, okay, they have a sense of identity. And that's something we have all been taught, because when we was in monotheism and out in the world, we did not know who we were. We didn't know what our purpose in this life was. We didn't know anything, okay? So we had to become grounded into knowing, okay, you have to read every day. You got to study. You have to, like Sister Shaniqua Bethel said, I'm the same way, okay? Preparing for this was like, whew, but we are doing it. But that is responsibility, is studying. Dr. Ford, she has said it over and over again, as well as everybody else, study to show yourself thyself approved. Yes. And that is something, that is the responsibility of this, is knowing that when you put this on, you're representing something that's greater than you. You're showing everyone that your BBs, your babas, your ancestors, I'm talking down to your great-great-great-grandparents, you're showing them that you did not drop the baton, you didn't fail, that you're picking it up, and you're going to continue the fight for liberation, because we will be liberated. We are not going to fail. My children are not going to end up in situations that their great-great-great-grandparents were in. I refuse to allow that to happen. I know you all refuse to allow that to happen. That responsibility is discipline within ourselves. And then you said about my family. That has probably been the hardest. I didn't hear anything you said because it went out when you went like this.
You hear me now?
Yes.
That kufa, and you got these garbs on, and then you go around your family. Now what?
That has been the most challenging part. Honestly, they're like, who do you think you are now? When I first was introduced to atonism, and we was talking about how we're going to rear our children, bring our children up. We raise them in accordance to our way of life and in accordance to our scriptures. We don't let them watch anything. We don't read them the fairy tale books. And the first thing that my parents told me, well, we read it to you and you turned out fine. It was like, I was not fine prior to this. I didn't know who the great BBs and Babas were. I didn't know about Bibi Shahrazad Ali, who I love. I love her works. If you haven't read it, you should go get it. I adore that lady. But I didn't know anything about her until Basesh introduced her to me. Same with Marcus Garvey. I was completely blind. Not necessarily. We didn't go to church I wasn't in church. So them seeing me now every Sunday, I'm at Kanisa no matter what, unless I am actually sick. I am at the Kanisa. I don't care if I only got 2 hours of sleep because of my children. That level of discipline and accountability that we have right now, my family is not used to. When we start talking about working for thyself and kind, they don't understand that concept. They like, well, you want to go live off to Africa? Because we told them we're moving. We're moving to Liberia soon. We won't be here in America, not because we don't love our family, but because we understand that our purpose in this life, in this way of life and liberation matters more. We're willing to sacrifice everything that we know to go achieve that. Yeah. They are not on board with that at all. And it's hard. It's very hard. It's not an easy task to have to constantly go up. When we had to wait the 8 days to name our child, that has been hands down the most I think my parents have ever questioned anything that I've done. So you carried a child for 9 months and you don't know the name. And when I explained it, my husband, when he explained it, it still was a constant battle, and I've been here now, thankfully, for later this year, make 6 years, hands up, that I've been walking this way of life. So now they've transitioned to respecting it. They still don't fully understand it, but they understand you cannot disrespect my way of life. Disrespecting that is disrespecting me. You disrespect me, I will cut you loose, no matter who you are. There's no love lost, but this comes first. This is what we wake up to, we go to sleep to, we breathe this, I live this. I don't care how challenging it gets. My sesh right now can release a document or a PDF or anything that's 500 pages. My attention is on that. He say right now, I need everybody, go get your passport because in 2 months we got to go. In 2 months, where will we gone? We'll be out of here. My family, they don't understand it, but they respect it now because they understand that we embrace this. No matter what they have said, no matter how they don't like it, they know that we embrace this and they love us enough to respect it. And they have been a part of some of these events, and I pray they're on now. I'm not sure if they're watching from YouTube or if they logged on, but they've been given the code. Every time there's an event or something like that, we just try to pull them in. It's not about going against the other race, but it's about understanding what has been done to us and why we have to move in the way that we are moving now. So that's how we deal with them.
That's right.
Sorry if that was kind of long.
No, that was perfect.
Okay.
All right. So, Dr. Ford. Proverbs 31 woman, a rebranded Proverbs 31 woman. She can make mistakes. She can do things even after taking her baptism and after presenting herself as somebody who is taking on the strategic position that our sister Sabria just talked about. But she can stumble as well. Proverbs 31, and the African-centered Proverbs 31 woman deal with stumbling on her walk. What's the strategy?
Oh, you're going to hit me with that one. Okay, here we go. John 16:13 talks about the spirit of truth. And that spirit of truth is when you internalize it, right? It means being honest, right? Be with yourself and living in truth. And when you have been Hellenized, unbeknown to you, unconsciously, unconscientiously, that means not really being aware of kind of how you think or how you engage in certain actions. We would have taken on the Jezebel spirit, right? That was the great thing about that commercial and how we dressed. It was all about attention, the weave, the bodycon dress, the look, the smells, right? It was about, I want his attention. I'm attempting to find a mate, not knowing how to, but that's what I was doing. Okay. Other women, we get that too, right? Because we're like, okay, we want a family. We want to be with somebody. We want situationships. We want relationships. And so in the process of doing that, sometimes as a single woman, it is kind of that Jezebel spirit is a femininity embodied, right? She is independent. She has a certain way of being and going. But when you look at the Proverbs, you realize that attracts certain type of men. And if you are stumbling on your walk, especially if you're a woman of faith, sometimes you have to go to a teacher or a guide. I would like us to go to Proverbs. Let's go to Proverbs, page 135, verse 355. Don't shoot the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just putting that out there right now. Don't come for me, please. Um, And let's look at this verse. And I'm going to focus on the white section. It says, yes, for her vision is sharp, right? She sees that she builds is good, not by opinion, but by results. Her light does not go out at night, for her awareness is continuous. For even in darkness, she remains illuminated. This is consciousness. She is not reactive, she is aware. So that sometimes them slips ups is when we're being reactionary. She evaluates, discerns, and adjusts. Her hands stretch outwards, not only to build, but to restore. She lifts the poor. Could you scroll up a little bit, please, for verse 356? She stabilizes the broken, for she knows the people cannot rise if the weakest are left behind. And so sometimes we have this state of weakness. But here we go. She is worth more than rubies. Thus, the righteous and balanced males amongst you that are the chosen seed of divinity must have the final say on all family matters of this kind, based on proper scriptural study, guidance, and teaching, while remaining ever open to the wisdom and counsel of a regal lady who lives in her scriptural femininity, thus refuses to allow herself to embrace unbalanced emotions. So that's part one. Please stay on the screen. So part one is when you're feeling weak, when you're having those missteps, to be able to go to those righteous men, brothers, who's going to point you to the scriptures to say, hey, this is what we do according to our way of life. If not, right, let's go head down to 359. And this is when I talk about that wonderful Jezebel spirit. Verse 359, if we could scroll up some. She is worth more than rubies. Going to the next page. We warn all humanity concerning emotionally emasculated males, most especially you that are our Nubian Melanite children, because surely amongst all humanity, there are those men and women misled by unbridled passions and unreasonable emotions. Therein are more driven by how they feel than by what is right and honorable. So when we're talking about them stumbling blocks and making those mistakes, a lot of times it's because, Carl Thomas, I'm emotional. I'm in my feelings, some kind of way, shape, form, and fashion. And because of that, I'm not making the best of decisions. And so sometimes you need people around you, a community around you that's going to help you stabilize. Because a lot of times we regret afterwards, or we'll just say pride and say, well, I was right and that's it. And there's another way to be. We can humble out and we can come again.
Wow, wow. Thank you for those scriptural references and that perspective. As we beginning to wrap it up, I want to throw a question to each of you. This is the same question, and Sister Shan, and it was a hijab and empty. Like, why me? I want each of you to speak to the sister out there that's looking for this identity of an African-centered Proverbs 31 woman. She doesn't know it, but she's watching you. She's trying to figure out what you're all about. I want you to talk to her and explain to her why being an African-centered Proverbs 31 woman is worth it.
I'll close out.
Why it's worth it? Because it is who we were meant to be from the very beginning. Before we were colonized, kidnapped today. This is who we were supposed to be.
Wow. Powerful. Powerful. Sister Shabria, same question. You're talking to that sister. What do you say to her? Why is it worth it?
Okay, I will say to the sister that becoming an African Proverbs 31 woman, as we are rebranding it now, is worth it because it not just gives you your identity back, but it gives you your strength back. It gives us our honor back. It gives us the ability to carry on our ancestry memory so we can continue that continuity to our children back. I believe in the document, I have to go back and find it, but it talks about where the woman is honored, the nation remembers its soul. And if we look at where we are now as a people, especially us as ladies, what we have come up out of and what we are reaching to these young sisters and old and new, what we're trying to get them to grasp, if we look at that and we say, okay, we have a better way to move forward, then they will be able to see that we're strong. We have a voice. You mentioned it earlier today, Calhoun, when you was asking my sister Shaniqua Bethel about teaching. That is something that most of us are not used to doing. So them seeing us up here on this platform is speaking to them. It's saying, oh, your voice is going to be heard. But in that talking, you do have to understand, and it's in a document, we may be able to pull it up, where it talks about do not have rash speech. You know, yes, you're going to be over here to teach, but you cannot just talk nonsense. You can't have empty words. Every word that you say has to have purpose. Every move, every action that you do has to have intention. You have to move with a sense of urgency. That don't necessarily mean move at the fastest pace, but you have to move with intent. You have to know exactly where you're going. You have to have that man in your life that's going to tell you, and a teacher as well. And we have many teachers, many BBs, many Babas to get us there. So to that young sister, I will tell her that, you know, becoming an African Center Proverbs woman is not just about your appearance. That does matter, but it's also about knowing yourself, getting that sense of identity, and actually continuing the movement to become liberated.
Thank you so much. Sister Nala, same question.
Okay, can you repeat the question?
So you're at work, you're at play. They're watching you. What do you say to the sisters to say it's worth being a African Senate Proverbs 31 woman? It's worth it. What do you say to them to prove that?
Let me give a story. So I'm in a new environment as far as my living is concerned, my job is concerned, right? And when we got a new staff member, she pretty much she went on all of my social media platforms. And what word do you use when somebody she stalked me?
Trolling.
Yes,
Trolling,
better.
right.
Better.
And she saw my Shaniqua Bethel Facebook page, and she saw my Nala Saud Facebook page. She saw me on YouTube with my kufu on and making presentations and stuff like that. And so during me sitting down in there, little comments would come up about you're working with these people and you don't know them, stuff like that, right? Now the conversation has totally changed, right? And the energy is different in the room. We all getting along, and that was all due to something that we saw on something we were watching, as far it was related to race and biblical beliefs, and that changed the entire environment, right? So what I would tell another person is that becoming Repeat the question again, Calhoun. I'm sorry. That totally took me off.
Proverbs 31, African-centered woman.
Right. So becoming a Proverbs 31 African-centered woman, it gives you courage, it gives you culture, it gives you spirituality. It tells you where you came from. It tells it I would tell them that it for me, it was an eye opener because it told me that people of my skin color were the first people on this earth, even though other people with different skin colors think that they are the bomb, right? And it, like I said, it tells me what my history was. It told me where I came from, and it tells me where I could go. So that would be what I would say to them.
Powerful. And last but not least, your sister, Dr. Nicole Ford. What are you saying to say, hey, it's worth being an African-centered Proverbs 31 woman?
Mm-hmm. I would ask the sister or brother to pull out their cell phone. And I would say, we're going to use this phone to help us be smart. It's called smartphones. Let's be smart.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to ask them to ask a question, and I'm going to have them Google the answer and read it out loud. And so the first thing I would say is, has there ever been a time in the last 100 years where Black men, women, and children, their intelligence or natural beauty standards were respected and made universal? She'll look that up. It's going to say some things. Then I'm going to say, okay, no problem, cool. Has there ever been a time where Black people in the diaspora, in America, in Europe, and even on Africa throughout slavery or colonization, where that atrocity was addressed psychologically, emotionally, economically, legally? Just go through it. Boom, it's going to come up. She's going to read it. It's going to say no. Then I'm going to say, okay, no worries. Last thing. Could you look up how does African-centered teachings on beauty, on clothing, on documents, do they help to heal? And then she's going to look up that. And it's going to give her a list of all the benefits. And I'm going to say, now, sis, I'm not asking you to join me, but I'm asking you to pay attention to the example and pay attention to what you're reading. If what you're doing is working for you, you can keep what parts work for you. But if there's one area in your life that you want to get better at, then let's just work with that one area. And that's what I was saying. And then point her to the scriptures in that one area. Get her to come to a program. Get her to come see and meet new people that's moving in that same direction. And show her that this rebranding of the Proverbs is real, that there are people that are actually living it, and that responsibility and accountability and beauty and health and community and studying and your mind, all of that you can have through the will of the Most High Heavenly One. That's it.
Wow. Thank you, sisters, for your time and your knowledge. I've learned a lot. I pray that those who are listening have learned a lot. We're flat out of time for this session number 3. And so we're going to hand it back over to our Basesh, Rev. Dr. A.J. Farmer, and he's going to introduce the 4th session. We thank you, and we play.
Thank you.
Grandmother, mother was a maid. Things right she made and still forgave. breastfed, both slave master and slave. Foolish mistake, foolish mistake. Babylon accidentally refined all the master race, bred the biggest and the strongest. Foolish mistake, foolish mistake. We only held our culture stronger in the ghetto when them isolate us from our place. African race, we carry the burden through road, dog roof, hose proof, resilient in many ways. I man obey, Jah lead and I man obey. Jah lead and I man obey. They call us disproportionately evil, but what about disproportionately great? They call us disproportionately criminal, but what about disproportionately great? Anything but the plate. We blessed and we innovate. Jah keep I say, Jah keep I say, Jah keep I say, Jah keep I say. Jesus right, run down my veins. My people make, my people make. Them on the 50-meter line, starting the 100-meter race, and we still come first place. Jah keep I say, I man know just what you hate, but Jah keep I say, we carry the burden, road proof, hose proof, resilient in many ways. Jah keep I say, Jah keep I say, Jah keep I say. Babylon accidentally refined all the master race. They bred the biggest and the strongest. What a foolish mistake. What a foolish mistake. Foolish mistake. We carry the burden, road proof, hose proof, resilient in many ways. Jah Jah keep I say, Jah keep I say, Jah keep I say. The ancient warrior is professional ball player today. He just don't know his economic power on the world stage. He is king on the world stage.
We're back. We're back. We're back. Welcome back to the International Ladies of Purpose Christ Consciousness Conference 2026. We're moving, for the sake of time, we'll be moving into the next phase. I'll be introducing at this time Dr. Dias Tucker out of Atlanta, Georgia via Mississippi. This is the Ladies of Purpose Christ Consciousness Conference, Mothers of Melanated Liberation, Rebranding Proverbs 31. The theme of the womb of liberation. Dr. Tucker is going to be taking some sisters, some mothers, some daughters, some wives, grandmothers, aunts, and nieces through a conversation about liberation, healing, and future building. We'll be speaking to Venus Tate, Leah Gums Tate, Cassandra Frederick, and Yumi Nafir Forbes. I will at this time pass it over to Dr. Tucker.
Thank you. Namaste.
Namaste.
Welcome to this fourth session for the Women's Conference. This topic we're going to discuss is liberation, healing, and future building. The first thing we're going to talk about is the womb of liberation and raising a free generation. So I'm going to read from Kitabul Magana to align our minds on the things that we are going to discuss today. So I'll read in part. Bismillah el Khaliqu el Kareem. It says, remember always that our women have stood in the front lines of the struggle for dignity. When the oppressor tried to break the spirit of our people, it was the mothers of the nation who stood upright and refused to surrender. They carried children upon their backs while carrying the future of the nation within their hearts. A people cannot be free if their minds remain colonized. And it is the mother who first frees the mind of the child. She plants in him the knowledge that he is worthy, that he belongs to a people with history, with ancestors, and with dignity. The African woman is not merely the bearers of children. She is the bearer of civilization. She is the keeper of memory, the protector of culture, and the guardian of the spiritual foundation upon which the community stands. Where the woman stands strong, the people stand strong. Where the woman is honored, the nation remembers its soul. Therefore, never forget that the liberation of a people requires the liberation of its women. The dignity of the community rests upon their shoulders, and the consciousness of the next generation is shaped in their arms. For the African woman does not simply sustain the household, she sustains the people. She guards the culture. She teaches the young the meaning of freedom. She preserves the soul of the nation. So we're going to get started. We're talking about the womb of liberation and raising a free generation. We're going to discuss psychological, spiritual, and cultural liberation. We're going to split it up. Sister Umi will explain to us what psychological liberation is and what it looks like. Sister Leah, you're going to explain to us spiritual liberation. And Sister Mirkunda, you're going to explain to us about cultural liberation. So Sister Umi, can you get us started with what psychological liberation looks like, please?
I'll try to. Maganda, the African Proverbs. Proverbs 31, rebranded. Henceforth, Proverbs is no longer to be read as a checklist of duties, but as a codex of power, not as limitation, but as liberation. Liberation is the act of setting someone or something free from control, oppression, imprisonment, or limiting circumstances. Free to determine our narratives. Psychological liberation. Involves healing. It's the melanated woman embodies the unbreakable force within divine feminine. Strength is not aggressive, it is sustained power. She builds systems that does not collapse when tested. She is worth more than rubies. And Her vision is sharp, so she has to keep her mind sharp. And she does that by going herself to the womb, by strengthening herself. So by she would be able to help repair, recharge, provide nourishment and nurture to her children.
Okay, thank you. Sister Leah, let's take a look at spiritual liberation. What does that look like? What does that entail?
When we speaking about liberation, we are talking about the action of food. We are talking about making oneself free from constraints and confinement. So when you look at spirit, you are the spirit body. You are the physical heart. You are the spiritual heart. You are the cat, the soul of you. All that is inside of you. So the spirit body you are referring to is these eggs. Every woman has born with 500 million eggs within her body. And based on your mentality, based on the environment, so if I'm a person and I want to bring a child, and what it is I'm watching, so if I'm a person, I'm like watching BT. If I'm a person, I like watching Love and Hip Hop. If I'm a person, like watching Creflo Dollar on his, or he ripping off people and all this stuff, right? Wrong religion. This is what I'm going to be choosing within this 500 million eggs within the womb. So based on the environment, based on mentality, this is the, based on the egg you'll be choosing.
Okay, thank you. And Sister Makunda, can you tell us what cultural liberation entails and looks like, please? Cultural liberation.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Cultural liberation. When we're speaking about culture, we're speaking about that which we are cultivating for ourselves, for our communities, for our children, yeah?
That's
so
right.
we want to think about going back to the household. But before we do that, we need to think about restoring those things that have been removed from us and putting them back in place. And that's where our liberation begins, because we can then start to reinstitute our practices, our rites, our rituals, the way, our etiquettes, you know, our scriptures. We can then put those things into practice within our homes, within our households. We can go back to African-centered reading, African-centered traditions. And in doing that, as mother, as family, as in, you know, including the children, we can then start to then filter that out into the community, because if we have us all doing this, that filters out. We're not just parenting a child as a mother, as we've heard before, we are parenting the children of tomorrow, or the parents, the adults of tomorrow. So in doing, in putting all of our practices and our rituals, our rites, move forward into liberating ourselves culturally. What does that look like? That means we have our own kinesas, and we are happy to, you know, be able to go and have our services, to take part in our Shabbats, to be able to gather and have our classes as we do freely without any concern. Our children know exactly what we do, exactly when we are to do it. And this is a part of restoring our culture. I hope that's clear.
Yes, it is.
Hope I answered.
Yes.
Okay.
Sister Venus, what does a liberated child look like?
A liberated child looks happy. Very happy.
Okay.
A liberated child looks noble in his happiness. And the reason why I am on the happiness is not, joke. It's that feeling of knowing that you're loved forward and backward. It's the feeling of I can and I will. It's the feeling of out there is uncertain, but home, once in a balanced home, it's certain. What's broken out, what they break out there can be healed within the community once balanced, within the home once the parents are balanced. So liberation really does feel to that child as security, love, happiness, and strength.
Okay, so what actually goes into creating the environment for raising and rearing this liberated child?
What can go into?
What has to take place?
First of all, before anything, the mind of the parents has to be correct. Because if you look at the etymology of the word healing, because we're broken people, we carry the traumas of slavery to this day. So when you look at the etymology of the word healing, if you can bring it up, social media.
Yes, heal is a verb. It means cure, save, make whole, sound, and well.
Right. So when the parents are in this healing phase, becoming whole, they can speak to the child. They can comfort the child, knowing that when they go out into this world, they have to teach this child and discipline this child. So when they go out into the world, right, that child has the information to make him or to make her or to give them the ability to move into this world, even if the world is hostile, which it is.
Okay. So next question. How do we break cycles of mental colonization? How do we break cycles of mental colonization? We'll start with Sister Leah. How do we break cycles of mental colonization? And anyone else would like to add on to what she states, feel free to jump right in. Sister Leah, can you hear me?
Yes. How do you break cycles of mental colonization?
Colonization, yes.
So, first of all, we are dealing with the mind. And as long as you lost knowledge of self, you're going to pick up somebody's ideologies. You're going to pick up somebody else's template. You're going to pick up somebody else's way of life. So to break mental colonization, the most important thing is asking questions. Because questions give you consciousness of the mind. It activates the mind. Without questions, you get no knowledge of what is taking place. Because most of the times when you look at Romans and we look at the Greeks, and we're looking for sword and looking for fighting. But when the system twisted there, it's very covert. So if you're not seeing it, if nobody not telling you where it is, how they are coming, without that knowledge, the cycle will recycle itself until you know exactly what's taking place. So we have the BBs, we have our barbers, but we have to question.
Okay. All right. Sister Umi, how do we break the cycles of mental colonization?
Okay, I think when we are breaking the cycles of mental colonization, we're also doing it physically, spiritually, and emotionally. The original order was never domination, but balance. Wealth was circulated, and strength was unified because there was community. So once we get back to being our brother's keeper and unified, we will be on the way to breaking colonization.
Okay. And Sister Makunda, would you like to add to how do we break the cycles of mental colonization?
Yes. I think it's important for us to get back to our African-centered reading. I think that's a huge part of being able to break this cycle, because we first have to think about how we break our thinking. We have been conditioned to think a certain way. We're living in the Western world. We're living under the system of white supremacy. And in order to reverse or debunk those things that we are being conditioned with, we have to replace that with something. So we have to go back to picking up a book. What is that saying? They said, if you don't, help me. No, not Sankofa. It's if you don't want a Black person to know something, hide it in a book.
Yeah, if you want to hide something, put it in a book.
There you go. Thank you for that. But so we need to start picking up. If you want to hide something, put it in a book. So we now have to pick those books up, and as adults start doing some reading. You know, Abba will say, read 1 page a day. Just read 1 page a day, and that will help to change the thinking. We got to start reading. Thank you, sis. We got to start reading daily, but then when we, as well as us reading, our being able to read, we will then learn a more African-centered thinking and a more African-centered way of behaving. And that will filter into our behaviors, our actions, etc. But then it also will enable us to teach our children a different way of thinking so that they are not also conditioned in the same way we were.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yes. Thank you.
I can just extend that, can I?
Yes, you can.
So when we speak about, and all the sisters are putting in their bits and pieces, and they're all correct, because we do have to do what they say. But when we're speaking about that mentality, again, we have to remember, and I'm coming from Hosea 4:6. Is it? Our people, yes, Hosea 4:6. Our people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Because sometimes we place emphasis on books, but people learn differently. And the ability to be humble, the ability to listen, whether by word of mouth or by books, is important. Because my first interaction with consciousness was by word. So somebody came and they said, listen, this, and then they introduced me to the book. Again, my first book, Our True Roots, I think that was my first book into consciousness. And when I was reading that book, I was confused like a squirrel up a tree. I was confused. So I read that book, but I knew nothing that was in that book, right? Then I have people, men and women, who would come into my life and they would plant seeds. You understand? Before consciousness. And I had to be able to say, oh, yes, and investigate, because I investigate because it's part of my life. I don't want to make a lot of mistakes. So I would investigate. So our first thing that we have to do is be humble, because knowledge comes from different paths. You understand? If you're ways through books, if you're ways through medicine, herbal medicine, nobody knows, because knowledge is such a vast pool and it could be learned by many different ways. But we have to understand that with the knowledge that we gain, we have to be able to say, this is my identity. I'm a melanated person. I come from a long line of descendants and ancestors that fought for liberation. And then you have to move out the box that they placed on us. Move out of it, because only then can you critically think and start your movement out of that cycle. Yes?
Okay, thank you. The next question. We want to keep in mind that we're talking about liberation, healing, and future building the future. So what must be unlearned first in order for us to achieve this liberation, in order for us to heal, in order for us to build what needs to be built? What must be unlearned first?
Everything. I was one of those people that thought if I did the religion, I'm good. Nothing, this, that. If I learned the religion properly, I could, put myself into a position where, and to be honest, like other churches, because this is what I learned. This is what I saw. So I had to say, oh, no, this is no. So as I go into this consciousness, I meet people on the same path as me, and they ask questions. And I encourage them to read some of the books. I encourage them to read any book, actually. Right? Because in reading, in this instant, in reading and having knowledge, we can unlearn what racism, white supremacy has done to us. We could finally get together with self and go back to see what slavery did to us that we carry even to this day. Some of the sisters will take it further.
Okay. I think first of all, we have to unlearn anything that is adverse to where we want to go and get out of the image and likeness of the beast.
Okay. Sister Leah?
What must we unlearn first?
Yes.
First, we must unlearn the idea of everything that was given to us is the truth. Must unlearn the idea of the being lazy, not willing to ask questions, because they taught us that asking questions is when you're in church and you ask questions, they will tell you you'll go to hell, you're the devil and such like that. So most of the times we don't ask questions. So the idea of when it comes to healing, liberation, nation building, we literally had to change everything that we know, everything that we interpret, everything that we everything that we claim that is truth, that they give to us, that told us that is truth, all our misinterpretations, those are the things we must unlearn first.
Okay.
Language.
Right, so now we're going to look at healing the woman and healing the nation. We're looking at emotional, spiritual, and historical healing. Sister Makunda, how does emotional, spiritual, and historical healing take place? Emotional, spiritual, and historical healing.
Emotional, spiritual, and historical healing. Okay, I think we first need to be able to identify the fact that we need healing. Being under this system of white supremacy, we have been conditioned in a way that is not what you will see is the biblical proverbial woman. To be virtuous, to be obedient, to, be subservient, to be submissive. And in order to heal that wrong, distorted perspective, we have to be able to go back to our origin, or our original traditional proverbs, our Kitabun Magana. We need to go back to the African proverbs, and we need to be able to follow our instructions. This is where we start the healing, because we're getting the correct instruction. We need to be able to follow the scriptures and embrace atonism. In that way, we have a book called the Book of Ma'at, and the Book of Ma'at will help to bring balance to our lives if we follow it. It will help not just the physical, but the mental, the spiritual, and the emotional sides of us, by putting our practices back into place, by remembering who we are historically. It's not that this African proverbial woman has disappeared or is non-existent within us. Is that we need to remember who she is so that we can become her. And I think that process of becoming is partly what starts that healing process.
Okay. Next question. What wounds do women carry that impact generations? What wounds do women carry that impact generations? Sister Venus, you can get us started. What wounds do women carry that impact generations?
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing the second word.
Wounds, W-O-U-N-D. Wounds.
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 W-O-U-N-D.
Yes.
Okay. So the question is, what wounds do women carry
that impact generations?
Ooh, that's a long question, a long answer. Let me see if I could give it an abridged version. Slavery. We will start from there.
Okay.
We read about it. We saw we read about the atrocities that was put on us, both men, women, and children during slavery. And that has been stamped in our DNA. Then we had, if you could recall, let me see, the 25th of May, 2020, the world stood still for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. Do I have that correct? I hope. Check me on that. And we got a visualization of a disease And we saw it infect one person. In the comfort, as they say, of racism, white supremacy. What I'm calling to memory is George Floyd. The world saw it. Where I am, here in Trinidad, there was a moment when one of our ministers called our children roaches. We, our people, as Nubian Melaninites, have been trampled upon till we were broken. No other race of people has gone through that. Broken. And most of the audience that are here can go back to books, movies, stories. So you know what broken is, where it's coming from. Those are our wounds that we carry from generation to generation.
Okay. And all of us.
And how do you heal?
No, just how does it impact generations? So all of us have these wounds, right?
Yes.
So now we want to look at how, with us having these wounds, how does healing restore community balance? And Sister Umi, you can get us started with how healing restores community balance.
Okay. I think one of the wounds that I have experienced is probably not speaking up, and that has impacted my progeny, whereby I would be the one telling her to speak up. And I would say how that would impact the future would be, as she witnessed me speaking up, she would in turn speak up and be able to help those that are not being spoken up for, that are being trodden down. So that would build the community up.
Okay. So Sister Leah, how does healing restore community balance? How is balance restored within the community by healing?
How does balance? Can you repeat the question again, please?
Yes. How does healing restore community balance?
How does healing restore community balance? Okay. Healing.
Yes.
How does community restore?
How does healing bring balance back to the community?
First of all, when we look at trauma, we know that is a ripple down effect. And some of the effects that we get may be our attitude. Some of the effects that we may see is how we view our male counterparts.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes if as a person that sleep around, I jump from here to here, but everybody leaves, then that feeling of being unwanted, that feeling of being thrown away or used will impact the community. So now you will see your counterpart as a desecrator of the womb. You would not see him as an equal or somebody ability to help you. You will see that as a desecrator of the womb. So that effect, your attitude and your actions interacting with that male counterpart. Could you repeat the question again?
Yes, we're talking about healing and restoring balance in the community. How does your healing restore the balance to the community?
Right. So after you have the knowledge, your master of self, you understand that the trauma you're going through, because you know the brain that don't forget. After you master yourself and you do all the necessary by seeing the male counterpart as equal, it will help in restoring the community. Because when we look at African Central culture, Nile Delta, we are speaking about duality. We are speaking about the male and the female being coming together. We are speaking about Africans as family-centered. The family wouldn't be consist of just the female alone. So you must interact with the male counterpart. So your ability now, when you're healed, the ability to interact to some degree with the male counterpart, which will have interaction between each other, your politics, the interaction, you could have some healing within there, which will, in order to build the community, build the family.
Okay, great. So we're talking about healing the woman and healing the nation. We've talked about emotional, spiritual, and historical healing. We've talked about the wounds that women carry that impact generations. And we talked about how the healing restores balance to the community. So now, what are some practices that support this restoration? What are some things that actually support this restoration of the community? That's what are some practices that people can do to bring this balancement back to the community? So, Sister Makunda, can you give us some practices that support deep restoration?
Deep restoration.
Yes, we're trying to restore this balance, this balancement to the community. So what are some practices that we can instill? What are some things that we can do to move back towards this balancement within the community? Because we know we've been wounded emotionally, spiritually. Our history has been taken from us. So what are some practices that we can do to help restore this balancement in the community?
Okay. Restore balance in the community. We as an Atonis Karastian, when I came in, I was a Christian, or I had been a part of a Christian church. I was raised Catholic. And so when I came into Atonism, I came with all my baggage and all of my beliefs and everything else. When I started to attend the Kanisa and sit in the services and hear Kahun Montutar and Al-Basesh, Dr. Amadou Varmon, teaching on the scriptures, breaking down the lies that I'd been told and absorbed for such a long time, that helped me to move towards the African center, or as Rev would say, move closer to center. That encouraged me to join the church. It encouraged me to bring my children. It encouraged me to talk to my family about what I was learning, joining the classes, getting people to join the classes. And so what it was doing is it was not just helping me, it was filtering into the communities. So whilst we're doing this class today, or this session, it's important because we're talking about what it is to be African-centered and bring ourselves back into balancement. But we're not just talking to us as atonists, we're talking to the community. We're talking to those that can hear it in this way. And in doing that, we will help to change the minds of the community. We will help to bring people in. We will help to spread the good news and spread the word. We will help to show people that this way of suffering under this white supremacist system is not the only way. There are other ways for us. There are better ways of thinking, better ways of doing things. We not just come to Kanisa. We have our annual events. We have our international culture days. We have these things where people in the community, we're going out and we're reaching. We do outreach, charitable work, where we can go as a Kanisa and we can spread this word, but not just as a Kanisa going out and spreading this church word. You know, people out, unfortunately, our people are not always receptive to church and the scriptures in that way, but we're going out and we're doing that good work. And this in turn, our actions speak louder than our words. And when people see us out there and we're doing these things for the community will respond. I hope that helps.
Now we will speak about Africana womanism and Western feminism. Africana womanism versus Western feminism. What are these two frameworks? What is Africana womanism and what is Western feminism? And what are the key differences between these two frameworks? Sister Venus, you can get us started. Africana womanism versus Western feminism. What is the key difference between these two?
How we look at the word feminism and how we look at the word African womanism. We have to see there's a difference. It's not the same. When we look at Africanism, African womanism, Africana womanism, we see history. We see pride. We see do for self. We see community. We see nation building. We see the love of creator. We see the love of self, right? And we understand in that reasoning that the woman must take the mantle to continue to build the community, to continue to build family, to continue to build self. So we understand it from that perspective. We come, and it has been given to us from ancestor onto us, the living community. And we have to pass that on to the unbirthed ones, right? So this is what it gives us an identity. It gives us a name. It gives us a togetherness. It's an understanding of masculine and feminine energies working together. This is it. However, when we come to the Western side, the ones that practice feminism, that's totally different. That comes from the people of the 11 plus grandsons of Canaan. That comes from these women that are in the houses or in the nation. That comes from they being not deemed worthy by their men, not given the opportunity to be who they are. And what they did when they were treated like that, they decided on some front, on some form, to incorporate us because they see us as strength, we, the African woman. And they used us in such a way that they attained attention as a united front and then cast us away. So they used what we had, what we learned, what we can give, and then they cast us away and left us thinking, oh, feminism is the way on this side. No. No. We know for sure that masculine and feminine works together because gender is everything. And we have to be brought into remembrance of that and leave them on their own, because at the end of the day, we're not responsible for them. We're responsible for building a nation. We're responsible for building ourselves. We're responsible for a whole lot of things that does not include them. They're not part of our equation at this moment. So the difference must be accepted on our side, that we are not them. We have our own fight, and our fight is always joined with the masculine, or what we call the male counterpart, so that we could breed a family that could stand. We don't need outside influence. Yes?
That's correct. Thank you, my sister. So we're still talking about Africana womanism versus Western feminism. So when we're talking about family-centered liberation and individual-centered liberation, what would be the difference in these two? We're talking about family-centered versus individual-centered liberation. And it's coming from the context of Africana womanism versus Western feminism. So how would these two things differ? How do they look different? Family-centered versus individual-centered liberation. Sister Markunda, you can take that one for us. Family-centered liberation versus individual-centered liberation.
Individual-centered liberation. Me, myself, and I. Where am I going to be? How am I going to get there? What do I need to do in order to reach that goal? Family-centered. Do you say liberation?
Family-centered liberation, yes.
Okay, family-centered liberation. Family, you're talking about a unit. You're talking about the male counterpart, the melanated mother, the melanated father, and the melanated children. How is it best for us to move forward together, supporting each other? Teaching the children their history, us knowing our history, knowing who we are, our identities, teaching the children our identities, helping to make sure that the children are not influenced by this inferiority that we see taught in our schools, to ensure that the child understands who they are, where they come from, their powerful lineage, their history, ensuring that they are equipped to navigate the systems that we're under. To liberate them, we need to ensure that their education is right. We need to ensure that we teach them how to grow food. We need to ensure that we're teaching them economics, how to learn a skill. How do we build businesses? So we need to teach them about survival. Yeah, that's what I got.
Okay, thank you. Sister Leah, how does cooperation versus competition reshape relationships? We're looking at cooperation versus competition. And how does cooperation versus competition reshape relationships?
Cooperative. Cooperative meaning that you're working together. You're seeing peace, unity. You're looking at duality. If I in African-centered theology, when we say duality, we are talking about, if I am speaking of Tahuti, I'll be speaking of my heart. So it is always male and female. No one is feeling neglected or left out. When you look at competition, on the other hand, is what I could do better than you. When we talk about one person, we leave out the next one, it leave that room for that competition. We leave that room for that questioning or feeling unwanted. So in order to avoid competition, if you're speaking about the male, we are speaking about the female. If you're speaking about the female, you speak about the male, because each of them have a counterpart. And when you look at our culture, we are seeing two heads. So when we look at cooperation, and we look at in the Night River Valley, when you speak about the intellect and how the male and the female wouldn't see it from your perspective, and the female would not see it from your perspective. But when both heads become one, now we could have unity, now we could have cooperation, now we could have controlling of our well people activity. But when you're in competition, that gets through the window. You're only going to see it from one side. You're not going to see it from you're not going to see it from the male side if I'm a female, and you're not going to see it from the female side if you're a male. They both must become one. So when that don't become one, it creates chaos. It creates chaos in the nation, because everybody now will be thinking as an individual. Everybody thinking that what they see, most of the times that we only see it from one perspective.
Okay, thank you, my sister. So which one of these models builds, better sustains the community, Sister Umi? Africana womanism or Western feminism? Family-centered or individual-centered? Cooperation or competition? So which model better sustains community?
Africana womanism and cooperation better sustain community. There's continuity involved. There would be more advancement made, as opposed to competition, where the relationship would be fractured and shortcuts would be taken. And with feminism, is more centered on self. The man role is subjugated by the woman. That's my take on it.
Okay. So now we're going to look at legacy over lifestyle, building for generations yet unborn. So long-term thinking and ancestral responsibility. What is our ancestral responsibility, and what is our long-term thinking? What is our plan for building legacy and preparing for future generations? So in terms of long-term thinking, what is our ancestral responsibility for building for the future generations? Sister Venus, you can get us started. We're talking about legacy over lifestyle. We're talking about building for future generations. What's the plan for the future? And what is your ancestral responsibility for the future? What is your genetic responsibility for the future? What is your responsibility for legacy?
Let me start off by saying something. In the family, the husband and the wife have long-term goals for their children. Whether consciously or unconsciously, they have long-term goals. When we take it outside of the family and we put it in the community, we see where we can go as a people. The question becomes, why can't we reach there? When we really think about it, Our ancestors have always thought long term. Because of racism, white supremacy, which turned us away from our legacy as true noblemen and regal ladies, based on the scripture that we followed, based on the lifestyle that we had embraced, based on the economic enhancement that we received due to our hard work. We have to step back now. We who are here have to step back now and recall and bring to remembrance. And we could do this because the Basesh, our Basesh, has brought us to the piece, brought us and taught us how to build the pieces to that puzzle. We look at our BBs and we look at our Babas. We look at Clenora Hudson Weave, who gave us that verbiage of Africana womanism. We look at Winnie Mandela and Nelson Mandela, who fought on their front for liberation for their people worldwide. We look at Elijah Muhammad bringing us messages, yes, on the Black man. We have so many of our BBs and Babas, most importantly, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, or Mosaic Garvey as they want, bringing us how as a people we could unite and bring forth production. Yes?
Okay, thank you.
These things, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
How do we measure success beyond material wealth?
Well, sorry.
No. This is the next question.
Oh.
We're moving to the next question. How do we measure success beyond material wealth? So we'll start with Sister Umi. How do we measure success beyond material wealth? And Sister Makunda will follow your response. How do we measure success beyond material wealth?
I think we can measure it by every day reflecting whether we are revolving, returning back to a state of divinity realized. And that would not be solely material wealth.
Okay. Sister Makunda, how do we measure success beyond material wealth?
I want to say we see success in the steps that we make. We set our goals and we move towards them. And as we achieve these goals, we're seeing success. So these are little miracles, as our Basesh would say. How do we measure them? That one, I'm not quite sure of. But what I would say is that as we achieve each goal, that we are seeing these, sorry, go ahead.
When we look at the etymology of the word success.
Are we able to pull that up, please?
A result. It's an outcome.
Mm-hmm.
It's a happy outcome. It's a good result. Something that follows after. So success is a result. It's an outcome. So with looking at the etymology of the word success, how do we measure this success beyond material wealth? Okay, you may continue, my sister.
Bear with me. I'm just trying to make my screen a little bit bigger so that I can see this. Okay, so we can see the outcomes of the work that we're putting into the children. We can see those results by the successes that comes with their studying, their learning, their growing, their intellect. And so we can measure it in that sense. We can think about us as we are becoming. We have to start somewhere, and we are doing our reading, and we are learning, and we are expanding our minds with all of this learning, and we can see where we have started and see where we are at this point, but we can also see where we wish to go. And I suppose in that case, in that sense, you can measure that success. And it's important, you know, wealth is great. You know, we need the wealth to fund the things that we need, fair enough. But also it's important to be able to measure, I suppose, the character building and the change in mentality. And those things we will see as we are putting things in place, as we are learning, as we are then teaching, as we are building, as we are expanding. And this in tow will have a successful impact on our legacy.
Okay, thank you. The last question for this session. What must we start now for the next 50 to 100 years? Everyone will answer this last question. What must we start now for the next 50 to 100 years? So Sister Venus, you can get us started, followed by Sister Umi, Sister Leah, and then Sister Makunda. What must we start now for the next 50 to 100 years? Sister Venus?
Yes. Yes. The question is, what must we start now?
Yes.
For?
And we're talking about building generations yet unborn. Legacy over lifestyle. Establishing a legacy.
Okay. So when we're speaking about the average persons, they see no further than material wealth.
Okay, so what do we have to do?
Yes. Yes. They see no further than material wealth. How do we bridge the knowledge that we have where we're seeing a future of liberation for our children, our great-grandchildren, our children after that? How do we bridge that gap, you have to ask yourself, with people who do not know? Because you're asking me to how do we reach there? Success. But we can't reach there as individuals. So as we learn under Basesh, we now have to take ourselves, go out there and connect to the people and understand where they are at. Because we too started with nothing. We were taught and we were pulled and we were tugged inside. And now we've reached a level where we understand certain things. We understand that we must fight for liberation on all fronts so that our children will enjoy the goods, the hard work, the sweat, the tears of their parents, their ancestors, and their descendants. So we have to go back to our people. We have to take the information that we've learned here and we have to give it to them in such a way that they would want to come along with us to this path of consciousness. So what we can do now is just that. Learn. Humble ourselves to knowledge. This is what we can do, and pass it on, pass it on, and pass it on, and get everybody to a point where we can all appreciate it. So we must have stability. We must follow the laws that we were given by Basesh, the laws of Ma'at, and it requires us to be stable. It allows us to see that we have to provide, we have to bring provision, whether from the land, whether from our minds. We have to give it to them. We have to show that it could be done. We have to balance ourselves.
Okay.
We have to balance our minds.
Thank you. Sister Umi,
Okay.
what must we start now for the next 50 to 100 years? We're talking about legacy over lifestyle and building for generations yet unborn. What must we do?
Okay. Land is power. We need to take control of our land and resources, get back to the wisdom of the ancestors, and become community-minded again. That's it.
Thank you. Sister Leah, legacy over lifestyle, building for those generations yet unborn. What must we start right now for the next 50 to 100 years?
First, without discipline, there's nothing we can achieve. We are living in a society where discipline was thrown out the window. So without discipline, nations falls. So what we can instill now is discipline. What we can instill now is balancement, nation building, discipline holds a nation together. With all those disciplines, we can't function. So what we could install not now that will last forever, no matter what we do, will be the discipline.
Okay, thank you. Sister Merkunda, you can take a look at the screen. You can close us out. Legacy over lifestyle, building for generations yet unborn. What must we start right now for the next 50 to 100 years?
I'm going to read something, if that's okay. In the Niger Delta cosmology and communal systems, wealth was collective, circulatory, and functional. And some of the core principles were resources must flow like water. Wealth is measured by family stability, community strength, food security, and trade networks. So we need to put our businesses back in place. We need to work as a community, as a collective, not as individuals. We need to educate the generations. We need to ensure that we are aligned with Ma'at, and we need to build and protect our legacies. We spoke on the purchasing, making sure that we have land, making sure that we have water, making sure that we're growing our own foods. The basics of food, shelter, and you know, making sure that we can provide for our children and our families. And ensuring, and in having those things, bear with me, I'm going to read something else if that's okay.
Yes, it is.
So without wealth, the womb operates in survival mode, which is how we are today, pretty much. Decisions become reactive, emotion-based, legacy becomes unstable. And that's what we're finding living under the system of white supremacy. With wealth, the womb operates in a strategic mode. So our children receive education, they receive stability, they receive their identity, and their legacy becomes structured and expandable.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, ladies, for this session. That's going to bring our session to a close. This has been session 4, Liberation, Healing, and Future Building. This has been the Ladies of Purpose Women's Conference 2026. Namaste.
Namaste.
We'll be right back for the final session of today and this year's Ladies of Purpose Conference.
Clock tells dimension, her clock tells single or double mind. Emotional distance. When she checks the time you came in, it's a couple of things she's considering. Her clock just don't tell time. Her clock tells dimension. Searching your tone for affection, searching your eyes for your heart. Don't think you know too well. Magnets attract and repel. You should feel heaven and earth in connection. Display her fine points in your thoughts. Don't think her clock can tell. If you're pretending that all is well, just from her feeling, just from her feeling, just from her feeling, from her feeling. She still hugs your insecurity, and she is patient with your paranoid mind. Don't think you know too well. Magnets attract and repel. Line so smooth and truly. There's nothing faint about the things you deny. Don't think you know too well. Magnets attract and repel. Shouldn't have to be mental chess and scheming. Rude boy, you shouldn't have to be. Will it a double cross and double dealing? And it shouldn't have to be. Will it a prosecution and appealing? Biological accuracy should get you every time from the feeling. Just from her feeling. Just from her feeling. Her clock just don't tell time. Her clock just don't tell the time. Her clock tell dimension. Her clock tells single or double mind. Emotional distance. Just from her feeling. Just from her feeling. Shouldn't have to be mental chess and scheming. And it shouldn't have to be. Will it a double cross and double.
We're back. You're listening to the Ladies of Purpose Christ Consciousness Conference 2026. This is our final session for this year. This year has been a very, very informative year. Yesterday, these are the things, if you missed it, is on YouTube at the Cuptic TV, QUBTIC TV on YouTube. You can watch yesterday's 4 sessions, which were The Womb is a Battlefield, Why Melanated Motherhood Terrifies Systems of Oppression. Session 2 on Friday was The Mothers of Exodus, How Women Have Always Led Liberation Movements. Session 3 was The Revolutionary Christ, Raising Children Who Refuse to Bow to Empire. And session 4 yesterday was Recovery of Sight, Women and Keepers of Vision. And today, the first 4 sessions have been Session 1, Tamare, Ancient Africa, the True Source of Wisdom Tradition. Session 2, The Womb as the First Institution of Civilization. Session 3 was the Proverbs 31, Woman Reclaimed Not Submission but Strategy. Session 4 was liberation, healing, and future building. And now we close out with Elder Owen Burroughs bringing in Kahun Tefnut, known as the Associate Pastor Karen Hilton, Sister Leah Gums Tate from Trinidad and Tobago, Sister Azandi Ashanti Malinki, and Sister Dr. Nicole Ford. And they'll be discussing with Elder Owen, interviewing and moderating From Wisdom to Legacy, Building Generations Through Ma'at, Universal Order and the Balancement of Deeds, the Book of African Proverbs, Maganda. I pray you're enjoying this broadcast. Elder Owen?
Pastor Bassett, I pray I can be heard clearly.
Yes, you can, my brother.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. What a great session it has been. What a great weekend. And we're gonna end this with a bang today. We have some very powerful sisters that are gonna be joining me. But before we do that, you know, we were taught that we have to set the table. So I just want to open up with a statement. Before there was a proverb written in a book, there was wisdom spoken in Africa. Before institutions existed, there were instructions flowing from the mouths of mothers, elders, and sages along the Niger Delta up into the Nile River Valley civilizations. The instructions of Amen Hotep reminds us that wisdom is not abstract, it is lived. It is the discipline of speech, protection of the vulnerable, the honoring of ancestral boundaries, and the commitment to balance in all things. As the text teaches, we are to guard against oppressing the weak and not remove the ancient boundary stone, because justice, order, and identity must be preserved for generations. This is Ma'at, universal order and the balancement of deeds, the system where truth, justice, discipline, and harmony are not optional. They are the foundation of civilization itself. And within this order, the mother stands at the center. This is where liberation begins. African liberation teaches us freedom is not only political, it is intellectual, cultural, and spiritual, and that freedom must be built through disciplined generations who understand who they are, where they come from, and what they are responsible for. So today, we are not just discussing wisdom, we are discussing the responsibility to transform wisdom into legacy, to raise children who live in balance, to build communities rooted in justice, and to restore a people through the power of order, memory, and truth, the system of Ma'at. Let's get started. Thank you so much, ladies, for being on. Oh, my goodness. I got an all-star lineup here today. All right. We got a very, very in-depth topic to talk about today. I have so much questions to ask. So we want to be able to, you know, we are taught that our job is to make people want to know more. We can never provide all of their answers today, but if we can sow those seeds where they want to learn more and start to follow and become a part of what we're doing, then they can get more of their questions answered. So with that in mind, let's get into this topic this afternoon. From wisdom to legacy, building generations through Ma'at, Maganda, African Proverbs. Let's start with Kahun Tefnut. Kahun Tefnut, what is moving from wisdom to legacy? Help us to understand that, because from wisdom to legacy, what does that mean in this discussion?
Okay, so from wisdom to legacy, we're talking about that knowledge that those wise ones, you know, the wisdom that has been attainable or that's been held onto from mother to daughter to father to son has been passed on from generations to generations. Now, the legacy to be built on that is that knowledge, those disciplines, those practices, all of those things that was held within the system of Ma'at is now passed on and keeps on passing on. This forms a legacy of the people that started it or where it even stemmed from. That legacy continues, and how it continues is because it must be then taught, it must be shown, it must be passed on. For it to be a legacy, it needs to continue. That's why we use the word continuity. Continuity is continuing with our legacy, with our way of life, with our practices, with our disciplines, with our etiquettes. And it formulates that system of ma'at. Not just that, because it has maxims, it has sayings, statements, which we make sure that our mothers, is in us, instilled in us, and we instill it in that child. Into that child, no matter where they go, no matter what they do, whether they go left or right through their childhood, they always come back to foundation, and foundation they will pass on to theirs. That is legacy. It will keep on going, but we must first absorb it. We must first protect it, and we must first make sure that no matter what, that is passed on.
Thank you for that. Now, I want to remind everyone today, you ladies that are on the screen, I want doctrine specific. We're talking the Tonism doctrine. We're talking our philosophy, cosmology, theology that comes from the Niger Delta civilization on up to the Nile River Valley civilization. We want to put all of this in a bow with the Tonism stamp of approval on it.
Okay.
Sister Zandi, with that in mind, doctrine specific, what is Ma'at? What is this Egyptian principle, right? Isn't it from Egypt? Tell us about Ma'at. What is Ma'at, and why is Ma'at important to this conversation?
Thank you so much, Elder. See, I think that's the thing. Sometimes we centralize everything. It has to be Egypt. But Africa is not a monolith, right? Our teacher teaches us, and we're very specific, especially in the scriptures. It says Niger Delta on into Nile River Valley civilizations. So we have to recognize that West Africa, right? When we swab our mouths and we do our DNA test, I've done mine. I got well, my mom's done it, right? She does ancestry, and everything traces back to West Africa. And you may have a few lines that's somewhere else, but everything is not in Egypt, right? But this concept, more like a precept of Ma'at, existed already. That wisdom, and you said doctrine specific, that wisdom is spoken about in the original books of the Bible. And it tells us Ma'at weighs the scales. It's the universal order and balancement of deed. And we have our heart on the scale and the feather or the quill on the scale, weighing intellect, weighing law against the heart, right? And in the etiquette's parchment of nobility prescribed by our Basesh, A.J. Varma, Dr. A.J. Varma, Haruhotep Tar, it says that if you look and we read through the parchment, each piece makes us analyze self. It breaks it down into quadrants, and it makes us analyze each part of self, interpersonal, intrapersonal, what's going on in us, intrapersonal, generational. What you're asking about legacy, how that Ma'at manifests generationally. But first we have to analyze, we have to question, we have to do an analysis, and we have to deconstruct falsehood. The parchment, because the etiquette's parchment was present, it allowed
wait,
us.
Sister Vandy, wait, hold on. What do you mean we have to deconstruct falsehood? What's so good about Ma'at? Why are you bringing why is falsehood being added to your equation? Talking Ma'at, not falsehood.
But okay, because we've been indoctrinated with falsehood, and that's what we're trying to balance. I need you to step aside. Sorry. And okay, let's go to Proverbs. We're in the African book of Proverbs, Kitabun Magana. And let's just go to page 13 for a moment. We'll go to page 36, and then we'll continue on with fighting in.
Okay.
I'll be quick. I promise I'll be quick. All right, and then we'll just make sure that we're tied. I don't want to write this stick a pin in it, and we'll tie in and just show the how it all marries, right? If we can quickly just go to page 13.
To understand this Ma'at, this has to be clear for everybody, because if we're operating under the system, we really need to grab this component. This is the core of what we're discussing this entire weekend and into the future.
Absolutely. And it doesn't just apply to, we came from the world. We're not a special group of people that came down from the sky, that came down from the sky. We're all here from the world. And we brought with us worldly ways. We brought with us worldly thinking. This is why we needed to really understand. And even today, we're still questioning Ma'at. We're still questioning self. Right? I think that's the thing, is when we think that we've kind of passed it, but even us sitting here today, we have to ask ourselves, part of that questioning, am I still under Hellenistic thinking? Do I still go through moments of imbalancement? Am I still having problems in the household because I have unstable emotions? Am I still going, because these things still take place, but we can't get in front of the camera and act like we've got it all together when maybe 10 minutes ago, a day ago, 3 days ago, we were out of order and out of control. That's the reality.
That's right.
And in this book, it says critical. Let's look here quickly, because I know you're going to cut me off in just a second.
Let's go.
Right? Let's look
On.
at critical theology. Let's go down just a moment. Why does it tell us here in Proverbs? Because we're speaking to the women today, to the ladies today, to us becoming. And it says critical theology and the recovery of African perspective. So that means if we have to recover African perspective, that we have someone else's perspective. And it requires critical thinking. This writing herein shall emphasize the importance of critical theology, the practice of questioning inherited interpretations and examining religious traditions through African historical context. Because if we are the mothers of the nation and the civilization, and we want to be these womb and be the great womb and woo, we're her, that means that if we don't question, we bow to the system of oppression. Just by not questioning.
So questioning is a form of resistance. Questioning is a form of liberation.
Because if I don't question misinformation, I will accept that misinformation, and then I will teach it to my children and perpetuate that generationally. That's what they talk about, generational curse. It's not a curse that's been cast. It's us not questioning and passing ignorance through our lineage. So the questioning is very important, and that's where Ma'at begins, because wisdom has already been questioned, has already been analyzed, has already been scrutinized. That's how you got to wisdom. Knowledge, wisdom, understanding. So that knowledge already had to be questioned before you even got to the wisdom. And for those scales to be balanced, now we could talk legacy. But we can't talk legacy if we're just going to keep passing trauma. We can't talk legacy if we're going to keep passing Hellenistic teachings. So if we haven't sat and questioned the falsehood so that we have truth to give, then we are just perpetuating the lie as mothers. And that's what we've done unconsciously. It's unconsciously perpetuated the lie generationally.
Thank you for that. Brilliant. This concept of Ma'at, we're talking about wisdom, moving from wisdom to legacy, incorporating Ma'at, this system of Ma'at as our guide, as our foundation, as our true north, to create generations that go into the future. It says generations with an S, multiple generations. What role does Ma'at play in the creative process? Why is Ma'at required for creation to happen and to be sustained for generations?
That's a me, right?
Yes. For you, my dear. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, when we look at Ma'at, we are looking at a system. We are not looking at one individual's thing. So we're looking at a system. And when we look at the females, the mothers, we embody Ma'at when it comes to, we become co-creators. So when we are having child, with perception, we are actually creating the consciousness of the child. We are creating the body of the child. We are creating the mind of the child. So everything that we watch, everything that we see, every book that we read, it goes into creating this mentality of the child.
Okay, keep going.
If we want me go to, so we actually body this balancement. And when we look at the balancement, we are talking about the different beliefs, what we believe, the different systems we believe, what it is, we believe blind faith. If it is, we believe the if we are a person like to watch cartoon, if we are a person like to watch all these different things, that goes into mentality. Some people like to watch Bold and Beautiful. So everything that we believe, everything we interpret, everything that was given to us goes into the creation and the mentality of that child. So when you're looking at balancement, what it is I am trying to create, and basically what I'm trying to create is what I will be putting in or co-creating when that child is in the womb.
And we're looking at creating a generation where we control our own destiny. We want to be in control of our own destiny. We want to be able to control our own resources. We want to be able to worship as we see fit. We want to be left alone. What type of ma'at principles? Because you're talking about what we consume, what we attach our five senses to, what we allow to permeate our being. What do we need to be focusing on to create those generations that govern themselves, that have the societies where they are achieving greatness they can pass? When we look at the African civilizations that came before the colonizers came into contact with us, what do we need to be doing? What type of things do we need to be putting into the mental, spiritual, emotional state to create that type of successful generation?
So if we are trying to create a liberated mind, then we have to do liberating things. So when we look at liberating things that we do like every day, it would be simple, like just wearing your hair natural is a liberating. Because when Black women wear their hair, these hair industry lost billions of dollars. So by simple just wearing your hair natural, simple as saying that I'm Black, I'm beautiful, simple things that doing your rites, doing your rituals, the Shabbat, going back to go forward. When you do these things, all these things that you're doing, taking away all the things, unlearn all the things that they teach us, and replace it with African-centric thinking, we create a liberated mind. Because even the mother, before she even gave birth, she was also in the womb. All these liberating babies and barbers, they also was in the womb of a mother. And what are the things they do? And based on what they do, we go back, Sankofa, to go forward. So as long as we move off these beliefs, who and what we believe, what is the reality? When we embed ourselves in these things, then we creating a liberated mentality.
Now when we question, we take away the need to believe, and we have the ability to know, to confirm facts. So that's a great point. Now, Dr. Nicole Ford, you're not going to sit away in the corner there like you're not a part of this discussion. Now, Sister Leah was talking about how you condition the mind. We're talking about the act. I want you now to talk to us about the act and neuroplasticity. We're talking about creating an environment for us to be successful, creating new habits. So first of all, show the correlation, tell us what neuroplasticity is. We have a good understanding of what Ma'at is. How do they correlate, and how can Ma'at show up in the creation of these habits and mindsets that we need during successful generations? So neuroplasticity and
if possible, I would like to just make sure that it's scripturally based and use the scriptures as an example, if you don't mind. If possible, can we, social media, can we please go to page 62 in Proverbs, right? And the reason why we're going to go to page 62, if you're looking at the Blue Letter Bible, right? This Proverbs, we'll go to Proverbs 31:4 as an example, and then we'll go to page 62. Let's go to Blue Letter Bible, Blue Letter Bible, Proverbs 31:4, just so everybody can see it, right? And when you see it,
Thank you, social media.
it specifically talks and states, right? It should be coming up. So I'm going to go to it while it's coming up. It is not for kings, O Lemuel. It is not for kings to drink wine, nor for princes strong drink. Right? And so I'm using this because one of the things that has the ability to affect neuroplasticity is alcohol, right? How we consume it. And the reason why I'm using that as a, right? Alcohol, the consumption of alcohol, right? Alcohol has the ability to affect our brains in negative ways, right? Alcohol affects and actually rewires or disrupts the brain functioning that occurs in neuroplasticity because now instead of strengthening those pathways that help us think to make us clear, it's going to strengthen those pleasure centers, those reward centers, those addiction pathways. So work with me. Let's go to page 62 in the Proverbs now so everybody can see it because we're talking about habits, right? Just habits. Neuroplasticity is just habits. You can use it for good or bad. Can we please go to Proverbs, the rebranded Itabun Magana? And if we can go to scroll down, please. Yes, right underneath the picture where it says the African Book of Proverbs 7:39, 31, 5. And it says, lest I intoxicate themselves and lose remembrance of my law of Ma'at, the very law that governs Tamaray, ancient Africa, before invasion and distortion. For when the mind is clouded, right? The ruler or leader forgets not only the law, but the people and begins to rule in favor of power rather than justice. In that forgetfulness, judgment is twisted, and the cries of the afflicted, our melanated people, the oppressed, the dispossessed, are ignored or silenced. This is how imbalance enters the land. When those entrusted with order abandon clarity and become instruments of confusion and misrule, therefore guard the mind and spirit from all that dulls awareness so that justice may remain aligned with truth and people may not be portrayed. Right? So it mentioned in this section a couple of different things. It mentioned forgetfulness. It mentioned how the mind is clouded. It mentioned how the judgment or how we make decisions become twisted. And it mentioned how we start to forget about the people that have been oppressed and the afflicted and our role in it because now this chaos, this confusion, these imbalancements are coming in. So this is a really great version to show how through what we intake, right? Nutrition isn't just what you put in your mouth, but it's anything that you use with your senses, the things that you touch, the things that you smell, the music that you listen to, the foods that you eat, good or bad. So everything has a purpose, what you should do and what you shouldn't do, ought and not. So in this process of rewiring and building, Ma'at is saying, hey, you have to do things that are going to align with these principles of truth, that are going to align with these principles of balancement. It could be something as simple as true. You come from a second or third generation where alcoholism is in your family. That genetic disposition is in your family. True. You know that. However, because of you want to go out, you want to party, you want to be part of the decadence, you're in your youth, you want to be in the know, you go ahead and now you keep putting yourself in environments that's going to bring that part of your genetics to the forefront. Right? My aunt is saying, hey, be aware that granddaddy and your daddy, that alcoholism is in there. Once you activate that gene, it's going to be and keep going yourself in these environments, it's going to be hard to control that side of your nature. That side of your nature. 2, forgetfulness. Now, the alcohol is going past the blood-brain barrier. Everybody, you can Google these things, right? It's going past the blood-brain barrier. It's affecting your emotional state. It's affecting how your neurotransmitters connect. It's affecting your hormone levels. All of these things are happening. So Ma'at is not just a spooky, some kind of, not just a spooky, oh, I think this is happening. Ma'at is based off of truth, reality, and actual biological principles. If you look on the page, it says neuroplasticity is the brain's ability to rewire through repeated experiences, attention, emotion, and behavior. Now, remember, those repeated experiences, attention, emotions, and behavior can be positive or negative. Ma'at is the disciplined pattern of right alignment through repeated thought, right perception, right action, and right relation. So in practice, when a
Right.
does that make sense? So when a
Yes.
person repeatedly chooses truth over confusion, the mind is trained in that direction. When a person repeatedly interrupts adverse thought and replaces it with a balanced thought or a balanced action, right? That new pathway is strengthened. So here at the Holy Coptic Church, we are seeing that Proverbs is reminding us that our divine law is cultural. So Ma'at is the spiritual ethical law of alignment, and neuroplasticity is one biological mechanism through which repeated alignment becomes embodied. The key word is repetition. Gotta do it over and over and over and over again.
Trying to create new neural pathways. It's like
Yes,
eating a
sir.
path in the forest. We're trying to create a new walking in our brain.
I hope I
That's
answered the question,
powerful.
Elder.
You did. It's just toughness. We're staying on a theme here. So now we know that we have to create these new habits. We have to create new pathways, new responses, right? So that we can get better results. So, which brings mindfulness. You know, everyone calls it mindfulness, like it's some new creation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where does the power of word, sound, of utterance comes into it, as far as being able to recite the scriptures and tapping into our nine cryptic rites? How does those rites and rituals align with creating these new pathways that give us better results because of the alignment with Ma'at? Can you bring that in? Bring that spiritual, that found the scripture, the word, the sound into this conversation, please.
Okay, so let me start off with if we can go to page 14 within
Social
the,
media is working hard today.
yes, social media is working
Social
hard.
media
It's the
gift
last
cards
segment.
on
We got
gift
to work
card.
hard. Yes.
Give them a gift card to the Eternal Life.
Okay. Of Kitab and Magana. Let's go to page 14,
Okay.
please.
All right.
So within that, page 14, okay, if you go scroll down. Okay, right here. Okay, go down. That's it. We want to look at this. The purpose of this African-centered reading. So you speak about how do we bring this? How do we do this? How do we combine this? First of all, let's go. Let's go a bit bigger. Let's say. All right. So you can see it on your screen. Yes. Okay. So we are looking at.
Always been a source.
Let's do it here as well so that I can get a good thing on it. Okay. What does it say? It says the purpose of this African-centered reading. This work approaches Proverbs. This is something that I want us all to remember and be mindful of until we can actually have it in our hands and see it for ourselves. This is something that we need to pay attention to. This work approaches Proverbs. So this book, this Magana, approaches Proverbs from an African liberation perspective. So first and foremost, we have to approach everything from this perspective. No longer the Hellenistics, no longer from anybody else's perspective, African liberation perspective. It does not seek to rewrite the scripture, but to restore its historical context and cultural origins. How do we bring this in? By restoring, by acknowledging the relationship between the writer, Amen M. Hope, Amen M. Hope, thank you, pronounced that correctly, and Proverb readers are invited to see the Bible not as a text detached from Africa, but as a part of Africa's intellectual legacy. We spoke earlier on about legacy. In doing so, the wisdom of Proverbs can once again function. Once again, it did before, it will again.
We're doing it before, right?
As it did in the ancient world, a guide for building balanced communities. Those communities are here today that need to be balanced, nurturing disciplined minds and pursuing justice within society. And in that sense, a voice of hope echoing across the centuries through pages of Proverbs reminds us that the search for wisdom has always been one of Africa's greatest contributions to the human story. So when we're talking about how do we bring this in, this first and foremost, how we bring it in is to approach from an African-centered narrative, an African-centered perspective. That is first and foremost. Then we can say, okay, so what is it? What do we need to do? What are all the principles that we need to look at? And they could be the 9 principles. They could be Rail Cell Web. And that is our maxims that we put so we can see it every day, that we can live it every day. It can't just be words. We're not sitting up here saying, well, I'm perfect. I've always been perfect. I was born perfect. In fact, I was born with a golden and a silver spoon. No. We're saying we had to go through those same trials and tribulations. We had to go through those same avenues, those same walks. And here we're today because we wanted to, we sought out, we asked, we sought, and we knocked on the door. How do we bring it? Because that's the first and foremost we must do. We must ask those questions. We must ask. We must seek. We must really want to know the truth. And as you can see on our screen, social media is working hard. Look, the Tamaray, the Tamaray divine utterance as creative force of act in motion. You know, and it says, quickly read, in Tamaray, ancient Africa, utterance is not mere communication. It is vibrational alignment with Ma'at, universal order and the balancement of deeds. Speech is understood to what? As being creative, as being directive, as being form-giving. And this is seen in the idea that sound, name, and word, you mentioned, activate reality, not just describe it. So when we're looking at this, and you can read on, you can see that. So when a person speaks in alignment, they are not just saying something, they're shaping internal and external order. They're aligned directly with what our texts emphasize, because we always refer back to scripture, African scripture.
Wait.
How we're going to bring that.
So when you talk about the power of this sound, is that why the Holy Catholic Church, and we have as a part of our doctrine, the science of sound healing, where we use sound and chants and Ganoon to our daily regimen, because this helps to create the frequency, the environment for things to be achieved, success.
Yes. I mean, they use, you talk about sound healing. They use sound. They have learnt this. This was us. This is what we used. We had things like sound healing. Today they're using sound to break up cancer cells. Where was this coming from? We had this. We used sound for healing. I mean, as typical, not even to be mystical and go out there. Look. Sound heals. When you feel low, what do? I feel sound. We put on music. Music uplifts. When we need help, we have chants. We have a book. What's that parchment called? Wazufa? Not Wazufa. Is it Wazufa?
No.
Art of sound
Science
healing.
of sound healing.
Thank you. The science of sound healing. In that, you say certain chants. Okay, it's about healing. We used to learn about, and there are people still today talking about if you meditate on a certain color of a light and bring that into self, you can heal the body. This is what we spoke about. This is our story. This is where our texts are coming from. This is where listen, today they're using that same science. Today they're using it as if it was something that they just found and came up with. Oh, look at all this wisdom that we found. But it's actually coming from ancient Tamarin, ancient African knowledge and wisdom of how used to heal. They're using frequencies, sound to heal people. They're saying, oh, look, we've found this that can heal bones, that can break down cancer. They're coming up with this as if it was something new. No, it's been around thousands of years, which we use, and which is what the Holy Coptic Church, that some of our members who are entering into sacred societies are learning that information today.
Oh, thank you. That was powerful. Sister Lee, I'm going to go to you, but I want to put Zandi on notice. I'm going to come to Zandi after Leah, and I want to talk to Zandi about Ma'at and epigenetics. Where is the correlation between this epigenetics? Because we're talking about building generations. Everything we're talking about is moving us from wisdom to legacy, and the legacy is in the generational success, right? So I want to come to Sister Zandi after Sister Leah, and then I want to talk to Dr. Ford about Ma'at and trauma. How does Ma'at assist in balancing and countering those traumas that we bring with us that deny us the success that they call generational curses? Sister Leah, I got some questions for you, my dear. What role does emotions play in our achievement of goals and being able to create generations success? I mean, how does Ma'at or is Ma'at involved in the emotions of a people? How do we get this emotional response, this aggression and emotions under control so that we can get about building generations? Talk to us about Ma'at and emotions.
Okay. Emotions. The power of emotions come from your mind. The brain control how you feel, how you feel, likes, dislikes, etc. These brain now control your hormones, which is your body respond to the different emotions. Could you repeat the question one more time?
The role of emotion. How important is it to balance our emotions, our hormones? What role do these elements, these organs and this system play in our ability to create environments where we can have generations of success? How do we get these emotions under control and balanced?
Okay, so as I was saying, the brain control the hormones, right? And based on our environment, based on our environment and the hormones and how we think, you get the reactions, physical reactions.
Oh, okay. So those external forces that we're consuming, whether it's music or watching something or arguments, whatever it is, they're affecting our brain, and our brain is causing our body to respond out of whack.
Yes, but the money dealing with math now, how do it control is through right knowledge, through right thinking. If for example, when you talk about speech,
right,
I am angry, but we have, if I should say something, think, pause, think, and then speak. That process, that is that control. What do I say? Am I going to create undiscipline in the environment, or I'm going to create peace? My words will determine. So that is a balancement. But I bring it out, or do I not bring it out? Is it ought or is it not to do? Is it balanced now for this particular time? Because when you're speaking and you're angry and you have all these emotions coming up, the fright, freeze, when you have all those things, what does it come out? It comes out like chaos. So you have to pause, breathe, think, and then speak.
That'll reduce conflict and stuff among members in an individual, which allow a more harmonious environment, right?
Could you repeat?
That will reduce conflict by doing what you just told us to do, to stop, to breathe, to think, then respond. That'll allow us to be able to communicate better with each other.
Yes. Yes, correct.
Okay, so this approach works on an individual level as far as in an individual home. as well as extend it out to the community. That principle of being able to control your emotions for the betterment of the whole.
It starts as an individual, but when in the community, sometimes somebody has to hold you accountable. Because if I'm inside and I'm squealing at the children, nobody's going to hold me accountable. I'm going to find all kind of excuse why it is I squeal. I'm going to find all kind of excuse why I cuss you out. But long as in a group, now I have to think. I have to pause. Because nobody want to see the other person as being disrespectful. Nobody want to be called disrespectful.
All right. Very good. Thank you so much for that. Is Sister Vandy and Town Teflon, after I'm finished with Dr. Ford,
I'm still Elder. I'm here. I'm just
Okay,
my camera went out, so I'm coming back in, and I will multitask.
All right, great job. I just want to put Town Teflon on notice. I'm going to come to Town Teflon after Dr. Ford. I want to get into values. Where do values fit in, and how we're supposed to conduct ourselves and the morals of the group? Who decides it? If we're talking about building generations, there has to be some values and principles and morals that keep everyone in line. So we'll get to her after we finish with Dr. Ford. Sister Vandy,
Yes.
talk to us about epigenetics. We're talking about building generations for success. What role does epigenetics play? How does my art contribute, or does it have any role to play in epigenetics? Talk to us about that.
Well, epigenetics is going to play a big factor in our remembrance, right? Because our ancestors' experience. Sometimes it sounds spooky when we talk about it. When we like to bring things to practical, scientific, cosmological, physiological actual ways that we can verify it. And in Proverbs, it actually talks about remembrance as well, if we can bring that up. But this ancestral remembrance is able to be relived because when ancestors experience significant environmental factors, their cells alter. Our body is so amazing in how it works. And our genes, we are now able to have I want to say, a predisposition for the experiences that they've had, and we're able to connect and communicate with our ancestors that way as well. It says Ma'at Niger Delta River in epigenetics and Tamarain ancient African thought. Ma'at universal order and the balancement of these is not just moral, it is biological, ancestral, and generational. If in each female we have the eggs of living ancestors, it is biological. It is ancestral and it is generational because the seed that you have in you also carries, as a female, hopefully, not the male, carries those eggs as well, right? And all become a part of a living continuum carried through bloodline, family, and community. There are things that we've been taught, and I think that's the blessing here at the Holy Coptic Church of the Black Messiah. There's things we've been taught scientifically that after we learn it, months later, years later, they catch up and say, oh, this is actually possible because we found out that the body can do this or the body can do that. And we're saying it is possible to have this ancestral memory and create this continuity and this balance of Ma'at by placing ourselves in the right environment and triggering those ancestral memories, because there's good ancestors in us and there's bad ancestors in us. But as we have practices, the scriptural practices that allows us to have chants that are ancient African in their essence, it brings back those memories, it brings back those times, it brings us back to a place where our ancestors existed at that time. And now we're able to trigger those memories. And in that, we're still rewiring the brain, neuroplasticity. In that, all of these things are occurring. So it's healing taking place, it's memory taking place. Epigenetics is allowing all of these things you asked today are all connected in one, and epigenetics is a big part of it because it is also ancestral memory.
This is a living system. This system is alive and creating, and we're co-creating, we're participating in this living experience.
Say that again, Elder, I'm sorry.
Are we participating in this living experience? This seems to be a living thing you're talking about, where there is so many things at play, and we're co-creating. We're not doing it on our own, but we're participating in this living creative experience. Is that right?
We are co-creators. We say co-creators, but we're co-creating with the Most High. We're co-creating with the divine. We're co-creating with our ancestors. We're co-creating as a part of creation, right? We have the ability to co-create, but today's society says we're doing it on our own. And that's the Hellenistic thinking, is that we're doing it on our own, because their genetics don't go far back at all, right? So people who have thousands and millions of years on this planet, it goes back perpetually, and that we're able to access, or that is able to access us when we're placed in ourselves in the right environment.
These documents, for example, in Mali and two, go back thousands of years. We learn about Pharaoh Shabaka, who found these worm-eaten papyruses and had it transcribed on stone, called the Shabaka stone today. It's in the British Museum. Are these real life examples of extending epigenetics through book form and through the tablet? Is that an expression of this living epigenetics being passed on?
Absolutely. And that's what we spoke about yesterday, right? I think I was also trying to give the biological, but physically we have records. And that's what we mentioned, is that we don't have an oral history. We have records that go back and that was preserved. And that also allows us to connect to that ancestral memory, because we're not guessing what our ancestors did. It was written for us, and all we have to do is follow it. So these papyruses that we were given gives us medical knowledge. It gives us sciences. It gives us engineering. It gives us our religion, the Atenist doctrine. It allows us to be who we are, and we don't have to adapt anybody else's culture or anybody else's teaching, but these records are tangible, and it's a part of our theology. It's a part of our religion. It's a part of our doctrine. It's a part of who we are. It is who we are.
So when Sister Leah yesterday was speaking about identifying all of the freaking and bring it together as one, that's what this is. I mean, that's what we're talking about. And it's so amazing that who the world would call primitive people are the progenitors of this information, this knowledge. And those of you that are joining us for the first time or watching this later, you have to understand that, yes, we do scripture. We do the Bible, we do the Quran, we do the original books of the Bible, but we also do science. Our guardian angelic ancestors are scientists. The creator is a scientist. To be able to build and create a body on this world that is operating with all of these systems and universal spiritual laws of order, there's science. So we are scientists. We love learning. We love science. We love to know how the body works. We love to know about math, how the brain works, how a mother carries a child, because all of these are intertwined in this life experience and this system of Ma'at. Thank you so much, sister. Dr. Ford, let's get into the brain. Let's get into trauma. Let's get into the psychological problem and issues that prevent our people from working together and trusting each other, from wanting to go all in. We always got to have something else on the side in case this doesn't work. When we see the world is up in flames, talk to us about psychological trauma and how Ma'at can get us back in our right minds.
The great thing about having a way of life, and the great thing about having scripture and the spirit of truth, right? It allows you, once you embrace it, once you start asking those questions, right? It helps you to become free of those false narratives, free of those false beliefs, free of that pain that you experience, free of the survival mode of thinking, free of thinking that you're the only one that is experiencing that, and there's no one else on this planet that is experiencing it. That could be within your generation or in between generations. If possible, social media, can we please go to page 46? Because it's important that we understand, whenever we're talking about racism, white supremacy, famously known as Hellenism, that this Hellenism, it created an inferiority complex. Dr. Amos Wilson often talks about it in Black, Brown, Indigenous people, right? When you can look at pictures of King Leopold and he has African holding the hands of Africans that were cut off. This psychologically damaged us, right? And so when you're looking here on this page, right, and it talks about, can we please go to page 46? I don't know what page. Okay, yes. And when you're looking here on page 46, and specifically,
Version of Proverbs, just to be clear, what we're reading for
yes,
the listeners. Yeah.
yes, we're looking at verse 35, right? And it says, O children of the Nazarite vow, we, your mothers, born forth out of ancient Africa, Tamaray, saying always to remind our children that you belong first to our wombs, not to the throne. The divinely melanated womb represents origin, it represents ancestry and contract covenant. With the sustainer of the boundless universe, the mother reminds the tribal rulers and tribal leaders that they are first. We have to remind our people we're first. The children of the womb and community before they are rulers or leaders. So identity therein is tied to descendancy and collective responsibility. Can we go to the next page? Tamaran, ancient African, melanated cosmology and theology emphasizes that individuals exist within a genetic, intergenerational, and intragenerational network of family and ancestors. We're always connected. So that could be amongst your brothers and sisters within that one generation, or the generations at the family reunion between your aunties and your grandmothers and all of these people. We're all interconnected and we've all have stories, right? But unfortunately, because of racism, white supremacy, we have all experienced some type of grief and some kind of loss, whether it was loss of identity, whether it was loss of life, whether it was loss of land, whether it was loss of self. All of things happen. Can we please go back to the scriptures, page 72? And the great thing about everybody, I want you to see this book. This book is so important because if we go and we show on Blue Letter Bible these same verses, one of the things when books are Hellenized is one of the ways to control and miseducate people is to not give details.
Okay.
To remove information. So if we're looking here at verse 127, right? And I would like to go to the white parts, right? The white sections, right? And it says, under such conditions and under the watchful eyes of elder, righteous counsel gives strong drink to the ones whose spirit has been crushed by suffering, and to one whose heart is weighed down by grief beyond their strength to carry. For there are moments in life when pain becomes heavy, like stone upon the chest, and mercy must be extended to ease the burden of affliction. And can we go to 128? So let such a one who is experiencing such trauma receive relief for a moment that their spirit might breathe again and their mind might find rest from the storm within. For compassion is also a part of Ma'at, and the wise know when to comfort the weary without leading them into destruction. So my last answer was talking about how in the world we might use in an everyday escapism to try to deal with trauma. People drink a lot, people do drugs a lot, people try to find a way to cope. Social media, internet, sex, food, you name it, we doing it. So when you have somebody that is a mother who recently lost a child or a father whose son was really just recently gunned down, right? It shows you that even in my aunt, there's that balancement where the person might be like, oh, I'm not feeling well. This person might say, but they used to be like hot toddies. And a grandmother would boil some tea and she might put a shot in that glass to help that person go to sleep. Not for their detriment. This is my aunt. But to help the person because they're grieving to a point, they're like, go ahead and get some rest. Does that make sense?
So my considers, someone mentioned it earlier, often not. What ought to be done to make the situation better, to do the best under the circumstances you find yourself in? So
Yes.
not right? Okay.
So, and so
Great
in
point.
that, right? So when we're looking at trauma, when you're looking at my aunt and you're talking about helping a person be able to accept the truth, help them deal with the right relationships of what's happening in reality with their situation, helping them to have correct thinking, because at that moment, the emotional brain has kicked in and that grief is overwhelmed a person.
Yeah,
So my aunt,
who has so much trauma? This person feels they're ashamed, they made some mistakes, and they feel like their life is a failure. And they're looking at the screen and like these women seem to have it all together. They're so polished, they're so knowledgeable, and they feel like this is, I want to be a part of it, but I don't think I'm good enough. Like, what do we tell that person that think they're not good enough because of the mistakes they made in their life? How can they be a part of changing the generations?
That we are you, that you are I, right? When you look at all the women on this, everybody on this page, everybody not on this page, Black people as a whole, we have had collectively, we have been traumatized due to racism, white supremacy. And it was never addressed. It was never addressed. No one asked how we was coping. No one asked, how the children doing. No one cared. And so now through this platform, we're saying that healing is possible, but you have to be connected it's like group counseling, right? And we kind of all go through AA and be like, hey, I've been traumatized. First, you got to admit that it has happened and that this trauma has created things in your attitude, things about how you feel or talk to yourself. We have really negative thoughts just about ourselves, how we behave, how we what we subject ourselves to, or how we allow certain people to treat us. We don't no longer have boundaries when it comes to things, and so we don't have any sense of protection, let alone nurturing and compassion. So this Ma'at, the beautiful part about Ma'at is it creates not only through the cryptic rites, not only through the studying, but it helps you to say, hey, let's identify your trauma responses. Hey, you don't have to do emotional suppression. Hey, you don't have to have a scarcity or poverty mindset. Hey, we can look at your relationship dysfunctions. There's tools for that. And you can unlearn and heal. And it's going to take some time. And it's not a magic trick. And it doesn't go ahead, you find Jesus and I'm saved, and boom, that's it. That trauma's still there. But you can transform through awareness. You can transform through mindfulness and intentional living, making specific choices every day to create discipline in your life to say, I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm going to do this instead.
Thank you so much, my sister. Kahan Tafta, talk to us about values and how does Ma'at and moral guidelines and rules shape the condition and environment to build successful generations with Ma'at in mind.
Okay, building on the values. Those values can range from, let's first talk about what values, because what our values are may not be somebody else's values. So we here at the Holy Coptic Church, we hold our values to high esteem, and we make sure that those values are looked at, cultivated, programmed into our minds as well as our children's. So we're looking at things like cultural values, spiritual traditions. We're looking at pride in self. And I want to say, just jump on pride in self. Pride in self can stem with how we think, how we act, how we dress. Once upon a time, we loved wearing our traditional garbs. We loved wearing our hair. I believe Sister Leah spoke earlier on about our natural hair. We loved it. It was in our element. We're slowly getting back into that. But what happened is, and this is the same thing, our values have been slowly edged away from us. And what's happened is somebody else has put their values slowly in. Now we have values like our hair. Oh, it's nice to have this silky hair. Look at my hair. And they do this like they're playing the harp with their hair. They're like, look how long this is. What is that? Yeah, so synthetic, horse, whatever else. And some people say, oh, I only wear real hair. Okay, that's nice. Yeah, you're putting someone else's DNA onto yours. Great. So then it's like that hair was somebody else's. It was blonde. Oh, let's go blonde. The blonder we are, the better. But what's happening is slowly but surely, the whole image has changed. And then we're now within limitations of somebody else's expectation and somebody else's values. Those values are now upon us. And now the goal is to be like a European woman. Oh, the lighter I can have my skin, or the longer I can have my hair, or now we don't have no butt and we're trying to get butt. We always had butt. Where's your butt gone? You know, now and it's like what they've put as the goalpost, that's not our values. So our values is important, extremely important. Pride in self, as I mentioned, value of the community, common unity, to socialize, to speak with, not be afraid to go to any of my sisters and say, you know what, I really don't know how to do this, and be able to, share. Those are values. Those women who we say we hold up in high esteem, they shared with each other. They spoke to each other. They realized the value in sharing knowledge amongst each other. I mean, we had what? Value in being the first teacher, not being afraid to be in the kitchen. As we look on our screen now, we can see in the original books of the Bible, it says social social dishonor or spiritual crisis and the likes are also conditions under which consumption. A small dose of fermented palm wine is permissible permissible by way all Nazarite laws, rites, rituals, precept principles, ceremonies, and commandments, because being accused of wrongdoing justly or unjustly, or falling out of alignment with communal values tied to ma'at, the universal order and the balancement of deeds, could lead to things like ostracism, loss of honor, and role, thus causing one to experience a sense of spiritual imbalance or judgment. And those values, if they're not upheld, will lead to an imbalancement and a decline within the family, a fail of transmission. We will start to fail. As you can see, we're starting to fail because we're holding those values, somebody else's values instead of ours. We can't attain to that. That's not our values. That's not where we will progress. That's not where we're going to succeed. And you know what I'm saying? So this will all of those will cause an imbalancement. So we have to then take our ceremonies, as we've mentioned, we just saw here on the screen, our rituals, our practices, and not be afraid. You say to people, everyday people, oh, this is a ceremony. They come and witness, let's say, the baptism ceremony. You see some who are not part of it, they'll be like, what voodoo is this? What are they doing to the child? What voodoo? Hello? Do you even know what voodoo is? They take voodoo and do it on you. That's why you're thinking it's voodoo. Do you understand? So we have to get back into those ceremonies. We have to go, these are all values that we held and passed on. This is where we're going to be held. Balanced, not imbalanced, not confusion, and not fail. The family will succeed. The family will be on top. We are bringing this back. Us of the Holy Coptic Church. And that's why you have these women over this 2-day period. And you're going to see other days are coming up. And we're going to be speaking on this because these values must be held in high esteem. We're embarrassed. Today, not us here today, but women and men are embarrassed to hold those values up. They'll do it when their doors close or when they come amongst us. Oh, we'll do it here. But we'll never speak to say, oh, this is what we hold up in. So we must actually put that back in place. It's so important. Therefore, no one can shame you. No one can tell you it's okay to do something that is not part of you. We get back into our own environment, which is our own environment here, physically, emotionally. You spoke about hormones. Everything, get back into your own. These are all values which we upheld primarily, first and foremost for us, in our right mind, in our right home, in our right place. And African-centered scriptures, we read it and hold those values every single day without fail.
Thank you. I have my last question for Sister Leah, and then I'm going to ask each of you noble ladies to take 2 minutes and speak about within this topic, anything you want to introduce or emphasize, please feel free to do it in your 2 minutes. Sister Leah, where is mothers and Ma'at aligned? We've been talking about mothers all weekend, right? And today we're talking about Ma'at. Is there some direct relationship between mothers and Ma'at? This universal system of balancement and order. Talk to us about mothers and ma'at, please.
Okay. When it comes to ma'at, the mothers are the first one that will give the child balancement. So before balancement become written in books, the mother was the first person to give that child oral balancement. Simple thing as don't touch that, sit there, move here, come back at this time. Those things are balancement through character. So you're building character through balancement. So the mother is giving instructions to her child, male and female, son and daughter, and through giving them this yes or no, or what you call guidance, is where the character is shaped in that particular child. The child is unaware of it. Subconsciously, all the child will know is that, okay, I'm going dancing, I'm going this, and they are happy. But subconsciously, this mother is shaping this child. So when this child go out into the world, the child know exactly when you face a system of racism, white supremacy, what to do, what not to do, and how to navigate.
Child in the way it should go. Scripture comes to mind when you just said, train up a child.
Yes. Train up a child the way you want the child to go. Yes.
So the mother intentionally, I mean, most mothers never even heard about the terminology ma'at. So this is just that internal, seated motherly duty comes to life. That's a natural part of that epigenetics that's just passed down through the mother, and it's just naturally passed on. It's not a forced activity or action. It's just something that happens naturally in its natural environment, right?
Yes, because when you have a baby and you sanitize the pacifier, you wash the bottle, you do all these things. When you do these things, you are creating balancement, because without doing these things, you will have chaos, because you're going to bring disease. So subconsciously, some women are actually doing this. We don't lose this ability. But we was not aware, we are not being made aware of where it is coming from, the origination of it.
We see chaos. We know that ma'at is not present, because you just mentioned if the mother doesn't do it, then chaos appears. So that chaos, that ishput, that's a direct representation, the absence of ma'at.
Yes, it is, yes.
So when we talk about building generations, and we're talking about using ma'at to build generations, you see generations right now existing and they don't have ma'at. They seem to have a lot of ishput, but they seem to be successful. I mean, why is ma'at it's such a big deal? Should everyone be using ma'at, or just us? And I mean melanated people when I say us.
Well, melanated people are, when we're not using ma'at, but based on what you do, is a universal order and balancement of deeds. So some people unaware, but they just do things that is carried on by tradition. So they do these things, they get the success, and they're just not aware of exactly where it is coming from. Where is the knowledge behind what it is they're doing? So sometimes we can't repeat the same thing to get the same success.
Okay. So ma'at exists whether we know it or not. Those universal
Whether we know it or not, it exists. Yes.
And the consequences are there also, even if we're unaware.
Yes, it has consequences.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, Ron Tuckner, take 2 minutes and talk about any way your heart leads you on the topic of ma'at and wisdom, legacy, and building generations into the future, with the African proverbs at the center of who we are.
Okay, all right then. Let's first, I want to read a small part from page 31, if you don't mind. Social media, can we go to page 31 of the Kitab al-Magana? and it's going to be closer to the end of the page. I will start there and just read a small part. So on page 31, right, so halfway down, like 5 lines from the bottom, where it says the true melanated, actually, let's start there. The community celebrates. Let's start from there. So the community celebrates a true melanated mother and regal lady because her words and her works strengthen the people and preserve the future. The true melanated mother and regal lady who walks in wisdom and you see it's gone off a bit. Okay. Walks in wisdom and reverence. Thank you. For divine justice becomes a blessing to generations. A true melanated mother and regal lady's legacy is not measured by wealth, but by the lives she transforms. Though a true melanated mother and regal lady's leadership, communal families flourish, communities rise, and the melanated future becomes secure. So what I want to lead on from here is that where it mentions that this regal lady or his mother, the melanated mother, is going to know that her wealth is not in the physical and the material, but in the knowledge that she passes on to the rest of the community. Not just her children, it says communal, right? So where from there, what we are looking at and what I want to introduce is something like this, okay, for us as generations to come. Anybody who approaches you, anybody who tries to enter your womb, who wants to enter you, who seduces you to become, want to enter your womb, anything where it comes to order, where it comes to ma'at, and even if you don't know, we're going to apply these what, 5, 6 words. That's it. You're going to ask these. These are questions. So you're first going to say, who are you? Who are you that wants to come close to me? Yeah. Are you living according to to discipline? Are you living according to ma'at, order? Do you have what are you bringing to my table? Who are you? What are you bringing? So these are questions. Who? What? What are you bringing to me? What are you bringing to the table? Where have you come from? Where is your thoughts from? Where's your ideals from? Where is it? Where are you bringing? Are you bringing Hellenism into my home? Because I'm trying to, I'm trying to relocate back with my ancestors. I'm trying to relocate back to a position that lines up me, my generation, and those after me. I'm trying to do that. So where are you coming from? If you're not coming from the same page, no, we cannot come from 2 different walks of life and try to meet somewhere else. No. You have to be coming from the same page that we're coming from, that I'm coming from. How are you going to help us? What are you doing? How are you doing that? How? Who? So you're asking who, what, where, when, why, how? How, again, you're asking those questions formally and firstly before you entertain anything, anyone, any book, in scripture. We ask those questions because primarily if it's not a part of ma'at and it doesn't satisfy the answers to any of those questions, then we need to actually move it to one side. It's not ready. It's not time for that. In fact, let's leave it alone. Let's go back to everything. All of those questions, let's make sure that they line up with ma'at, not just ma'at, but ancestral knowledge, ancestral lineage, ancestral practices. Let's bring that forward. And that's what I want to kind of leave with today. Ask those questions and lead with those questions for anything coming into your life. Once you decide that you're going to change your life, and you say, you know what? I like some of the things that was being said today. How do I go about it? Ask those questions. Those are your first questions to ask. And then continue from there.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chestnut. Really appreciate it. Dr. Ford,
Master.
conscious counselor, you have 2 minutes.
All right. So I'm gonna be quick. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna base it off of Baba Abhinav Sardama and social media. Please get ready to go to page 51, verse 59. And he was asked a question in the interview when we talked about reluctance to accept his information in a book. And he said, my own earlier reluctance may help to explain it. We were trained to despise ourselves in all of Africa. We felt that Africans were either primitive or semi-primitive, that they had no science and made no significant contributions to civilization. We did not realize that we were looking at a looted Africa, a shattered Africa. We did not realize that there were two Africas, Africa before and after the Holocaust. We did not know then what America, French, and German scientists have discovered within the last 25 years, that Africans had steel smelting machines. Peter Smith and Donald Avery from Brown University have shown that African machines were producing steel in the 5th century along the lakes of Tanzania and Uganda, where the Africans had built an industrial site. Africans were manufacturing steel at temperatures of 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit. No machine anywhere else in the world at that time produced steel at temperatures achieved in the African blast furnace. Africans had a single stage process, while the Europeans had a 2-stage process of making steel. So the Africans were using less fuel. We'll continue. My point is that the Europeans constructed this myth of jungle Africa. Once this idea was popularized, it became impossible to conceive of Africans crossing oceans or inventing things. Chinese records show that Africans brought elephants and ships to China 200 years before Columbus. We did not know that Africans had made significant advances in astronomy or that they had astronomical observations. Lynch and Robbins of Michigan State University uncovered an observatory from 300 BC in northwest Kenya. This supposedly primitive area also had one of the most accurate prehistoric calendars. We did not know that Africans had domesticated cattle earlier than any other people. When I was attending university in London, I was told that Africans were dull-witted, agricultural Negroes. Dr. Charles Nielsen from the University of Massachusetts and his research team have found evidence that Africans began domesticating cattle about 15,000 years ago. Yet, conventional wisdom would have us believe that Africans contribute nothing to advances in agriculture and that they were just dull-witted. There is also evidence that Africans had first domesticated fires in Kenya about 1,400,000 years ago, not the Chinese, as always assumed. All of our fantasies about Africa, all of the anthropology that portrayed Africans as one step above the monkey, and all conventional history come from Europe, which gets all of the credit for human civilization as if everything occurred in one little place called Europe and nothing of any significance happened elsewhere. Can we please go to page 51, verse 59?
When you get ready, you're next for 2 minutes, and then Sister Zandi will close us out. Social media go on a lunch break? Did they go for lunch?
It is me. Okay.
Where do we need?
Can we please go?
I'll share it.
Page 51, verse 59, please. Page 51, verse 59.
Verse 59, yes.
And it says in verse 59, it is focusing on the white section. It is we who teach and must always instruct melanated children so that they grow knowing always that they belong to a people with history, a people with descendants and ancestors, a people whose destiny cannot be erased, so that the strength of a people is measured not only by the courage of its warriors, but by the endurance of its mothers who carry life, memory, and resistance within their bodies. So remember, as we leave today, Matthew 7:7, ask and it should be given, seek and you shall find, knock and it should be opened unto you. The Bible is not the problem. It is the mistranslation. It is the misteaching. It is the wrong chronological order. It is the misinformation. It is the misinterpretation. And it is the Hellenization of the text. That's the issue.
Pretty much to Nicole for punches. Sister Leah, you have 2 minutes. You can speak about anything you want on this topic or re-emphasize any of your previous points or any points any of the speakers made previously. Take it away.
Okay, I will just re-emphasize on page 75 in the Maganda. It says mercy must remain in alignment with truth. So even though we have mercy, who are we giving this mercy to? And even if we give this mercy to we are give this mercy to self and kind. It must be alignment, the truth must be balanced. So this doesn't mean, when you say mad, doesn't mean all good. Because sometimes your balance might make you have to make the hard decisions. So don't look at it as being all good. Because when it comes to justice, it doesn't mean, when you say ma'at, it doesn't mean abandoning the idea of justice.
So much for that. Sister Zandi, you have 2 minutes.
Bibi Marimba Annie, one of our latter-day prophets or prophetess, if we want to put it that way, she said in her book Yorugu, she said, enemies have blurred the line between us and them. Are we destroyers ourselves? And that's the question we must ask ourselves. Sometimes when we're learning from our parents or whoever has raised us, they told us the right thing to do. But sometimes we missed information on why those were the right things to do and who we were facing. I want to quickly just go to Kitabun Magana, the African books of Proverbs, because we learned a lot today and yesterday about who we are and about who we were and who we are trying to be. But this is what we're faced with. Guard the strength placed within you by the Creator. Guard the strength placed in you by the Creator and Nere, and do not scatter the power of your spirit among the depraved desires, which the 11+1 clan sons of Canaan, we're talking about the biblical canon, shall always seek to promote unto you. Depraved desires were coming from the original mothers, but now we have been placed in a society that has given us depraved desires. But these sociopath and psychotic and hedonistic and psychopathic Hellenist systems, we are faced with psychopaths. And because we're following a system that was created by psychopaths, we have become psychopathic in our decision making. And if we don't change that decision making by just understanding who we're following, we will easily take on that nature. We have something in our body called mirror neurons. It's brain cells, and it allows us to have empathy. They lack empathy. When it's underdeveloped or when it's deficient, they lack empathy. And therefore, and it also associates with the amygdala, they don't have the ability to be empathetic towards people. They don't have the ability to feel you, to feel your pain. They don't have the ability to do what you can do naturally, we can do naturally in our right state. So we have to understand we shall not become destroyers like them. We are living in a system or a part of a system that's been built by psychotic people. And in order for us to heal, our womb, this is called the womb of liberation. The womb of liberation is calling for healing. It is demanding healing. It's telling us that we must guard our minds. We must protect our minds, because who we let into our minds can corrupt and can degrade our bodies and our wombs, or who, depending on the lady, who you let into your womb can manipulate your mind. So we have to be very, very intentional about our healing and be very intentional about the womb becoming a site of liberation. This is the African rebranding of Proverbs. It's giving us an original way to find ourselves, to make ourselves, to become, to get back to. But if we don't understand where we are mentally, if we think we're already there, we won't follow that path to get there. We're saying today the African Proverbs woman in her natural state we want to become. So we have to remove this Hellenistic thinking. We have to remove ourselves from their system. Community first, children first, the man and the woman first, the man, the woman, and the child. We're saying it comes with a whole different rewiring of the brain. It comes with a whole different perspective of self and kind. We have to love each other and have empathy towards each other and our experience. But as long as we're apathetic, as long as we're having cognitive dissonance, as long as we're disassociating ourselves from the Christ consciousness, I know you're going to cut me, Elder, but the part of the title was saying towards raising liberated generation in the spirit of the revolutionary Christ. So that means the revolutionary Christ has a spirit and a consciousness that we must follow and we must become once again. So everything we said is scriptural. Everything we said is the African book, the original books of the Bible. And that makes it tangible. That's the last thing I'm saying. That makes it tangible for Christians joining us today, for Muslims joining us today, for people of different faiths joining us today. To hear it from an African perspective says, you can do it. Says, I can do it. Says, we can do it. We can't align, and it's hard to do something that wasn't made for us and wasn't made by us. But we can do this, and we can do it together.
So much, ladies. Everyone stay on. I need to do my closing statement, and I want you to join me in a call and response. Today and yesterday has been a powerful demonstration of what Africana womanism, noble women look like, what the future can be for our people when mothers stand and take their rightful place at the head of liberation. If wisdom is spoken but not lived, it dies. If knowledge is gained, not passed down, disappears. The teachings of Amen Imhotep in the foundation of Ma'at reminds us that civilization survives only when balance is maintained, when truth is upheld, and when each generation takes responsibility for the next. The text shows us clearly, wisdom is not for personal elevation. It is for communal stability. It is for protecting the poor, preserving ancestral inheritance, and ensuring that justice remains at the center of society. And this responsibility rests heavily in the hands of women. The mother is not simply raising children, she is shaping consciousness, preserving identity, and determining whether a people will remain grounded or become lost. As the text declares, the throne of leadership is prepared not by armies, but by the womb that forms the conscience of the future ruler. This is the true meaning of legacy. Legacy is not what we accumulate, it is what we reproduce in people. It is not what we own, it is what we instill. It is not what we achieve individually, but what we secure collectively. African liberation theology reminds us that restoration begins in the mind, in the nurtured, in the home, and sustained through disciplined generations. And the Holy Coptic Church understands and affirms that whoever guides the womb guides the future. So the question we must leave with is this: what are we building that will outlive us? What are we teaching that will sustain a people? And what balance are we restoring so that generations to come may stand in truth? Because when wisdom is aligned with Ma'at, and when mothers raise children in order, discipline, and truth, we do not just raise families, we rebuild nations. Join me in this call and response. I will say, what builds a nation? You shout out wisdom. I will say, where does wisdom begin? You shout out, in the mother. And I will say, what sustains generations? And you shout out, legacy. So your three answers are wisdom, in the mother, and legacy. And we will say it 3 times, and we will say it like we mean it. Every single person, unmute your mic, and let's end this wonderful conference on a high note, committed to the things that we've heard today, and ready to raise generations of liberated minds tomorrow. What builds the nation?
Wisdom.
Wisdom.
What builds the nation?
Wisdom.
Wisdom.
What builds the nation?
Wisdom.
Where does wisdom begin? In the mother. Where does wisdom begin?
In the mother.
Where does wisdom begin?
In the mother.
And what sustains generations? Legacy.
Legacy.
Sustains generations.
Legacy.
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 Change generations.
Legacy.
Legacy.
Thank you so much for joining us, the Holy Catholic Church of the Black Messiah, the Journey Home Group International, Mars Baby, and the Tree of Eternal Life, and all of our associated partners for a wonderful weekend of the Women's Conference. We hope that this has been a blessing to you. This is why we need an African Bible. We encourage you to be a part of our future events. We encourage you to reach out to us and learn more, or find a faith-based system that you can align with so that you can get in.
We are holding
Everyone.
Namaste. Check us out, Elder. Namaste family.
Namaste family. Namaste sisters.
Thank you to the
Namaste
host.
elder.
Namaste.
I am the keeper of the gate, a seer of the way, a seeker of the fullness in the future of the clay. These hands are rough and purpose to create from a mind unconfined that is designed to calculate. The world of all perception, a simply